We're back, chat. We are back. Oh my gosh. I don't think I've live streamed in like 2 or 3 weeks, but welcome back, everybody. You are just now joining us, and if you're new here, my name is AV. We talk about law, true crime, and a little bit of debauchery, just a smidge over here on this channel. That's what we do. We cover trials from time to time, but we also cover legal news as well. So one of the last big trials on this channel that we have covered was the Julio Foolio case. Unfortunate situation, lots of YNs, and this Jacksonville rapper was gunned down. Now, there were 5 people arrested for the murder. The first one to go to trial, her name was Alicia Andrews. You might remember her as the girl that was doing her makeup in the defendant's seat at the trial. Had some struggle lawyering going on both sides, but unfortunately, or not even unfortunately, Alicia was on her way to sentencing. Okay, so the jury came back with a verdict. She was on her way to sentencing. End of the day, around December 5th, end of the year, she files for an appeal to get Judge Cisco removed from the case. It took a little bit. We got the news on that in, I would say, early February. The appeal was granted. Judge Cisco is no longer on the case. A new judge has been assigned. Now, after this new judge was assigned, what do you think the first thing that happened was? The first thing that happened was her legal team, Alicia's legal team, filed to have a new trial done. That is in process. There is a hearing this week. I checked the docket this morning. They did have a court date, I think 2 weeks ago. And Alicia mentioned that she was going to be filing a motion for a new trial for this judge to review. One of the things that they requested was a full transcript of the full trial, which I believe they now have, and we get a status hearing on that later this week. Now that's Alicia, okay? The other big thing that we're seeing, and I talked about this in cases to watch in 2026, was the remaining defendants. Sean Gathright being one of them. Alicia's baby daddy, Isaiah Chance, being another one. And then the brothers, okay? But we are about to watch. We're going to hang out for the afternoon. There was a hearing last Thursday on the remaining defendants. Now, 3 of them have the death penalty on the table. So this is very serious. So we're going to check out this hearing that took place last week, see how the defense teams and the state are going to argue with certain things. Potential witnesses that testified in Alicia's trial are going to be on the stand as well. And we're going to see how they are preparing for these upcoming trials for 2026. Who's going to go first? Is it Gutta Zay? Is it going to be the other defendants? Is it the brothers? Will some things be severed? Well, dear viewer, we're about to find out. So you have that whole thing. Do me a favor, hit the like button. I haven't live streamed in a minute. So YouTube is being completely disrespectful getting this out to people. So make sure you hit the like button on your way in. Without further delay, that's the background. Let's check out this hearing and see what happened, because this might be one of the next trials we cover. There is the OnlyFans girl. I'm waiting on that. That one is in April. I think we're going to start to see some more status hearings. She had one last week where you might have seen the pictures of her sticking out her tongue. That happened. So Courtney Clendy's trial is coming up as well. I'm going to skip the Richens case. Some of you guys have been asking me about it, but there's a lot of people covering it. So I am going to skip that one. And then on top of that, I think the only other one that I missed was the Georgia v. Fost case. Y'all were like, AV, where are you? But we definitely have to be more selective with the cases that we pick, because you guys know it's very time consuming. Some of these things go on for weeks. So I am a little bit more selective with that. Okay, let us jump into the screen share. I'm going to go ahead and adjust the audio because, there's always some audio shenanigans going on. It's always crazy. Audio adjusted. Let's jump on in. And before we do, you know what's so crazy, chat? Guess what judge is presiding over this one? Judge Cisco. She just got removed from Alicia's case, so Judge Cisco is presiding over this hearing. So if I'm just thinking about it, if I'm these defense attorneys, I think that's the first, if you're going to be biased towards Alicia, are you going to be biased towards my client, right? So we're going to see how they duke this out. Shout out to everybody that's coming on in and hitting the like button. Real quick before I go, shout out to Big Dog NDA 508 with the 10, says Boston's in the house. I love that it's you repping Boston. Yeah, for now, right? Really came out with the Karen Reed case last year, right? Definitely one of the only Boston-based creators covering that one. Lots of big channels covering that one, but I was a local. Thank you so much, Big Dog NDA 508. Shout out to D, been with me for 23 months, almost 2 years. He says they should plead this out because guilty AF. They're on camera. These boys are cooked. Everybody's going back and forth on if Alicia was cooked. These boys are cooked. It's bad. It's really bad. But why don't we go ahead and hit the play button? And you are going to see some familiar faces from the Julio Foolio trial with Alicia Andrews. You're going to see Judge Cisco. You're going to see the prosecution team. And then all of the defendants at this hearing. Let's jump on in.
State is present. And are we ready to get going on the motions to suppress?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge. If I could be heard briefly.
Sure.
I wanted to request of the court. Yesterday, you asked me to attempt to provide you some case law with regard to the conspiracy issue. I have not had an opportunity to do that research between yesterday and today.
Well, that's okay, because I'm not going to rule on the motion to sever until I rule on the motion in limine regarding the gang evidence.
Yes, Judge.
Since they're somewhat interrelated, so you've got time.
Great. And along that same line, I was a little brief for purposes of brevity with regard to the state's response to the motion to sever yesterday.
Judge, I'm going to have to take issue with his definition of brevity.
You did speak for over almost 2 hours initially.
In the eye of the beholder.
Yeah, exactly.
But to that extent, when I am doing a short written argument to provide to the court with regard to conspiracy, I'd like to also be allowed, if the court would do so, to just address a couple of the issues in closing as part of that same file.
That's fine. The state can file a reply.
Won't be much,
And Judge, we also, in the same token, I think Ms. Ismer also would like, because some of the pieces of evidence that have been qualified as statements, we actually would like the court to see, because there is an argument that they are not statements. They actually are photographs and postings that are recovered from iCloud accounts and stuff of that nature. So we would like the opportunity to submit that as well. And it's just the statements that have been identified and listed in defense counsel's motions.
Okay, very good. We'll figure out a timeline, but I'm thinking, since I'm probably going to hear the gang evidence motions next Friday, that I will probably give you all until the following, maybe Tuesday, to submit whatever you're going to submit. Okay?
And as I understand it going forward today, Judge, we're going to put some witnesses on, particularly from Jacksonville today, just in terms of qualification as it relates to the motion that's going to be heard next week.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I have it all straight.
Yeah. And so for today, as I indicated yesterday, because I think you do have out-of-state witnesses, correct, as well?
Not out of state, Judge. We just had from Jacksonville.
Okay. I'm going to, with regards to all of the pending motions to suppress where evidence is going to be taken, we can line them up however you all want to do them. I don't know if you have a preferred schedule, but I'm going to hear the evidence as to all of the motions, and then we will have argument after that. So, and I am going to limit you all to 30 minutes argument on your motions. If you need more time, if you're in the middle of something and it's an important point and you want additional time, that's fine. Just ask me. But we're going to start off with a 30-minute time limit for argument. Okay, so do you all have a proposed schedule on the motions, or do you
Judge, I
care?
believe yesterday we concluded that Mr. Gonzalez would go first, so I was going to start off with, based on witnesses I asked to be here first, was the motion to suppress statements on defendant Rashad Murphy.
Okay, very
And
good.
Judge, by stipulation, the state's going to be entering a video, audio of Mr. Murphy's statement without objection, and I'm going to be entering as defense number one for purposes of this motion, the actual transcript.
Okay, very good. Okay, so if we're ready to go, let's go ahead and call your witness.
Remember, the state would call Detective Ramos.
All
Uh-oh.
right.
Y'all remember Detective Ramos? Okay, so there's the prosecutor that had that super long closing argument. Oh my God. Super long closing argument. We're going with Rashad Murphy first. One of the first of the four defendants, very empty courtroom. Still have Judge Cisco presiding over this hearing. These are motions to suppress, and you're going to see some familiar characters in this hearing. Detective Ramos, you remember him? He had Alicia Andrews in the interrogation room, just trying to force her to say certain things and, kind of back her into a corner. Well, Detective Ramos is now back. He was the lead detective in Foolio's murder. Let's see what happens here. Ramos is back.
Okay, the rule of sequestration has been invoked. If there are any other witnesses here to testify in any of the motions, you are to remain outside, and you're not to discuss your testimony with any other witness until the hearings are concluded.
Do you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is possibly the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Good morning.
Morning.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your full name for the record.
My name is Juan Ramos,
How are you employed?
as a detective for the Tampa Police Department
And how long have you been with the Tampa Police Department?
since October 13, 2015.
And where were you assigned in June of 2024?
Homicide.
Were you assigned as the lead investigator into the homicide of Charles Jones and the attempted homicide of 3 other members of his party?
I was.
And as the lead detective in this case, did you respond to Georgia on June 26th of 2024?
I did.
Why did you respond to that location?
We had probable cause for 2 vehicles, suspect vehicles that were used in the homicide, and I was notified that one of those vehicles was captured in Gwinnett County, Georgia, so I responded out there for that.
And this is 3 days after the homicide had occurred, is that correct?
Correct.
And you said at this point it was probable cause just for the vehicles involved, is that correct?
Correct.
At this point in your investigation, had you developed probable cause for any suspects?
No.
Had you at that point already viewed and obtained video footage from the crime scene as well as the 2 other locations the victim had been prior to his homicide?
Yes.
And is that what let me ask you this, what was the basis for the probable cause for the 2 vehicles, and what were the 2 vehicles?
Yeah. The 2 vehicles were a silver Chevy Cruze and a black Impala. And the basis for the probable cause was video collected at multiple scenes that the victim was seen at throughout the night right before he was murdered, and license plate readers and stuff like that.
And so had you at that point identified the license plates both for a silver Chevy Cruze as well as a black Chevy Impala?
Correct.
Did you run the tags on both of those vehicles?
Yes.
And those had been identified as the 2 vehicles involved in the offenses, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you had been contacted by Gwinnett County Police in Georgia on June 26th of 2024. Who contacted you?
Lieutenant Christopher Cheeks.
Cheeks.
And what did he brief you as to that particular vehicle?
He briefed me that the Silver Cruze was hitting off of license plate readers in their area, and that he was closing in on where he believed the vehicle was. And then he kept me updated and eventually told me that he found the vehicle.
And when approximately did you get alerted that the vehicle had been located?
Between 5 and 7 a.m. on the morning of June 26, 2024.
And when you got that information, were you given details as to whether or not any people or persons were located within the vehicle at the time the vehicle was located?
Yes, I was told that the defendant, Rashad Murphy, was driving the vehicle when they attempted to take it into custody, and then he resisted by trying to run away from it.
Was he taken in custody and arrested
Oh,
by
yeah,
Gwinnett
that's right.
County Police Department?
Yes,
And that was based on unrelated charges, is that correct?
correct.
Has nothing to do with the homicide here in Tampa?
No.
And based on that, what did you do?
My second lead, Detective Campbell, and I drove out to Gwinnett.
Now, you said that you had PC for that vehicle involved in your case, is that correct?
Correct.
Had a search warrant been obtained prior to that?
No,
Did you know where the vehicle was?
no,
And after you found out the location of your vehicle, of that vehicle, did you get a search warrant, a joint search warrant for that vehicle in Georgia through Gwinnett Police Department?
yes,
Now, you said you and your partner at the time, Detective Campbell, went up to Georgia, is that correct?
correct.
For what purpose?
To facilitate the capture of the vehicle and the process of the vehicle, and then to attempt to interview defendant Rashad Murphy.
Was there additional investigation done by Gwinnett County Police Department into who owned that vehicle or who may have been with Rashad Murphy at the time?
Yes.
And who was that?
The person with the defendant was Charmaine Steiger.
Were you briefed as to whether or not she was in the vehicle at the time Mr. Murphy was pulled over, or was she located somewhere else?
Yeah, I was told that she was in a hotel room, inside of a hotel room in the parking, the hotel that the vehicle was captured in.
When the vehicle was captured, was there a cell phone that was located within the vehicle, the silver Chevy Cruze that Rashad Murphy was driving?
Correct.
Was that cell phone, was it seized?
Yes.
And was that part of an investigation that Gwinnett County did prior to you getting up to that location in Georgia?
Yes.
Was the phone searched by anyone in Gwinnett County prior to you getting there?
No.
And when you got to Gwinnett County, did you speak with or did you ask to interview the defendant, Rashad Murphy?
Yes.
And is Mr. Murphy, is he present in the courtroom today?
He is somewhere. I saw behind you.
I'm sorry, I'm blocking.
Yeah, no,
I
it's
apologize.
So that's
Your Honor, may
Rashad.
please identify the defendant.
The record shall so reflect.
And where did that interview take place?
in an interview room at the Gwinnett County Police Department facility.
And at some point, do they have audio, do they have recording ability or capabilities there?
I can't recall there. I know that I had an audio device and I recorded it.
And
Yes.
you did it yourself, is that correct?
Correct.
He was not under arrest at the time for the charges here in Hillsborough County, is that correct?
Correct.
And prior to coming to court, did I ask you to look at and listen to, or look at a DVD marked States Exhibit 1 that contained your audio recording and then initial it so you could recognize it later?
Yes.
At this time, we introduce into evidence States Exhibit number 1.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
Detective Ramos, is this a fair and accurate audio recording of the interview that you attempted to conduct with the defendant, Rashad Murphy?
Correct.
Who was present in the room?
Myself, Detective Campbell, and Rashad Murphy.
And did you introduce yourself and explain who you were?
Yes.
And did you read to him what is known as Miranda rights?
Yes.
And did he understand and appear to understand what you said when you went through his Miranda rights with him?
Yes.
And during the course of reading the Miranda rights, did he indicate to you that he wanted to talk to you?
He said he wanted to talk to a lawyer.
And after he informed you that he wanted to talk to a lawyer, what did you do?
I made no further attempts to interview him on this offense.
So you terminated the interview, is that correct?
Yes, we spoke for a couple minutes after, but it was just preliminary information and I was giving him.
Your Honor, may we publish the States Exhibit 1?
Yes.
That's Rashad.
And Detective Ramos, was that the entirety of the interview that you had was captured on this audio?
Correct.
Less than 5 minutes?
Around there, correct.
How you doing, man?
Okay, so if you're just now coming in, I have a pinned update on the top of the chat. Every time we watch these hearings, that's where you'll get the latest news on what's happening with Alicia. Right now, we're watching the first defendant try to get some information suppressed through Detective Ramos. This is Rashad. He's the first one. He's right behind the prosecutor. Now, he was arrested in Gwinnett County. So he was arrested in Georgia on an unrelated charge. But the car that he was arrested, in essentially was connected to Julio's murder. Okay. I think this is the black Chevy Impala or the Chevy Cruze. I forget. It's been so long. But he is trying to get some information suppressed. One of the things that I hear is that Detective Ramos, you guys remember him from the trial, he had traveled up to Georgia to do two things. Number one, he wanted to get that car. And number two, he wanted to interview Rashad. We're going to listen to the interview and we're going to see if the judge, because you guys know Judge Cisco, right? A lot of y'all were like, AV, she biased. The whole law and crime chat was on fire. So it is crazy that she is still presiding over this right now. So let's listen to the interview that Detective Ramos had with Rashad at the time of his arrest. The other weird thing that I picked up on, chat, is that his cell phone was also collected at the time of the arrest by Gwinnett County, but it was not searched. If I'm the defense lawyer, I am questioning that, but let's go back on in and listen to this recording.
How you doing, sir? My name is Detective Juan Ramos. I am with the Tampa Police Department Homicide Unit. This is my partner, Detective Aaron Campbell. Also, your name looks like it comes down up right. You all right now? Okay. You feel good. All right, cool. Listen, we apologize, one, about, whatever's been going on. I don't know what's going on with Gwinnett right now. They have that thing going on, but we're here about something completely different, okay? Obviously, because you are under arrest, I have to afford you the opportunity to be informed of your rights. You can say you don't have to talk to us if you don't want to. That's totally up to you. You get to make that choice, all right? Yeah. Mhm. I think you got to just charge with that, and I don't know if there's anything else with the court. Can't police department, you don't have any charges on you, like, we would have to talk to you right now, we just got something out. You give you your rights. I'm trying to before, I promise you, I'm gonna have all the answers. I'm gonna have all the answers for you, okay? But I have, but you know the game, okay? I legally have to explain this to you, and then I'll feel free to answer any questions you have if I can, okay? Just so you know, you have the right to remain silent. If you give up right to remain silent, anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to consult with an attorney before you make a statement or answer any question, and the right to have an attorney present during questioning. If you want an attorney but cannot afford to hire an attorney, one will be appointed to represent you before and during questioning free of charge. You have the right to use any of these rights at any time you want during the interview. You may stop this interview at any time. And do you understand those rights? Okay. Can you spell out your name for me? And then the last name? Okay. And then this would just say, you've had these rights read to you and you understand them. And then if you want to make the choice to talk to us, you would just initial here and then print and sign here. Okay. It's up to you. All right. I really don't know. Okay. Okay, so just so you understand, this is not about what they did to you, okay? We are with the Tampa Police Homicide Unit. Okay, we want to talk to you about something that happened in
And
Tampa.
just for your confusion.
Yeah, just so, yeah.
About this, we're not. We're here to talk to you about cannabis.
Okay.
And you want to talk to us, you have to let us know.
Yeah.
And,
At the end of the day, we wouldn't be doing our jobs if we didn't afford you the opportunity, okay, to have this opportunity. This is an opportunity that has to be afforded to you, okay? If you want to talk to us and we can talk out a little bit what's going on in Tampa, we can talk that. That's why we're here. We're here to give you an opportunity to talk about what's going on in Tampa. And that may or may not include, you know what I'm saying, to give you the opportunity to say, hey, if you have no involvement, you have no knowledge, but in order for you to tell us that, we have to, agree to talk to us. You know what I'm saying? It's up to you though.
I'm on like some don't have no knowledge of it, but I have a place for like I'm not sure.
How about your shoulder? Oh, shoot. That don't look right. Yeah.
Is it still dislocated or they put it back in?
You got,
I just told him I go to surgery.
oh, you got broken,
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
you got broken collarbone.
Okay, well, we're sorry that happened to you,
Hey,
man.
this is your shoulder, not your right hand.
Let's, just for the report, just verify some.
I'm rather.
We're
Like,
just-
if I, you know what I'm saying, but I need to like.
That's fine. Do you want my card? Okay. I'm gonna put my cell phone number on the back of it, okay? That's my direct line. You can call or text or, at any time, all right? And then my email and desk number is at the front, right? If you're gonna consult with a lawyer and your lawyer wants to reach out to me and talk to me, you're saying, or you wanna reach out to me and talk to me, I'm available 24/7. Okay.
Can you get a phone number for you?
Yes. I'm sorry, 904-327-6899, okay? Okay. 092. And who's your wife? Sherman. Are you guys legally married?
We've engaged.
Okay.
We've been together since we're 13.
Oh, wow, wow, okay.
We've got 4 kids.
Oh, you?
I'm 30.
Okay, you guys been together your whole life.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, all right, all right, well, since, you've asked for your lawyer, we're gonna terminate this interview, okay? I'm gonna turn this recorder off, all right?
Detective Ramos, after that interview,
Okay, so that's the entirety of the recording. So Rashad is trying to get that evidence suppressed. I mean, we really didn't get much aside from Detective Ramos coming up from Tampa to come and talk to him in Georgia. So he's trying to get that suppressed. I mean, there's not really much evidentiary value. So we're going to see why the prosecutor is going to argue to keep it in.
after the recorder was shut off, did you make any other attempts to interview the defendant, Rashad Murphy?
No.
And did you, at some point, after you left Georgia and conducted the investigation, that portion of it, did you at some point contact Detective Christopher Drabeck with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Who is Detective Drabeck in relation to this particular investigation? What was his role?
He was assisting me in Jacksonville. He was essentially the lead detective in Jacksonville. My second in Jacksonville.
Was a lot of the investigation in this particular case done in Jacksonville and some of the evidence and search warrants conducted there?
Yes.
And was he the person that you would go to whenever you needed assistance or any of the searches done in Jacksonville?
Correct.
At some point during a briefing with Detective Drabeck, did you brief him as to what occurred in Georgia?
Yes.
And did that include the fact that the defendant, that you attempted an interview and that he invoked and requested an attorney?
Yes.
Was the defendant arrested on that day for any charges related to the homicide and related offenses that occurred here in Tampa on June 23rd of 2024?
No.
Was he in custody and was he arrested for separate charges that occurred in Georgia during the stop of that vehicle?
Yes.
Eventually, was he released from Georgia on that charge.
Correct.
When was the arrest warrant issued for the arrest of Rashad Murphy related to these charges?
Saturday morning, July 27th, 2024.
And so approximately a month after you had that interview with him in Georgia?
A little over a month, yeah.
A little
day
over
or
a month.
day or two over a month.
And where was he arrested?
He was arrested in Jacksonville, Florida,
Where were you at the time?
in Tampa.
And at that point, did you, how were you alerted to the defendant's arrest?
He was arrested, I think, 3 days after on July 30th, and I was called by Dre Beck in Jacksonville.
And at some point, was there a request made by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office to conduct another interview of him regarding this particular case?
Yes.
Were you available to do it at the time?
At the time, no.
And so who did you request do that?
Again, who would have been the lead in Jacksonville, Christopher Graybeck.
And then at some point, were you then briefed by Detective Draybeck that he was able to conduct a recorded Mirandized interview with the defendant?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we'd pass the witness.
Okay, Cross.
All right, this is Rashad's lawyer.
Good morning, Detective Ramos.
Morning, sir.
So Detective Ramos, the interview that took place in Gwinnett County was on June 26, 2024, correct?
Correct.
And during the course of your initial interaction with Mr. Murphy, you read him Miranda in its entirety, correct?
Correct.
Did you do that by memory? Did you do it by a card or a piece of paper that you carry with you on a regular basis?
I believe that specific incident, sometimes it's a card, sometimes it's the 310 form, the Tampa police form. I think that form we had, that time we had the 310 form.
Okay. And that 310 form gives Mr. Murphy the entirety of his Miranda rights in every respect, correct?
Correct. Typically, I'll read it and then I'll have them review it as well and look at it and then initial and sign if they agree.
And you explained it to him, correct?
Correct.
You asked him whether or not he understood Miranda, correct?
Correct.
And you asked him specifically if he wanted to exercise the right to speak to you, correct?
Correct.
During the course of the inception of this investigation, you were coordinating with Jacksonville because at that particular time, you had made a determination that the vehicles that were involved in the surveillance had Jacksonville plates or plates and owners that resided in Jacksonville, correct?
That was one of the pieces, yes.
And you were in communication with the Jacksonville detectives, specifically Detective Draybeck, on a regular basis
Correct.
throughout the investigation, and certainly in its inception when you were attempting to try to put things together.
Yes, correct.
And after the interview with Mr. Murphy, you communicated on a regular basis with Detective Draybeck. He knew you went to Gwinnett County.
Correct.
You told him that you had exercised or you had read Mr. Murphy Miranda, and he had exercised his right to not speak to you, correct?
Yeah, I told Draybeck that he invoked that we got no statement from Rashad.
Okay. And he was not arrested on that day because you didn't have any probable cause to arrest him, correct?
Correct.
And it's also a fact that you went there because you were going to interview him about this particular murder, not the resisting arrest without violence that he was actually arrested for in Gwinnett.
I was there for the murder in Tampa, yes.
You told him that, did you?
I told him that I was with homicide and I was from Tampa, correct?
Right. And you were investigating an incident in Tampa. Detective Campbell told him, look, we're here because of Tampa.
Correct.
Detective Draybeck also knew that Charmaine Seizure, Mr. Murphy's girlfriend, was also detained in Gwinnett County, correct?
She wasn't detained, but he knew that she was present.
Well, when she was being interviewed, was she free to leave, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yes. Gwinnett had explained to her that they had no reason to hold her. She elected to wait there for the vehicle.
I don't have anything further.
Okay, redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Detective Rama. Please step back outside. Any other witnesses?
Yes, the state calls Detective Christopher Drabeck.
All right, so now we got the Jacksonville detective coming in. I think we're still on Rashad's arguments. All of them are in the room. Gutta Zay, little boy Sean,
Oh, I gotta show it.
Rashad's brother, the redhead prosecutor. This is where we get a chance to see what these defense attorneys are like. 3 death sentences on the table.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your full name for the record.
My name is Christopher Drabeck
How are you employed?
with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
And were you employed with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office in June of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
What unit were you assigned to at that time?
I was assigned to the gang unit.
During June of 2024, at some point, did law enforcement officers from the Tampa Police Department contact you with regards to the homicide of Charles Jones?
Yes,
What day did that occur?
it was in the morning of the incident.
And as that investigation was unfolding in Tampa, were you assigned a particular role to assist the Tampa Police Department?
Specifically that day, I was the on-call detective with the gang investigations unit. My supervisor reached out to me and informed me that Tampa Police Department was inquiring information relative to the death of Charles Jones. So I reached out to Tampa Police Department and began assisting in whatever way I could.
And how are you familiar with that name, Charles Jones?
He is a prominent member of the criminal gang 6 Block in Jacksonville.
During the course of the investigation by the Tampa Police Department, did you routinely get phone calls from Detective Juan Ramos, the lead homicide investigator assigned to the case?
Yes,
And did he often brief you with updates and seek intelligence based on your knowledge in Jacksonville gangs during the course of this investigation?
yes,
At some point on June 26th of 2024 or after, did he contact you and give you an update as to the investigation that he did in Gwinnett County, Georgia?
he was routinely updating me in reference to his efforts as it related to that case.
Did he update you and brief you as to the locating the silver Chevy Cruze and coming in contact with a person by the name of Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he indicate to you, or what did he tell you with regards to his interaction with Mr. Murphy while he was in Gwinnett County, Georgia?
He advised that he attempted to interview Rashad Murphy, and it was a very short interview, and it concluded with Mr. Murphy invoking his rights.
And at some point, did you, even after that point, did you continue to assist Detective Ramos with different parts and aspects of this investigation, including the execution of search warrants and any other assistance that he needed done in Jacksonville, Florida?
Yes,
At some point, were you alerted that there were arrest warrants that were done for all of the defendants in this case, including Rashad Murphy?
yes.
When did that happen?
Sometime in July, approximately a month later after the incident.
And you said, so July of 2024, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was there who were the first individuals that were located and arrested?
There were 3 defendants arrested initially. It was Isaiah Chance, Alicia Andrews, and Sean Gathright.
And was there a period of time that elapsed before Rashad Murphy was able to be located and arrested?
Yes.
When did that happen?
I believe it was a period of less than a week, a few days after the first three were arrested.
Do you remember the date that he was arrested on?
I believe it was July 29th or July 30th.
When he was arrested, were you present during the arrest of Rashad Murphy, or were you alerted by other gang members in your unit?
I was informed that he had been arrested.
At some point, did Detective Ramos ask or request of you to conduct a Mirandized interview of Rashad Murphy after he was arrested?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did that take place?
The evening he was arrested.
And was that on July 30th of 2024?
Yes.
And was it kind of in the early morning hours?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did the interview take place?
It took place at our Crime Gun Intelligence Center in Jacksonville, Florida.
And he had been arrested for the homicide and all of the related charges that occurred here in Tampa. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Who was present when you did the interview of the defendant?
It was myself and Detective Craig Griffin.
Was that interview audio and video recorded?
Yes.
Did you read the defendant his constitutional Miranda?
All right. So it looks like there were two attempts at interviews. The first one was in Georgia, where he got originally arrested for a different matter. And at that point, he lawyered up and said, I don't want to talk to y'all. But it looks like Jacksonville, there was a warrant issued for his arrest in July, and he actually spoke up in this one. So we might be able to hear the audio and video of that recording. We can hear what Rashad said.
Right.
I did.
Did you actually ask him to read some of that form himself, just so you could ascertain his ability to read and write?
I did.
Did he have any did he have any problem or any issue understanding when you were going over the Miranda rights with him?
No.
Prior to conducting the interview, were you aware, prior to conducting that, you said it had already been indicated to you that he had previously invoked, is that correct, and requested an attorney?
Yes.
But how long had that been when that occurred?
Approximately 1 month.
And after you went over the Miranda form with his rights on it, did you ask him to sign and date it and acknowledge that he understood all of those rights?
I did.
Is there also some preliminary background questions that you go over with him just to make sure or ensure that he is cognizant and he can comprehend everything that is going on?
Yes.
Prior to coming here today, did I show you it's been marked State's Exhibit number 2 and ask you to view it so that you could recognize this particular DVD as the video that you had done with the defendant Rashad Murphy on July 30th of 2024?
Yes.
And did you initial and date it?
I did, and I see them at the top of the disc.
Your Honor, at this time we've introduced into evidence State's Exhibit number 2.
Any objection? Okay, admitted.
And the room that he is placed in while he's waiting to be interviewed, is the video recording going the entire time that he is in there?
Yes.
At some point, is he provided a blanket?
Yes.
As soon as I can find some scissors, I'll send someone that I'll get in here to get those off you, all right? So just sit down, let's come.
And for the record, you're publishing the exhibit. It looks like you're fast forwarding to a certain section, correct?
Yes, Judge, and I've already discussed it with defense counsel that there's about an hour of dead space, so we're gonna fast forward it to when the detective actually comes
Which
in.
for the record is at what point in time?
It's like at 1 minute, Judge. I'm sorry, 1 hour.
I had to get one of these and get tired. You want one?
They gave this boy a comforter. It must have been cold in there.
You drink these?
Mm.
You ever had them?
Yeah, I've been drinking, but I lay it off the road.
Bad for you? I hear that too. But I used to do this thing called chewing, like tobacco. And it's pretty bad for you as well. So I'm happy I'm not doing that anymore.
My family is
Chew tobacco?
yeah.
Well, I used to rip cigs, but then I kind of started chewing. Anywho, before I can speak to you about, obviously, whatever conversations we have, I just have to review this first. If you have any questions at all about it, just let me know and I'll be happy to explain it, okay? Are you able to read?
Yes.
You are? Okay.
I got
Sure.
yeah, I know how everybody should on YouTube, but
Yeah. Well, let me tell you something. All the things you've ever watched on YouTube, right? Hear me out, because I understand your question. I've been doing, listen to me. I've been doing this job for a hot minute, so I understand your question. But your question is in reference to Jacksonville videos. We have probably different record request laws than what maybe Tampa might have, right? This isn't a Jacksonville case. You feel me?
Yeah.
So the conversation we have is important, but I do understand your concern. And I can promise you that what your concern is directed to like crime circus and all that shit you see on YouTube, that's Jacksonville related. We don't have control of that in Jacksonville. Tampa's a different story. Does that make sense? Can you demonstrate you're able to read by reading that first line for me? Perfect. I'm gonna read the rest, and if you have any other questions, Rashad, do people call you Rashad? Just let me know. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before you make a statement or before any questions are asked of you, and to have a lawyer with you during any questioning. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed for you before any questioning if you wish. And if you do answer questions without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering questions at any time and consult with a lawyer. Do you understand all that? Okay, do you know how to sign your name? Okay, if you could print your first and last name on that line, and then sign your name on that line. And then once you do that, I'm gonna write my information just above yours.
You're
You're fine, man. It's like creeping up on 3 a.m. Don't blame you.
that blanket help you out in? Yes,
Holy smokes.
Can I get some?
I mean, hold it. Piece of paper.
Yeah, no, I just.
Oh, that's fine, buddy. I mean, if you're, yeah, just, look, that's fine. I'm good with that. Just sign your name and I'll sign right above it. Mine's not a hell of a lot better anyways, so. My name is Chris. I don't know if I introduced myself when we were talking the first time, but, this is my ID number. It's 78576. Some people call it a badge number, but that's mine. There's a couple questions down here. I'm just going to go through real quick. Sir, what's your date of birth? Damn, you almost got 420. So you get to celebrate 2 days in a row. Okay. So how old does that make you? You probably 30? Big 30. Congrats. What's your highest level of education?
Like 12, but really 11. I just got stuff on my back.
Did you graduate high school? What was the last special you went to?
Coach.
Okay, so you were a, was it a stingray?
Yes,
Nice. You can read, sir, you can also write, is that correct?
sir. Yeah, correct.
Okay. It's just a question I gotta ask. Have you had any alcohol today? Mm-hmm.
That was earlier.
What time was that?
It's like 11, 12 and afternoon going on.
Damn, at noon?
11 a.m. 12 p.m. It's fine. Or are you drinking just a beer?
Drinking, it's like a wine cooler.
Okay.
A wine cooler?
You
Ew.
know, with the,
High noon?
you know what turmeric is? Like the little orange.
I don't think I've ever heard of that.
The turmeric is like a shot, like a healthy shot.
Okay. I haven't.
Turmeric mixed with, it's a turmeric tequila drink.
It sounds like something I would probably like.
You make you wake it up? Get you energy, anything like that?
Okay.
Just get you in the mood. Have you had any drugs today?
I just smoke weed, I don't do drugs.
Have you smoked any, I'm sorry, have you smoked any marijuana today?
Around the same time.
Around the same time?
Yes, sir.
Have you smoked your weed? You rip GDs or you blunts?
No, I really like private leaves. I don't like smoking out blunts because I don't like how shit is.
Rashad, do you wear any glasses?
You know, wear glasses, I
Yeah.
used to wear glasses. I don't know.
So no.
And, I wear glasses, like, since I like, when I was in training, my brother like smoking.
Do you wear contacts?
Contacts, most of them.
No contacts. Do you have any mental health conditions?
Yeah, most of them.
You said physical health?
Like, I found my shoulder, we don't that no.
Shoulder?
Yeah.
Did
You
you
got
have
no injuries,
Mm,
old injuries, you talk about?
Georgia, like, I've been going to the doctor for my own shoulder, but Georgia, like, when I went to Georgia, my shoulder, I never feel like they really, like, broke it, because I've been that bad.
Do you play football?
So,
What high school you play at?
played Coach Jackson, Gilbert,
What position you played?
played, running back, receiver.
Okay. I used to, so I'm around the same age as you. I used to play at White's. Maybe we,
So, you know, Preston Edwards, Bruce Montgomery.
Casey Turner, Kevin Parker, Kevin
So, I
House.
played with, like, Steph Durham and Preston Edwards. Steph
Where
Durham.
they play at?
Steph Durham, he's a coach for Wilson High School.
Okay,
Yeah, but he used to go to Georgia Tech.
okay. So you were playing when like Lewis Nix was playing. When he was at Reigns. He was the big defensive lineman at
I went
Reigns.
to Atlanta coach 2012, like the second year.
Okay.
So,
Damn, so you was in there when it was,
yeah, like.
Fresh off. yeah. So today is July 30th, 2024. And the current time is 0304. This is 311 West Monroe Street. You mentioned watching YouTube videos. I'm sure you've seen this room many a times, right? This is my office. This is at the state attorney's office. This is what we call a satellite.
Like, when Jacob wanted to talk to me, like, he'll like, try to take me outside, and get back, like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a little different.
But you said it's not y'all, you know what I'm saying?
It's not. No, it's not. You know that. And yeah, no, I'm being a man telling you that. However, I will tell you that this is Tampa's investigation, and you're probably confused why they're not in here, right?
I really want, like, I don't want to talk to them because, like,
They're nasty.
nah, they don't know me, you know what I'm saying?
They don't
Like,
know Jackson shit.
They don't know, they don't know, so like,
I agree.
trying to, like, talk to them and help me.
Chop it up, you can't.
Because it's like, you know what I'm saying, because I don't, it's like, 6 minutes is good, like, if somebody put me on game about something, then I know how to,
Sure.
but like, ain't nobody like putting me on, you know what I'm saying, they really left me in the blind, so like, if I was in the blind, I wouldn't got in the car, and I wouldn't let nobody.
Well, in their defense, I think it's also fair to say that whenever you did talk to them that first time, they were probably really overwhelmed with a lot.
But they had to travel,
That's
they
it.
had to travel 8 hours and all that to come and see me, so like.
Yeah.
I respect it.
True. I think that's everything for me. Let me just send that.
Now, I gave my family, my Jesus Caller book,
Your what book?
my Jesus Caller,
Jesus Caller?
Jesus Calling. Like the book I had before I walked out the door.
Did you have it? And
Yeah, I had it in
or is it still in the apartment?
He wants his Jesus calling book, okay? I wonder why. It got real.
No, I bring it out.
Okay. Did you ask someone to do that?
Well, yeah, I told him to get.
I can promise you if you-
I read it with my kids.
How many kids you got?
I got 4, and I raised my brother and sister, so like 6, because I'm most of them, so I got like 6 kids.
You've got 6 children,
4 of my
and but 4 of them are yours. How old is your oldest?
My oldest is 11. My second child is 8. Prosper, he just turned 7 June 23rd.
Okay.
And Gabrielle, she is 26 November 1st.
Wow, you've got a little army, dude. You get to see them every day? Are they always with you?
Yeah, my kids are.
Okay. That's fantastic. I'm sure you really appreciate that.
I don't even, like, I don't even spend no more than a week for my kids.
Yeah. So I think it's fair to say there's probably no secret why you're here. Ultimately, what I was getting at, the reason Tampa isn't here, they've got a lot going on. So they asked us to step in. Unfortunately, what that means for us is since we didn't do the investigation ourselves, I can't really, because I used to work in the homicide unit for Jacksonville, I don't anymore. But unfortunately, what that means for us is if you were to lie about anything, I probably wouldn't be able to call you out on it. That's what I like to do for my cases. This isn't my case. But I say that to say, let's be honest as we can. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I'm sure you have a lot of questions. I know I have probably a few, but I'll let you have the room and you can start off wherever you like. How do you feel like you ended up here?
I ended up here about letting people hold stuff, put stuff in my name. Like that's just like, that's the typical thing, when people can get Airbnbs and all that.
Your
stuff.
Honor, I'm going to stop it at 1 hour and 11 minutes and 36 seconds into it. I know that Mr. Gonzalez and I agreed that the entirety is on this recording. I'm sorry, on this DVD, as well as you have a transcript of it.
Okay, very good.
And Judge, just to supplement that, I will be arguing and giving the court some context about specific statements made that are not going to be testified to under oath, but stipulated to by way of the video being the best evidence of what was said.
Sure. Okay.
Detective Drabeck, during the course of that interview that you just watched, when you were going over his Miranda rights, you explained to him that this was specifically in regards to the Tampa homicide. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did he ever indicate to you after you read those Miranda rights or during the entirety of the interview that he wanted a lawyer or state that he did not want to talk to you about this incident?
No.
Your Honor, at this time we pass the witness.
Okay, Cross.
Morning, Detective.
Morning.
So, Detective, just so I'm sure I understand the chronology here, in communication with Detective Ramos during the inception of this investigation, you were aware that approximately a month prior, Mr. Murphy had invoked when Detective Ramos traveled to Gwinnett County, correct?
Yes, sir.
And throughout that process, you continued on kind of a live basis, on a regular basis, to collaborate with each other as it relates to the investigation going on in Tampa and the investigation side that was in Jacksonville, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the precipice for the interview that occurred on July 30th was Mr. Murphy's arrest in Jacksonville for that murder.
Yes.
And that was the same murder or the same set of facts that Detective Ramos went to Gwinnett County to interview him for a month earlier.
As far as I'm aware, yes.
And you would agree with me that although you may not recollect verbatim every word that occurred during your portion of Mr. Murphy's interview on that date and his responses on that date, that the video and the audio and the transcript of the interview would be correct as to what was said between you.
Yes, sir.
The July 30th interview was not initiated by Mr. Murphy, correct?
Correct.
And was it Detective Ramos that contacted you, or vice versa, you contacting him saying, hey, Murphy's in custody?
Yes.
That would be you to him?
Yes.
And his response was, go ahead, I would like you to interview him.
Yes.
Did you all discuss his prior invocation?
At that time, no.
And is there any reason why you attempted to interview him knowing that he had previously asked for counsel and invoked his rights as it relates to this same and particular incident?
Yes.
Why?
Because I wanted to obtain his statements that he was willing to provide in reference to this investigation.
After he had previously invoked.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Did you talk to him about his previous invocation?
No.
And did you consider this to be a separate interview?
Yes.
And you were aware, obviously, that the arrest in Jacksonville was an arrest for the murder in Tampa.
Yes.
Do you recall why Detective Ramos was not able to come to Jacksonville and conduct that interview on the Tampa murder?
I don't recall.
During the course of your initial interaction with Mr. Murphy, after you read him the advisements, you essentially just say, hey, if you have any questions, let me know. Is that a fair statement generally?
At the conclusion of reading his rights, I did ask him if he understood. His response was yes. And then I followed up with that with what you just said.
Okay. Do you recall whether you ever asked him whether or not he wished to waive those rights?
I believe that's included within what's read to him.
Okay. And so your commentary or your questioning of Mr. Murphy and his responses would be in the transcript, the video, the audio, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's your testimony that you believe that you asked him whether or not he wished to waive those rights after the advisement was read? And if you don't have any independent recollection, I understand.
My understanding that the rights that are read to him, that's included.
Okay.
I didn't provide any additional follow-up to that.
You didn't ask for an acknowledgement from him after he read it as to whether or not he wanted to waive it.
I feel like that would be a bit redundant, so no.
Okay. And you proceeded then to ask him, hey, look, just print your first name and your last name on that line and we'll get going.
Yes.
Give or take a word here or there.
Yes.
And during the course of the form and the instruction on the form, you talked about the absence of the Tampa detectives being there on that particular day for the interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he indicated to you that he didn't want to speak to the Tampa detectives.
He makes a comment alluding to that, yes.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much said verbatim, I don't want to talk to them.
I don't know what the quote was, but yes.
That's fine. And certainly that you remember that type of a dialogue happening with regard to you explaining to him, you're Jacksonville, they're Tampa.
Yes.
Homicide, but you used to. You
Yes.
recall that line of questioning?
That's how I positioned it, yes.
Okay. And you went on to ask him and tell him, well, you know, even if you lied, I probably wouldn't be able to call you out because I don't really know anything about this.
Correct.
Initially, Mr. Murphy denied being in Tampa, didn't he?
He did.
And you began a series of kind of warnings to him where you were telling him, hey, look, your co-defendants are painting you as a mastermind. And, you know, this is going to be the most important conversation of your life. and that these are the kind of things where lives change. And again, I'm not talking about specific language, but in general, do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes, sir.
And then you went on to discuss with him at length the strength of the investigation in Tampa, and
He seems to know a lot, where at the same time, at the start of the interview with Rashad, he said he didn't know much.
how good they are down there and what great investigations they do, and that you wouldn't be messing around if you were him. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
At that particular time or somewhere near it, Mr. Murphy then made an admission to you that he had been in Tampa, but he did not have anything to do with any shooting or any murder.
Yes.
Did you indicate to him that he's never seen anything like what a Tampa interview would be like, and that you're not bluffing about what that would be for him?
I don't understand.
Do you ever recall telling him that, hey, look, this is a Tampa investigation, right? Not Jacksonville. I'm not bluffing you because you've never seen anything that takes place in Tampa and the way they do their investigations and their interview.
I suppose you could phrase it that way, yes.
Okay. And again, listen, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. There's no way for you to know exactly what you said verbatim. Do you recall that general line of questioning, and would you defer to the transcript?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Murphy told you he didn't want to talk to any Tampa detectives, correct?
Yes.
Because they don't do things like things are done in Jacksonville.
Mr. Murphy was expressing that Tampa wouldn't have the knowledge base of Jacksonville stuff.
And at one point in time, you told them, yeah, they're nasty. Are they nasty? Talking about Tampa detectives.
I said that, yes.
Little cop on cop crime, shading.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Okay, redirect.
Just briefly, Detective Drabeck, when he said he didn't want to talk to any Tampa police detectives, there were no Tampa law enforcement officers in the room, is that correct?
Correct.
And during the course of your interview, you're allowed to use strategic tactics when questioning suspects, is that correct?
Yes.
Was it made clear to him that you were speaking to him about the Tampa homicide?
Yes.
Was that the only reason he was arrested, was for the Tampa charges?
Yes.
And during the course of that entire interview, did you make him any sort of promises of any kind during that interview in order to get him to talk to you?
No.
I have nothing further, Judge.
Okay, thank you. May this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you can remain outside. I don't know if you're needed for any other motions today.
Yes.
Okay, then don't go anywhere. Okay, any additional witnesses?
No additional witnesses, Your Honor.
Okay, so defense, do you have any additional witnesses?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. Okay, so I'm gonna, as I indicated, I'm gonna hear argument later on. All right? Okay, so that is the testimony in total for Rashad Murphy's motion to suppress statements. All right, are we going to stay with, let's see, Mr. Gathright has, looks like 2 motions.
Oh,
Mr.
Sean.
Murphy, Davion Murphy has 1, and Rashad Murphy has 1 additional defendant's motion to suppress cell phone. So which motion do you all want to take testimony on next?
Judge, what were they again? I'm sorry.
This is what I show. So this is what I show we've got as far as motions to suppress. Rashad Murphy has a motion to suppress cell phone. Davion Murphy has a motion to suppress search and seizure of Davion Murphy. Sean Gathright has a motion to suppress evidence obtained following the warrantless search of the defendant's vehicle. And Sean Gathright has a motion to suppress evidence illegally obtained from the defendant's iCloud accounts. Is there any other motion to suppress? That's going to
Interesting.
require testimony that I have overlooked.
Not motion to suppress, Judge. I do.
Shout out to everybody that's coming on in. Yes, you see the judge on the bench. That is Judge Sisko presiding over this hearing that took place last Thursday. Law and Crime took it down. They were there. It was supposed to be live last Thursday. I saw this video come out on Sunday, so I'm like, let's watch the full hearing and see what's happening with the rest of the boys. Alicia has a hearing this week. She's trying to get a brand new trial. She has a new judge assigned to her case. Last time Jeremy was in court, he wanted the full transcript of the first trial. He did receive it. So I believe their next status hearing is to determine if Alicia is going to get a new trial. So with that, with all the defendants here, and I called this in January, I said in 2026, we're going to see some of them go. It is rumored that in this hearing, a few of them are going to want to sever, okay? Because you got 3 death penalties on the table for some of these guys, all right? So it's going to be very, very interesting. We just heard from Rashad Murphy's, he wants to suppress his cell phone. And we also kind of walked through Detective Ramos and Detective Drayback, who's from Jacksonville, and Ramos is down in Tampa. And it looks like they were trying to suppress some of their stuff. So we actually heard from those detectives. Now we're going to go through all of these motions. They're typical for pre-trial. So Davion looks like he's going to do one for search and seizure of his person. So likely how he was searched. Sean sounds like he has a few, and Isaiah Chance is in the room as well. So we might have more of those. So interesting stuff, but that is your update. We're about an hour in. We're going to be here all day. So if you're just tapping in, don't worry. Y'all know I bookmark everything. So when this is over, I will put it in chapters if you're catching us a little bit late. Let's go back in.
Judge, we do also think that there's testimony required for the motion to eliminate gang chart, but we can do that in the afternoon as well.
Okay.
Well, Judge, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize, looks like, I have on my schedule 3/6 of 2029, the motions in limine.
Right, but I think that, that the state wants to put on some evidence.
Testimony?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
And
I'm sorry.
so,
I was confused.
okay, so I tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna take a quick 10-minute break. You guys figure out the schedule for the testimony for the remaining witnesses, and then I'll come back and we'll proceed, okay? All right, thanks.
Take a lot of breaks.
Or somebody else.
Okay, there she is sipping her water. But yeah, so many of you guys are like, she shouldn't be the judge for this case because the appeals court found her actually being biased. They didn't tell us why, but she was ultimately removed. But that doesn't mean that she hasn't been removed from the other defendants' cases. So I'm curious to see if, aside from a severance, if they want her taken off.
What motion do you all want to take testimony for next?
So I believe we're gonna stick with Rashad Murphy and do his motion to suppress Cellphone.
Okay, very good. And who's going to be your witness?
Detective Ramos again.
Okay.
All right. Now, if y'all remember, the issue with this cell phone is that Rashad was arrested twice. Once in Georgia for something that was not relevant to what was happening down in Tampa. And then the second time, ultimately, where he was arrested for the murder of Julio Foolio. His phone was collected in Georgia, was not searched. So this defense attorney wants that evidence suppressed.
Yeah, sure. All right, so we'll have Detective Ramos back on the stand. Oh, and we don't have a court reporter, so we can't do anything. Never mind.
The redhead is back.
I can't see you, so I need to remember to look before I start talking. Okay, yes, come on up, Detective Ramos. You remain under oath from your previous testimony. We're now moving on to Rashad Murphy's motion to suppress cell phone. Okay, you may proceed.
Again, please state your name for the record.
Juan Ramos.
Detective Ramos, I'm going to go back to your time in Gwinnett County when you were there investigating Rashad Murphy. At some point, was there another detective with Gwinnett County Police Department that was assisted you in the investigation?
Yes.
Who was that?
Detective Angela Carter.
Were you alerted that there was a cell phone in the silver Chevy Cruze when the defendant Rashad Murphy was stopped by Gwinnett County Police Department?
Yes.
And based on that, was there the detective Angela Carter, did she reach out to you during the course of the investigation prior to you getting to Gwinnett County?
Yes.
At some point, do you know, were you alerted or were you briefed that she had conducted a consensual interview with Charmaine Steiger?
Yes.
And during the course of that, that Ms. Steiger had consented to her Detective Carter looking at the phone.
Yes.
At some point during that interview, was the consent withdrawn?
Yes.
Based on that interview, did Detective Carter learn that phone, who that phone belonged to?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of the information that Detective Carter got from Ms. Steiger?
That it was a phone mutually owned by Charmaine Steiger and Rashad Murphy.
And after
Wait, a phone mutually owned by both of them? Charmaine's Rashad's girlfriend, or at least was at the time. That's weird.
the consent was withdrawn, was it at that point determined to get a search warrant for that particular phone?
Yes.
Was there a joint search warrant done as you as the joint affiant with Detective Carter because you were located in the jurisdiction of Gwinnett County?
Yes.
Did you assist and provide Detective Carter with the probable cause to get the phone?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 3. You familiar with this?
Yes.
Is that a copy of the search warrant as well as the affidavit that is the support that lists the probable cause to search that phone belonging to Charmaine Steiger and Rashad Murphy that was taken from the silver Chevy Cruze back in July of 2024?
June 2024.
I'm sorry, June of 2024.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we introduce into evidence State's Exhibit number 3.
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
And I'm gonna ask you to take a look at that.
Sure.
You're familiar with the PC, is that correct?
Correct.
You assisted in the drafting and provided the basis for all of the probable cause, is that correct?
Correct.
Is there anything that was in the search warrant that was incorrect or misleading for the application of the search warrant?
No.
At the time, I believe you've already testified that there was probable cause to seize the silver Chevy Cruze. Is that correct?
Correct.
You did not have probable cause at that time to make an arrest of the defendant on that day, did you?
No.
Was he considered a person of interest based on the investigation that you had done to date?
Yes.
Is that the reason why you wanted to interview him on that day?
Correct.
Specifically asking you about the facts and the circumstances, I believe on the affidavit, the first page of the affidavit and application, where it says, based on the facts and circumstances. Did you read that paragraph for the forensic download of the iPhone and what was given for as the reason?
Yes.
Is there anything that is deceptive or inaccurate in that account?
No.
And specifically, you list in there, you want the location data to clarify the timeline of her, and you're referring to Charmaine Steiger and Murphy's trip to Gwinnett County from Jacksonville, Florida. And because GPS application was displayed at the time, the phone was retrieved from the Chevy Cruze. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it does make a reference that originally with Steiger's consent.
Correct.
And does the, at some point, did you conduct an interview with Charmaine Steiger?
Yes.
And did Detective Angela Carter conduct an interview of Charmaine Steiger prior to seeking the search warrant for that cell phone?
Yes.
And based on those interviews, was she asked about her whereabouts as well as the defendant's whereabouts, and in particular, the silver Chevy Cruze?
Yes.
And does the search warrant and the affidavit for probable cause outline all of that?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time we pass the witness.
Okay, Cross.
Detective, to back up just a little bit and set the stage here.
Sure.
This was the infancy of this investigation, correct?
Day 3.
And during the course of day 1 through 3, you were able to seek and review video surveillance from various locations that identified this silver Chevy Cruze, correct?
Correct.
And certainly you had no way of knowing who the occupants were or why it was involved or any backdrop other than that is the make, model, and color of this car. We know who the registered owner is, correct?
Yes.
And you haven't developed at that stage of the game any additional information relating to the registered owner. You hadn't spoke to them yet. You hadn't determined whether anybody else could be developed as a result of simply the ownership of the car.
Yeah, I hadn't spoken to the registered owner.
And so what you did do, though, is you did an alert on the vehicle so that if it was found anywhere through any means, that it would be stopped and secured and held for further investigation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And this had no evidentiary basis or no person or persons attached. It was the vehicle and the vehicle itself and the vehicle alone.
Correct.
And when the license plate readers determined that the Chevy Cruze was in Gwinnett County, you were alerted that there were individuals being detained and the vehicle had been secured, correct?
I was alerted that one individual was detained and the vehicle was secured, yes.
Okay. Were you aware or made aware that there was another individual in the hotel
Yeah.
at that time that might have had some involvement with the car?
Yeah, but I don't believe she was arrested or anything, yeah.
Okay, but she was detained to the extent that she was taken to the police headquarters, and there was a request made from her for an interview, correct?
We talked to her, yes. Again, my understanding of that was that she went willingly with the police department and agreed to stay there.
Okay, and the way that it was determined or the way the car was found was through license plate readers.
Correct.
You talked to Ms. Doherty about the search warrant.
Yes.
And so you kind of used a fellow officer type of situation in this regard. You were working with Detective Carter as a fellow law enforcement officer from another jurisdiction, and you had made a determination that you wanted to search his phone, correct?
Yeah, it's a co-affiant search warrant. I was working with Carter, correct.
Okay. And certainly Detective Carter wouldn't have had any information about any of the evidentiary backdrop or the probable cause for the search warrant. That would have been supplied by you.
I wouldn't agree to that. We spoke about, I briefed her on what we had on the case at that point, and so she had some knowledge going into the interview of what was going on, and then obviously she's developing new information with her interview with Charmaine Steiger, so we're working together as a team.
So the part of it that she would have direct knowledge about would be what happened with that vehicle once it got to Gwinnett County.
Correct.
Essentially, the portion of the affidavit all the way up to that point, which is toward the end, would have been information you developed in the investigation prior to that.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that the one portion or the one part of the affidavit that involved or where Mr. Murphy was mentioned was that Jacksonville had provided you some general intelligence from their sources that revealed that Mr. Chance and Mr. Murphy could be people of interest in this murder, correct?
Prior to the capture of the cruise, yeah, correct. That was the one piece of information that Jacksonville had obtained.
Right. And what other additional information you might have had at the time that the affidavit was done is that Mr. Murphy was in custody because he was in possession of the cruise.
Yeah, that added to the probable cause, him being in possession of the cruise and fleeing from it when they tried to stop him.
Okay. And relating on your reliance in that affidavit to produce probable cause, Jacksonville never gave you any evidentiary basis whatsoever for their opinion that Mr. Murphy could be a person of interest, correct?
Direct evidence? No. I mean, again, they were sourcing information from multiple sources. So
Sources that you weren't aware of, correct?
I was not notified what the sources were, correct?
Sources that they didn't tell you who the sources were, correct?
Correct.
You're not aware if there's any witness that provided any information that might indicate that Mr. Murphy was involved, correct?
Witness? No.
There were no forensic evidence that had been developed that would implicate or cause Mr. Murphy to be a person of interest, correct?
Physical forensic? No. I was aware that they were monitoring his Instagram account, and they were extracting some of the information from there as well to verify what the intelligence that they were getting.
You are not suggesting under oath to the court today that your probable cause affidavit for this phone would have included any information regarding Mr. Murphy, an alleged Instagram account, or anything in that Instagram account that would implicate him, correct?
I don't believe I mentioned the Instagram account up to this point, no.
And there were no forensics, obviously, that would cause him to be a person of interest. Would you agree?
Yeah, correct.
No video other than a vehicle that we've been able to identify, correct?
Okay, all right.
He wasn't identifiable in any video up at this point, yeah.
So it was based on this information that we've just discussed that was generally given to you by the Jacksonville detectives that created this portion of the probable cause affidavit for you.
It's not just the information, it's also what happens when the car is captured. It's a totality. So the PC isn't based solely off of what Jacksonville says. It's also his capture, the fact that he's in the car and in possession of the vehicle that we did have probable cause for.
Okay, so you already felt like you had probable cause to do a search warrant for the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that was the intent to do that.
Correct.
And you're not suggesting that the fact that he was an occupant of that vehicle days after the murder would be evidence that he committed this murder, correct? You agree?
I would think that it's definitely important, in the investigation, or it's definitely part of the probable cause, the totality of circumstances, him being in possession of the vehicle that was used in the murder.
And you weren't aware at this particular time that the owner of the murder was related to him, correct?
At this point, no.
So your rationale in then seeking a search warrant for the phone was that you had a search warrant for the car.
Okay, he's trying to poke at probable cause to search Rashad's phone at that point.
Mr. Murphy was in the car, so he possessed the car. And when he ran from the car, ultimately a phone was found in the car, correct?
The phone was found inside of the car,
Okay.
correct.
And that phone becomes an extension of the car.
So the phone was definitely a part of the car, correct.
Well, essentially, your admission when you authored the factual basis for the probable cause for the phone was that the phone was an extension of a car, correct?
The phone was a part of the car, yes.
Prior to your seeking the affidavit and the warrant for the phone, you didn't, between that time frame, come into or become aware of any additional information as it relates to Rashad Murphy being a suspect in this murder than what we've already discussed, correct?
No.
Nothing further.
Okay, redirect.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Detective Ramos, this, even though that there was a search warrant done on that vehicle and that it was contained in the vehicle, you did a separate search warrant to actually and approved and authorized you and Detective Carter to go into that phone. Is that correct?
All right, guys, you saw that big white flash on the screen. So this hearing actually took place last Thursday. Law and Crime did not keep it up. And the reason why they didn't keep it up was because it looks like they have made some edits to this, because this is the full 6-hour hearing and it came out on Sunday. So something must have happened where they either blurted out somebody's name or something that they weren't supposed to do. That's why that live stream was taken down. And that's why we're watching it right now.
Correct.
And you said that there was, it wasn't just the basis of the information from Jacksonville, but you did include the intel from Jacksonville. Is that correct? As part of the basis for this search warrant?
Correct.
And you just referred to it as intel. You didn't list or try to say that this was based on any sort of eyewitness testimony or anything. You specifically put in there was intel derived from the gang detectives who work in Jacksonville. Is that correct?
Correct.
Listed them by name.
Correct.
And then did you then go in and detail the two names that they had come and provided to you as suspects in this case prior to the defendant being found in the suspect vehicle?
Yes.
And who were the two suspects that they believed, based on their intel, had something to do with this homicide?
Isaiah Chance and Rashad Murphy.
And then Rashad Murphy is found in that vehicle within how many days of the homicide?
3 days.
All of that part of the facts and basis of the search warrant?
Yes.
And then I want to go specifically to the phone. The phone at first was utilized and given to Charmaine Steiger, who said that she also shared use of that phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
She was willing to open that phone and talk to Detective Carter about.
Okay, so the prosecution is trying to put it on Rashad's girlfriend. Like, hey, she opened the phone for y'all. Like, what do you want us to do? We got a nice view of Gutta Zay, Alicia's baby daddy. Interesting as we're looking around the room, but it looks like Rashad's wrapping this up, or at least the prosecutor is wrapping this up. We'll see if we get a counter argument from Rashad's defense attorney, and then we're probably going to go to Davion's motion next.
The phone.
Yes.
All of those facts are contained in the search warrant. Is that correct?
Yes.
And during that interview with Detective Carter, she was questioned as to her whereabouts and the defendant's whereabouts during the time frame of the homicide. Is that correct?
Correct.
As well as that silver Chevy Cruze.
Correct.
And during the course of Detective Carter's interview, did Ms. Steiger, when she was alerted that that car was down in Tampa for a homicide, did she start to change the information she was provided about providing Detective Carter about her and her knowledge as to the defendant's whereabouts that weekend?
Yes.
And is that part of the basis why at that point and included in the search warrant that the phone was then seized and a search warrant was going to be secured? Because at some point, Ms. Steiger did not want her looking at that phone anymore. Is that correct?
Correct.
All of that disclosed and part of the search warrant.
Yes.
All right. I have nothing further, Judge.
Okay, thank you. May this witness step down.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Any additional witnesses from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Any witnesses from the defense on this motion, Mr. Gonzalez? Okay, very good. Okay. Next will be,
Judge, I know that Mr. Wise had to step out, and he has a couple of them that we'll have to wait, but I do think there is one for Mr. Davion Murphy.
correct.
All right, so those were Rashad's two
All right, so
motions.
we'll move on to Davion Murphy, motion to suppress search and seizure of Davion Murphy.
Now we're going to Davion. I don't think Judge Cisco has ruled on these yet. She just heard their arguments.
All right, and state who's going to be your witness or witnesses for this one.
Detective Nieder.
Detective Nieder,
Nieder, yes, Your Honor.
okay, and that's N-E-D-E-R?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Neader.
Neader. Davion Murphy's motion to suppress search and seizure.
All right. This woman looks to be like Davion's attorney. He is Rashad's brother. We do have a poll. I asked you guys if you think Judge Cisco should be on any of these cases. The defendants are going to try to break it up so they don't have to be tried together.
Okay, detective, raise your right hand. The clerk's going to swear you in.
Yes.
All right. Ms. Ismer, you may proceed.
Sir, would you state your name for the record?
Detective Richard Nieder.
Hold on. It's our favorite redhead. Okay, she always scrappy now. She's always scrappy. Let's watch and see what happens.
Where are you currently employed?
In Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been employed with the sheriff's office?
Be 10 years in September.
What is your role with the sheriff's office at this time?
I'm a detective in the Gang Investigations Unit.
And how were you employed in June of 2024?
I was employed by the Sheriff's Office as a detective in the Gang Investigations Unit.
Did a part of your duties include following or monitoring one specific gang?
Yes.
Did your duties also include making sure that you maintained some level of knowledge as it related to the other relevant gangs in Jacksonville as well?
Yes.
Did you ultimately have an opportunity to assist in the investigation into the homicide of Charles Jones?
I did.
And as a part of your role in that case, did you in part conduct or participate in an interview of an individual by the name of Davion Murphy?
Yes.
And do you recall when that interview occurred?
It was, I don't remember the exact date and time, but it was after his arrest in Jacksonville for the warrant that he had.
Would that have been subsequent to the homicide of Charles Jones?
Yes, it was many months after.
And did it take some time for law enforcement to actually locate and arrest Davion Murphy on the homicide warrant?
It did.
Once he was subsequently arrested, were you aware or notified by the arresting unit that arrested Mr. Murphy that he was in custody?
Yes, our unit assisted our SWAT team in arresting him, along with our U.S. Marshals team.
At the time of Mr. Davion Murphy's arrest, was there a photograph produced to you of him at the location of his arrest?
Yes.
Were you able to ascertain what he was wearing at that time?
He was wearing a tan jacket and pants is what I recall.
And had you received that before you actually completed the interview with Mr. Murphy?
Yes, I saw that prior to interviewing him.
Did a formal interview actually take place?
Yes.
Where did that occur?
At our Seizure office, which is located inside of our state attorney's office in Jacksonville.
And was that interview recorded in some way?
It was.
When you had an opportunity to actually speak with him, did you read him Miranda and go through the full formal process of an interview?
Yes, we did.
During the course of that interview, does his clothing or attire change in some way?
Yes.
How is that?
I believe the jacket came off and he was wearing a tank top, like a wife beater, white style tank top.
With the clothing that he was wearing at that point, could you see more of his body?
Yes.
What parts of his body were exposed to you visually?
after the jacket was off was
Yes.
his arms
His arms?
and his neck.
And was there anything that you annotated or marked down, took note of, that was of importance or potential value to your assistance in the investigation?
Yes, prior to him taking his jacket off, I could see the tattoo 1200 block on the back of his neck. And then after he took his jacket off, I observed several other 1200 gang tattoos.
At the conclusion of the interview that you conducted, or towards the end of that interview, did you have an opportunity to ask Mr. Davion Murphy if you could photograph those tattoos?
I did.
And tell me how that came about.
I asked him, JSO procedures, if you have tattoos on your body, they photograph them at the jail. I asked him if I could take pictures of them inside of the room, and I believe his response was like something like facts or like for sure. I took that as like a consent to photograph his body. Also advised him that they were going to be doing it at the jail as well.
When you spoke to him or asked him about the taking of the photographs, was it a situation where you believed you even needed consent to take photographs?
I don't believe so, because I was either going to take them myself or they were going to be taken at the jail, and I would just pull them from our jail inmate photos.
Is it standard process or procedure for your agency in working with the jail that you will assist the jail in taking photos? Is that typical? Or
I don't assist the corrections officers take the photos, but yes, if you go through processing into our jailhouse, the corrections officers will photograph the tattoos that are on your body that is within reason, like legs, body, neck, face, arms. They don't do like private areas tattoos.
would the photos include chest and back? Is
Yes,
that an open
yes, it
area?
would. That would be an area that they would take photographs of the tattoos.
Did you take photos of the tattoos that you saw visually while you were in the course of your interview?
Yes, I did.
And ultimately submitted those photographs as well?
Yes.
When you indicated that you took photographs of pertinent items, you said you saw a tattoo of 1200. What is that, if any, significance to you?
1200 is the name of a gang on our city's east side. It stands for the 1200 block of East First Street, and it's the gang that Davion Murphy is associated to.
Were there other tattoos that you photographed that you recognize as having been related to what has now in court been this ongoing rivalry?
Yes, ma'am.
And would that have also represented people who have died as a result of the violence back and forth?
Yes.
For purposes of documenting those things, did you also make a note or write a supplement which indicated that you took those photographs, which could be used by you or other officers in your agency?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the statutory criteria for determining whether someone meets gang eligibility requirements?
Yes, ma'am. And tattoos is one of them.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Cross.
All right, here comes Davion's lawyer.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, how are you doing?
Good.
All right, so I want to just start off with this interview with Davion Murphy was recorded, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you watched it?
I have not.
You have not watched it.
I've watched like bits and pieces of it, but I've not fully watched the whole thing over again.
Okay, so if it was yourself and who else was in that?
I believe it was Detective Drebeck.
All right.
Detective Drebeck would have been like the lead on the interview, and I would have been like a second chair, like helping him.
If I were to show you portions of that interview with Davion Murphy, would you recognize them?
Yes, ma'am.
Recognize it?
Shout out to our favorite RN popping in. Looks like we're going to see his interrogation video too.
Detective, I want to show you just portions of that
Okay.
interview. I'm hoping that
Is it,
While she's scrambling and scraping. For those of you that are coming in, here's your recap. This was a hearing that took place last Thursday for all of the defendants that are left in the entire Julio Foolio murder case. I'm also just pulling up Alicia Andrews' case file because I think there's a hearing this week. So I'll keep you guys posted on that one. But yeah, so this hearing took place last Thursday. Law and Crime had an issue, so they pulled it down and reposted the footage on Sunday. We are watching it right now, so that's why it's a little bit late. But each of the defendants have a few things that they're trying to accomplish. They're putting all of their motions to suppress in whatever evidence they want taken out. We just went through Rashad, and now we're going to his brother, Davion Murphy. Rashad had two things that he was trying to take out. One was the phone. He was trying to suppress the phone evidence that was taken from a first arrest and not his actual arrest for the murder. And then his girlfriend is over here opening the phone and just giving everybody the password. Apparently they shared the phone, so that's interesting. Judge Cisco is still presiding over this thing, so I have no idea why. Hopefully we will hear some of these defense attorneys speak up about that, but so far nothing. Right now we're with Davion. This is the other brother. 3 of these boys have life sentences or death sentences. If you think they're cooked, type in cooked in the chat. If you think there's an opportunity for one to skate. They're also trying to sever it up. They're trying to sever it up where they do not want to do this trial altogether. Shout out again to Ashley. Looks like you just sent me a $10 Venmo. Thank you so much, sis. Really appreciate you. All right, let's go back in because the other motions, because Gutta Zay is in there. Alicia's baby daddy is on the other side of the room. We're going to hear his motions. Little boy Sean, all right, stealing all these guns from his military mama, okay? I want to see what motions he has because those two likely have the death penalty hanging over him. All right, most of you guys are saying cooked. Most of you guys are saying cooked, air fried. I do think that these trials are going to be interesting because a lot of stuff came out of Alicia's trial. All that evidence is fair game, but Alicia is trying to fight to get a new trial. Judge Cisco cannot deal with her anymore. Judge Cisco has been removed from Alicia's case, and Jeremy and team are looking to get a new trial for her. So we're going to see what happens. Last I heard last week, they were looking for the full transcript from the October case, and they have it now, and they have put forward their motion. All right, let's go back in, guys. I know I got some super chats to read, but I want to see what happens with Davion here. So let's jump on in.
are you going to be introducing the interview into evidence or?
I am, Judge, and I have it on a thumb drive, and I wasn't expecting to go up this soon, but I do have it on a thumb drive as well as the photographs. So it will be defense. It would be the entire interview, but I'm just going to play portions for the court and for the detective.
Okay, so for the record, this would be what, defense exhibit? I thought we had 3 that was entered though. That was state. Okay, all right. Okay, so we're gonna preliminarily, this will be introduced as defense exhibit 2, which would be the recorded interview, I guess, in its totality of Davion Murphy.
Judge, did you say it was defense number 2?
Well, that's what the clerk said.
Yeah, I already have one, I just wasn't spoken on yet, but it's not really labeled 1 for defense. It's transcript.
But is that for this defendant?
Does it not say 1? Exhibit number 1?
It says 1.
1 as it relates to
Rashad
Rashad.
Murphy, I'm sorry.
This is
So this would be 1 for.
Yes. Okay. All right, defendant, this will be exhibit 1 for defendant Davion Murphy. Okay.
Just have to allow access for the information. Whatever that is on your laptop.
As they are scrambling and scraping for that technology, it looks like there was an order that was issued yesterday on Alicia's case. When we have a break here, I'll pull it up and we can all look at it together. But the new judge, Judge Rodriguez, I think it is, It looks like there has been some movement, and it looks like there are pieces of evidence that needs to be removed if she is going to get a new trial. So, oh shit, chat, you're hearing it from me first, right off the presses. I don't think anybody else is. F it. Let's look at it together right now. Let's go. Brief change. Let's share this tab instead. I am seeing this for the first time with y'all. It's only 2 pages. Let's see what they have here. This is the latest on Alicia's case. It appears that an order was issued yesterday. And hold on, is my screen frozen? I hate when it does that. Hang on, hold on. We're gonna share this tab for a second and then come over here. And of course it's frozen. Okay, perfect. Here we go. So this is an order that came out yesterday. It says this cause having come from on to be heard and the court being fully advised of the present premises, it is hereby ordered and adjudged the state of Florida's motion for the order directing the Hillsborough County Clerk Circuit Court to release and return to the state of Florida exhibits S56. It's an unsealed long white cardboard box with yellow labels containing empty and secured black forged model firearm, no magazine. So they want the gun back. Next, they want one small unsealed manila envelope, hand labeled, blah, 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 that contains 2 casings, 2 projectiles, and an unsealed long white cardboard box with these labels containing an empty and secured black Anderson manufactured firearm. So they want a second gun. That's the one that says, "Don't tread on me," the insignia. It has the black strap and the brass catcher. So y'all remember that. So it looks like they're getting some shell casings and some guns back. It was admitted into evidence during the jury trial involving a defendant, Alicia Andrews, in her case in October of 25. It's granted. So the state is getting the evidence back. That's interesting. So, I mean, if it's coming in, I wonder if she's going to get a new case. The clerk of the court shall coordinate with the office of the state attorney to promptly return the following items of evidence previously admitted into evidence during the trial of the Florida versus Alicia Andrews. They also want another, well, actually, no, that's all the stuff that she's getting back. We just read it up top. So the 2 guns, a few projectiles, and then the brass catcher, they're coming back. And it looks like this was filed on the 26th. So it's very late for them to just now be posting this. But if we come back to, I'll show you guys her docket. If we come back to her docket, there is some movement over there. So that we go all the way to the 26th. Here's what's new. The state of Florida had a motion directing the clerk to release those exhibits, right? It looks like there's another, and they amended the motion, so they made a change to it. And then Alicia made a motion on the same day, on the 26th, to reconsider previous pretrial and trial rulings, and the second amended motion for acquittal, notwithstanding the verdict, and a motion for a new trial. Let's see if we can see that. This was likely filed by Jeremy and team. Yes, it looks like this was filed. Of course, Jeremy stay up at night, 12:59 p.m. on the 26th. So the 26th was last Thursday. They filed to Judge Fernandez. I thought it was Hernandez, but Judge Fernandez, a motion to reconsider the pretrial rulings and a second amended motion for acquittal, notwithstanding the verdict and the motion for a new trial. So this is a 15-page one. As we go back to the hearing, I'll see what I can find. But yeah, the motion to disqualify the judge is all over this. The verdict is all over this. The jury came back with the verdict on the same day. It says that the verdict is questionable because there was absolutely no evidence of manslaughter introduced at trial. Then they talk about what happened post-trial and how Judge Cisco was removed. All right, so they give us all the case law and their argument regarding it and what Alicia did not do. But it's very interesting. So I think there is a hearing sometimes this week. I just don't know when. Let's see if it's under events. Notice of hearing, that might be the first one. I know it's sometime this week. So I'll keep looking, but at least you guys have the latest on what's happening with Alicia. I am going to have to restart the screen share because we lose the sound when that happens. So we're going to stop sharing, come back over here, hit it one time for the screen share, and we'll go back to Davion's argument. It looks like they're pulling up his interrogation footage right now. So let's, and I'll find it.
Perfect. This portion of it,
All right.
which is defense for Davion Murphy exhibit
1.
1. Thank you. Do you see, and I have it stopped, but the beginning of this video appears to be Davion Murphy walking into the interrogation room, and in front of them, there's someone that's standing in a black t-shirt. Is that?
That would be Detective Drebeck.
And then you would be?
I believe I'm behind him, maybe walking in behind the patrol officer, the transport officer that's there also.
Who pulled his jacket down?
I was not me, so I'm not sure.
Uh-oh.
It could have fell based on the angle of his arms. With your hands behind your back, your shoulders really aren't providing much support of clothing.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. All right, so let me just kind of sort of play. So then behind him would have been.
Yeah,
himself, but-
I haven't entered the room yet.
Okay.
That's me in the green hat.
Yes. And you see Mr. Murphy kind of pulling up his shoulder and putting his jacket further to cover himself?
I wasn't paying attention to that point, but I
Okay,
can't
well,
really see what he's doing up there.
All right, let me rewind it for you. Let's watch it again. You see the kind of the top of the screen there,
Mm-hmm.
top left.
Yes.
You'll see his shoulder, his body kind of move where he is repositioning his jacket.
Yeah, I saw that. Let's see that. I don't know if he was doing that for his jacket or the fact that his shoulder may have been uncomfortable by him being in handcuffs. He could have been stretching, or I don't know what his actions were at that time.
If he wanted to stretch, surely after his handcuffs were off, he would have stretched and probably waited, right?
Yeah, you could. I mean, rolling your shoulder would be a form of stretch.
Okay, but it's your testimony that you nor anyone that you saw or you were present with pulled his jacket down, meaning Davion Murphy's jacket down.
I did not.
All right, so let me kind of stop it there. You had indicated that Mr. Murphy, Davion Murphy, had consented? You had read him Miranda and then he consented to these photographs?
Towards the end of the interview, I asked him about his. I asked him if I could photograph them. I let him know they're going to do it at the jail, and I believe his response was something along the lines of like, "For sure," which implemented to me that I could photograph them.
So it's your testimony that you asked Davion Murphy if
We were speaking about his tattoos, and I asked if I could photograph them, and he responded with facts for sure.
So then I'm going to.
Is facts for sure a yes? Davion didn't sound like he was responding very brightly there. So again, Davion Murphy, his motion is about the search and seizure of his person. So it is likely about these photographs of the tattoos, because apparently there is a gang enhancement when it comes to this. So I think that's why he's arguing to have that information suppressed, but we'll see what happens. I did pull up Alicia's case file. Her hearing is next Tuesday on the 10th. So we will be here for that. It does look like it's going to be on Zoom, but if they televise it, I will absolutely be watching, because for the judge to issue an order, and shout out to Keyshawn who said it in chat, if they're giving back the state's evidence and it's the guns and the projectiles, I mean, we might see another Alicia trial. Could you believe that? That would be crazy. It would be really crazy. And everybody was like, Alicia's cooked, Alicia's cooked, Alicia's cooked. I mean, that would be crazy. All right, but let's keep going.
Speed this interview up, and hopefully I have my times.
Come on,
correct.
lady. Come on.
And I'm going to stop. We'll stop at 2:01:01. Wait. Should be 25. We'll stop at 2:01:20.
And is there audio?
No, you're good. I don't have it yet. He is finishing it up.
We don't look alike, dog.
Y'all about the same time. Yeah. He is.
Should I stop? Can you?
Sure, I just didn't know
He said, y'all white boys look like. Oh, no.
if there was audio, so.
There is audio. I just didn't think the first part was
Yeah, that's
relevant,
fine.
but okay.
Finishing it up. It just takes a while because we got to get the info from Tampa to here. But what I want to do is I'm going to take some pictures of your tattoos. That way it kind of speeds it up at the gym.
Okay, so at that point, you're telling Mr. Murphy, Davion Murphy, that you're going to take photographs of his tattoos. You're not asking him. Would you agree?
And he agreed with me.
Okay, let me back that up.
All right, one last thing we got. No, you're good. I don't have it yet. He is finishing it up.
We don't look alike, dog.
I don't think so. Y'all about the same time. Yeah. He is finishing it up. It just takes a while because we got to get the info from Tampa to here. But what I want to do is I'm going to take some pictures of your tattoos. That way it kind of speeds it up at the jail.
I'm saying all of them are still current though. Ain't getting nothing.
They don't have them at the jail.
Or the prison. Y'all don't got them y'all can't get them from prison.
So did you ask him or did you tell him? Because it appears from this interview that you're actually telling Mr. Murphy, Davion Murphy, that you're taking photos. You're going to take photographs of them.
Yes, I said, I'm going to take photographs of your tattoos. And he responded with facts for sure, and then undressed himself, giving consent to photograph his body.
Facts for sure. What does that mean?
Facts for sure, it would be like a yes. And then with the fact that he took his jacket off, mean that he was allowing me to photograph him.
Well, didn't he ask you before he started unzipping his jacket, don't you have these photographs from DOC? That you already have these photographs? And you said no, they don't have them.
And I answered that our jail did not have photographs of his tattoos.
Okay. So at your direction, Mr. Murphy, Davion Murphy, begins to unzip his jacket.
No, ma'am.
Agreed?
I
No?
would not agree with you. I didn't tell him to take his jacket off.
All right. Would you agree that he's in a confined interrogation room, right?
Correct.
With yourself and Detective Drebeck, right?
That right there is Detective Matthew Jones. That's not Drebeck, but yes, ma'am. He was at one point.
Thank you for that correction. He's in a small space, right?
Yes,
With
reasonable.
two detectives.
Yes.
He's just been, and during that interview, would you agree with me that Mr. Murphy, Davion Murphy, indicates to you that he's been drinking and smoking marijuana really the entirety of that day?
I don't recall what he said his plans were that day, what he did that day.
All right, fair enough. Would you agree with me that he really didn't have much of a choice, if that's what you're indicating to the court, is that he agreed or he consented to these photographs?
No, I wouldn't agree with you on that.
right, so let's kind of play the remainder of this, okay?
Okay.
And I'm at 2:01:53 seconds.
Did you get him in prison?
Yeah, all these came in prison. These all prison tattoos.
All right. Soldier. Yeah. Did you join in prison? Soldier.
No, I don't know what that is. It's just a Buddha man.
What's KD? You can roll it. You can roll it.
KD, that's my little sister. That's my little sister. You say KD Cosmetics.
Okay.
Makeup.
That's her lips.
Yeah. Her lip gloss brand. She want to start a makeup company.
187. Nice. What's 490? What's 490?
Time.
There's no 90-minute time. 20 bags.
Where's the free case pass tattoo at? Free case pass?
Yeah.
I don't know, fool. I don't know who
That's what happened.
who is case pass.
Oh, man. Is that like a Celtic thing?
Okay. How do they know what his tattoo? Well, because if he did time in jail, then they probably have it documented. Because I was just going to ask, like, how did he know what his tattoos were already? They probably, he did time already, probably pulled his file and took a look at it because they're like, where is it? But this is a very interesting interaction so far. What do y'all think?
Nah, Saint Symbol. I just remixed it in my own way. Be different.
Okay. You said Saint?
Yeah, the Saint Symbol. You talking about the middle of my neck,
New
right?
Orleans Saints?
Nah, yeah, New Orleans Saints.
You're a
New Orleans
Saints fan?
Saints, yeah. I just mixed it up in my own way, try to be different. Yeah, that's my favorite player though.
Bro,
Yeah,
Raw.
How many photographs
Raw
did you
running
take?
back all the time.
I don't know the exact
Jacoby
amount.
Wright. Who's Jacoby Wright?
My little brother.
How many brothers you got?
No, I know that's the picture you wanted to get. No,
At that point, the photograph that you appear behind Mr. Davion Murphy, and he's got the red tank top on, you're actually pulling his tank top down, right?
No.
No? Okay.
that's the picture
Got
you
some
wanted
money
to get.
on hand.
I know that's the picture you wanted to get.
What's the belly looking like? Who you got there?
Oh boy.
You been on Ozempic? She's fooling.
They said, boy, are you on Ozempic? You looking a little slim.
Let me get this. I've been cutting back. And then let me get this Avery one. There's K4 on you. What are you?
All right, so that is in fact you in that interview room taking those photographs, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I want to show you what I'm going to mark as defense exhibit 2 for identification. It's going to be a composite of
It's a composite?
It's a composite.
Do you have them marked to A, B, C, D?
I don't have a mark there,
So-
but I would say there was a composite of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Well, do me a favor. Do you have a pencil or pen on the back of them as you're showing the witness? Just put to A, B, C, D, so the record's clear what photo is being shown, okay? So just mark them as you go. Do you have something to write?
So
Is there going to be any objection to these being admitted?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so
it's going to
do
show.
we have an
you-
Elmo? Can you show them? What are you going to do?
I was going to identify them if you want.
Yeah, the state is conceding that they can be admitted, so you don't need to lay the predicate.
It doesn't matter. It's one way or another. I don't mind.
All right, so then I'm going to. This is, we got to switch to the Elmo, right?
The tech guru needs to intervene.
So this is going to be.
So you're showing him, what is this?
This is going to be 2A.
Okay, very good.
Did you take that photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is going to be 2B. Did you also take that photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
This is going to be defense 2C. You took that photograph as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And those are the same photographs that we were watching you take in the interview.
Yes.
And this photograph as well, which is going to be 2D. Zoom out. 2D.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And 2E. Oh.
I thought she's on E.
E.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
And then 2F.
Yes.
All right, you would agree with me that all of these photographs thus far are of Mr. Murphy, Davion Murphy, in just a red tank top, right?
It's so crazy seeing a gangbanger wearing a bracelet that says, believe in yourself. Believe in yourself.
Yes.
Jacket has been removed that he had on.
Yes.
This is going to be G, 2G.
Yes.
You took that one as well? And 2H, that one as well?
Yes.
And 2I?
Yes.
And then 2J.
Yes.
And in 2J, would you agree with me that that would be your hand that you're pulling down the back of Mr. Davion Murphy's?
Yes. It appears I'm pulling it down to obtain the full photograph, so you can see the entirety of the tattoo.
So your testimony earlier, when you had indicated to us.
Yes, I must have mistaken about pulling it down. I couldn't see it in the video, and I didn't recall it. But seeing this photograph refreshes that I did pull it down to view the entire tattoo.
All right, fair enough. And then K, that's a photograph of Mr. Davion Murphy's stomach.
Torso area, yes, ma'am.
Torso area, thank you. And he's pulling up his shirt, right?
Yes, he did.
At your direction?
I don't know if we exactly told him to pull his shirt up. We asked him if he had body tats, and he showed them off.
And then 2K. You took
Yes,
that one as well.
that one. Yes, ma'am.
And would you agree with me that Mr. Murphy during that interview and during that last portion, he had indicated to you that the tattoos that you had just taken of his body, right,
Yes.
were obtained while he was incarcerated in prison.
Oh my God. She need help. The tattoos that you've taken of him, it's like, ma'am, can you be prepared for court? It's starting off a little rough. I don't know, Davion, might not be looking good for you. Just saying.
Yeah, he did say that he got some of them while he was in prison, yes.
And do you know the time frame? Do you know when Mr. Davion Murphy was released from prison?
I don't know the exact date that he was released, but if I recall correctly, it wasn't very long before he was back in our custody.
Do you know how long he was in prison?
I do not.
But it was more than a couple years, right?
I don't know his exact prison time.
Did you ever obtain a search warrant or, and that was compound, but this part here, out of hearing, did you or anyone from the Tampa Police Department obtain a search warrant for Mr. Davion Murphy's body?
No, I did. I'm not sure about Tampa. I can only speak for myself. I did not.
Well, they did. So would that have changed your position as to whether or not you felt that you could direct Davion Murphy to lift his shirt up, or you pull his shirt down in the back, etc.?
No,
Would you have waited?
no.
Is there a reason why you did not obtain a search warrant first?
He was under arrest, and I didn't forcefully take his clothing off to photograph him. I asked him, or I didn't ask him. I said, I'm gonna take photographs of you, and he took his clothing off by himself. And at our jail, they were going to photograph him regardless. So I would have obtained those photographs, whether I did them myself or if I went to the jailhouse and had them printed off.
Okay, so it's your testimony that when Mr. Davion Murphy went to the jail, they would have photographed both the front and the back.
All of his tattoos. Yes, they would have photographed his tattoos.
Did the jail in fact do that?
I'm not exactly sure. I would have to go back and look.
Did you obtain any of those photographs?
No, because I took them myself.
Okay, so if the jail had
No,
taken,
no. But how did you know what his tattoos were? How did you know? Remember he asked him that question? Like he's like, oh, show me this one. How did he know? That's crazy.
additional photographs of Davion Murphy's tattoos, you don't.
I wouldn't have got them because I wouldn't have needed them because I already had them.
Okay, do you know if they, but you, as you sit here, you don't know if they took them?
They should have, but I did not go back and double check because, like I said, I did not need them anymore.
Do you know if the Tampa Police Department took them when he was transported to Tampa?
I'm not sure how Tampa and Hillsborough County works now.
Is it something that, well, is that something that a trained detective, either in a gang unit or homicide unit, would want to obtain?
I already obtained them, so I had no reason to figure out if they photographed their inmates or not.
Do you know if Mr. Murphy, Davion Murphy, had any tattoos below his waist?
That, like I said, we don't photograph in those areas. We only photograph the body.
So if the below his waist would have been photographed either by Jacksonville at the detention facility or in Tampa regarding potential gang affiliated tattoos, you wouldn't know.
His lower half would not be photographed by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
What if there was gang tattoos that were affiliated with the tattoos that you had taken?
That's not, our jail doesn't photograph below the waist. It's your body, your neck, your face, and your arms.
What if the individual did have any tattoos above the waist and had tattoos that were affiliated with the gang below?
I'm not sure. I don't know how to answer that because that's not what our policies and procedures are.
Would you, if you knew, if you had either on Instagram, what have you, that someone had a tattoo below the waist, either on their thigh, their ankle, what have you, is that something that you would have sought a search warrant for?
I would think it would depend on the circumstances of the photograph.
Well, I'm telling you what the circumstances are, because you indicated that Jacksonville jail does not take photographs of anything below the waist, right? That's what you testified to.
Correct.
So if an individual had gang tattoos that you were aware of as a detective, right? You would have sought a search warrant in order to obtain photographs of those tattoos below the waist?
I can't speak on what I could have or should have done or would have done.
Hypothetically,
If he would have had tattoos below his waist, I would have addressed that situation at that time. But based on my investigation, that the tattoos that I photographed were on his body, and I did not photograph anything below his waist. So I can't tell you if I would have done something or I would have done something. At the end of it, I didn't, because I didn't photograph below his waist or anything.
All right, so hypothetically, with your training experience, right? You're a gang detective at Jacksonville.
Correct.
In Jacksonville. Hypothetically, if you had an individual, a person of interest that had tattoos that you know of, that had tattoos below the waist, what would you have done?
I mean, I don't like speaking on hypothetically.
Hypothetically.
I work off facts.
Factually, I'm giving you a factual hypothetical. I'm giving you that factual hypothetical. Let's just pretend they are the facts. What would you have done? Would you have?
Ma'am, I can't answer that. We're talking about pretending and hypotheticals. That's not realistic to me. I work off facts and things that are happening.
Answer the question. I'm
Your
giving.
Honor, ask and answer.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Do you know if the Tampa Police Department obtained any photographs of Davion Murphy from the waist down?
I do not. You'd have to ask Tampa that.
You already testified that Mr. Murphy received these, and he admitted that he received the majority of the tattoos that, or actually he said all of the tattoos that you had taken, right, of him in prison.
I don't know if he said all of them or some of them, but he said he did receive some of the tattoos in prison.
Fair enough. And because you did not attempt to or believe that Mr. Murphy consented to any photographing of below the waist or check with Jacksonville Police Department or Jacksonville Police Department as to whether or not he had any tattoos that were gang related that perhaps he didn't receive in prison. You can't testify to that.
Yeah, I'm not. Doubt you kind of lost me on that question. I'm sorry.
I know it's kind of complicated. Do you know whether or not Davion Murphy has any tattoos below the waist that he did not receive in prison?
I do not. I don't know what tattoos he had prior to prison or the ones he got in prison. We didn't discuss that.
Did you have the tattoos that he allegedly, photographs of the tattoos that allegedly are from when he was in prison? Because you had indicated to Mr. Murphy that you had those or could get those.
Yeah, I could reach out to the Department of Corrections and ask them. They would have like photos as he went along his time in prison. If they noticed more tattoos, I would imagine that the Department of Corrections would photograph them. I've never worked for the Department of Corrections, so I don't know how they operate or what they do. But if he says that they got him in the prison, will have documentations, that would make me feel like that Mr. Murphy.
But the question is, how did you know what tattoos he had and where they were? You knew when you were questioning him. You knew as you were taking the pictures.
Has noticed that corrections officers have photographed his body over.
And you had to have known how he was because you said something like, what do you want, Ozempic? I don't know. This one's a little weird.
Time.
All right. Those are all the questions I have for you. I just wanted to make sure that this was good for the clerk. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
When you entered the interview room where Mr. Murphy was located, were the tattoos on his neck visible without any questions
she
or follow-up
comes.
whatsoever?
Here she
Yes.
comes.
Were the tattoos on his hands visible without any questions or follow-up whatsoever?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to ask him, not command or demand, but to photograph his tattoos?
Yes.
Regardless of whatever his response would have been, would you have still photographed his tattoos based on the observations you made?
Personally, I would not have, if he would have said no, I would not have taken his jacket off of him. I would have just waited and got the jail photos.
Okay, well, you know that the jail is going to take photographs of his tattoos at that point,
Correct.
and you also know that you could, or that the photos exist in the Department of Corrections records, because the defendant not only admitted it, but you're familiar with their processing of inmates.
Yes, that would have just taken a lengthy amount of time to obtain them dealing with those guys.
But they are in existence and
They should.
also available.
Yes, they should be.
So inevitably, you would have had them from the Department of Corrections based on the defendant's statements and your knowledge of how the Department of Corrections photographs inmates.
Yes.
And their tattoos during the course of their stay in Department of Corrections custody, correct?
Yes.
And inevitably also would have received them from the jail.
Yes.
There was a lot of conversation questions that you were asked about above the waist and below the waist. When you're talking about below the waist, are you talking about private areas? For example, a tattoo on someone's genitals would not be something you standard or typically would have taken
Correct.
without something else.
Correct.
Now, you were asked about what is visible. If you saw a gang tattoo on an ankle during the course of your interview, is that something you would have photographed?
Yeah,
That you believe relevant?
if I could see it.
Now, when you said to the defendant, "What's the belly look like?" obviously you were referencing his stomach,
Yes,
but you didn't make any other kind of command, demand, instruction beyond that, correct?
I did not.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. May this witness step outside.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Detective. Any additional witnesses from the state?
That one was odd.
Okay, any witnesses for the defense? Okay. All right, very good. That concludes the evidentiary portion of Davion Murphy's motion to suppress.
All right, who's next?
So you want to move on to Sean Gathright?
Oh, little boy Sean.
Yes, he is. Okay, all right, you ready to go?
All right, little boy Sean. What do we got?
State, do you care which one we start with?
Judge, I know the one of the search of the traffic stop and house, we have 5 witnesses, but not, I mean, if you want to do a couple and we go to lunch, it's up to you, Judge.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started at least. Are there any witnesses that you would call initially that will be done completely as far as testifying goes?
Barry, I don't think we'll need again. But I was gonna call him Bird and the.
That's fine.
It's
Just
5
ask the
witnesses for Sean for his portion. Definitely probably has a death penalty on the table.
I'd rather just go chronologically.
That's fine. Just call a witness.
Detective Juan Ramos.
All right, let's see what Detective Ramos has to say about Sean. Y'all remember Sean's mom?
We're doing the, I believe, the motion to suppress evidence obtained following the warrantless search of the defendant's vehicle.
Yes, Your Honor.
Warrantless search of a car.
Okay, Detective Ramos, welcome back. You remain under oath, and we're now proceeding forward with testimony for Sean Gathright's motion to suppress evidence obtained following the warrantless search of the defendant's vehicle. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
And Jen, can I go background because
That's
we've
fine.
already taken it?
Yep.
Detective Ramos, I'm going to ask you with regards again to the homicide investigation of Charles Jones. You had developed probable cause for the black Chevy Impala, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you tell the court how it is that you came to identify the black Chevy Impala?
The Impala was identified through a mixture of video surveillance footage that was obtained from the homicide scene and at least 2 other locations where the victim was tracked. And then ultimately that was compared to images from license plate readers, and the license plate readers gave us the identity of the vehicle, specifically the license plate number.
And did you run the registration of the black Chevy Impala?
Yes.
And who did that come back to?
Damali Lyle in Jacksonville, Florida, defendant Sean Gathwright's mother.
And is that near or close in time to when you were able to identify the silver Chevy Cruze?
Yes.
Sean?
The way we identified them is they were traveling in tandem at some of these readers.
And you were able to also identify a license plate for the silver Chevy Cruze?
Yes.
Did you run the license plate, the tag for that particular vehicle as well?
Yes.
After you had, and who was the registered owner of the silver Chevy Cruze?
And Jasmine Glennon.
After you had identified both of the suspect vehicles from the video surveillance by running them through the license plate readers, what did you do with that information?
I put them into the state and national databases of felony wanted vehicles.
Now, I want to ask you about both the silver Chevy Cruze and the black Chevy Impala. When you ran the registered owners, were any of them, did they live in Tampa?
No.
So there was no indication, and you did not have any reason to believe they were within your jurisdiction of Hillsborough County, is that correct?
Correct.
And so what type of BOLO did you put out for those vehicles?
FCIC is a statewide database and NCIC a national database.
What does that do?
That puts the vehicle information, license plate, VIN number, all the descriptors and case number into a database. So if any law enforcement runs that plate, they can see the hit and know that the vehicle is wanted in Tampa.
Okay. And after you are alerted, what is your intent at that point?
To seize that vehicle for evidence.
During the course of your investigation, did you get alerted to a hit by another law enforcement agency of the black Chevy Impala?
Yes, Polk County.
When did that occur?
June 26th as well, June 26, 2024.
A couple of days, 3 days after the homicide, is that correct?
Correct.
Were you in any point during the investigation, were you in a position at that time of hearing that alert to respond to Polk County?
No, I was on my way to Georgia.
To conduct the interview of Rashad Murphy, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you request for other detectives of the Tampa Police Department to respond to Polk County where the Chevy Impala had been located?
Yes.
And who was that?
Detectives David Alverson and Matthew Kirkpatrick.
And after they responded to that area and made contact with the Polk County Sheriff's Office, did they relay back to you what had occurred during their part of the investigation?
Yes.
And what were you briefed as to that?
That the black Impala was located and taken into custody, that at the time that it was located and taken into custody, it was being driven by defendant Sean Gaathright's grandmother, and that the detectives obtained a statement from Sean's grandmother and viewed some footage from her home in relation to this homicide.
And since Sean Gathright was not with the vehicle at that point, did you know where he was?
No.
And had there been, you said that there was some video
These boys are so little. I swear they're so small.
footage that was recovered that included Mr. Gathright, the date and time when he arrived at his grandmother's house and the black Chevy Impala.
Correct.
And were you briefed as to what he did when he got there?
Yes.
And is that based both on the detectives Alverson and Kirkpatrick viewing the video footage themselves, as well as conducting an interview with defendant Sean Gaathright's grandmother?
Correct.
And based on that information, did you receive any information about any sort of other vehicle that was now at play in your investigation?
Yes.
What was that?
A gold 4Runner. I was told that Sean Gathright arrived to his grandmother's house, swapped out things that were in the black Impala, put them into a gold 4Runner, and left in that gold 4Runner.
Based on the information from the grandmother, was there any indication at that time from the grandmother that she saw any sort of firearms or weapons?
No.
But you were given a description of what he was driving, is that correct?
Correct.
And were you also given information that he had removed any sort of items that were in the black Chevy Impala and placed them into the Toyota 4Runner?
Correct.
After you received that information, did you then brief Detective Drayback as to the information that you had received from Detective Alverson?
Yes.
When did that occur?
The same day, the 26th.
Were you, did you provide Detective Drayback with a description of that Toyota 4Runner?
Yes.
What sort of information were you able to give him?
So I was able to find out that vehicle was registered to Damali Lyle as well. So I was able to give him the license plate number, make, model, year, color, full description on the vehicle.
And after you did that, did you also tell him or ever direct him to stop that vehicle or any orders in relation to that?
Yes, I asked him to see if they can put some resources into looking for that vehicle because I believe that Sean Gathright was in that vehicle and items might have been taken out of the Impala and put into that vehicle. So they started searching for that vehicle and they found it.
And was that to conduct surveillance of the video? I'm sorry, it's surveillance of that particular car?
The ultimate goal was to get it stopped and try to establish probable cause to search it.
And all of that was conveyed to Detective Draybeck with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, is that correct?
Correct.
And now I want to ask you, I know that you were not there when that vehicle was stopped or searched, is that correct?
Correct.
There were items later that were searched based on whatever Jacksonville Sheriff's Office authority was to search it, is that correct?
Correct.
Everything that was later done, were you briefed as to that?
Yes.
And included in there, were you later learned that there were firearms as well as cell phones and laptops and stuff of that nature that were recovered from the vehicle?
Yes.
And before looking at any sort of cell phone, would you have obtained a search warrant to do that?
I would have, yes.
Were you alerted that the cell phones that were obtained in this case, that they were new phones?
Yes.
And based on that, did you then decide to do a search warrant for the defendant's iCloud account instead?
Correct.
Did you ever search or seize the defendant's phone?
No.
And as far as the search warrant.
Wait, what? Let me see if I'm just bugging. Y'all didn't look at Sean's phone? You didn't search Sean's phone. Literally, Sean, it looked like Sean had the gun, his mama's guns, and her car. You didn't look at Sean's phone? Hold on, let me go back. Make sure, chat. I gotta make sure.
Decide to do a search warrant for the defendant's iCloud account instead.
Correct.
Did you ever search or seize the defendant's phone?
No.
Wow.
And as far as
So it's not his phone, it's his iCloud account. That's how we got the text from him and his mama that came out in Alicia's trial. Remember where the mom was testifying and it's perjury. It was a lie because she was on the stand and they were asking her, does anybody have access to the safe at home where your guns were housed? She said, no, nobody has access but me and my ex-husband or whatever. And then they were like, really? Well, pulling up these iCloud records. It was a text between her and Sean was like, hey, I need to get in there for something. And then the mother sent the fucking code. And she said that nobody had access to it. And then the other entry point to that safe was a little trinket box that she held nearby. It had bent back paper clips, earring backs. You guys remember what I'm talking about? So it is interesting that we are hearing about this as Sean is heading towards trial.
The search warrant, again, for the house that was later done on Sean Gathright's house. Did you participate in that search warrant or execute that search warrant on behalf of the homicide case here?
No.
What is your understanding as to how they did the search for Sean Gathright's house?
Jacksonville had their own probable cause for Sean Gathwright's house, and within that search warrant for their probable cause, the scope included firearms and firearm components.
And so was that a probable cause search warrant that was done for a homicide investigation that occurred in Jacksonville and had nothing to do with the homicide that occurred here in Tampa? Is that correct?
Correct.
So they had executed a search warrant, and it was authorized by a judge, and they did that on their own for their own case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And during the course and execution of that search warrant, they received, and within the purview of the search warrant, were authorized to take firearms and ammunition. Is that correct?
Correct.
And they processed it and they seized it for their case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And they ran NIBIN and conducted testing on those items pursuant to their investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
We got another writer, another scribe. Alicia was always scribing. Sean is over here scribing.
And you were relayed information after those items were processed for their case that it was connected to your case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, we pass the witness.
Okay, Cross, Mr. Wise.
Your Honor, I know the iCloud warrant came up, but so clear we're going to do that motion separately.
That is correct, Judge. Because you had also brought up the phone, I just wanted to touch upon it.
Morning, Detective.
Morning, sir.
Detective Ramos, you first learned of Sean Gathright's name, correct me if I'm wrong, after you connect the Chevy Impala to his mother and then learn that his mother, Damali Lyle, has 2 children, including Mr. Gathright, correct?
Correct.
And when you come upon that information, you contact, I believe it's Detective Drabick in Jacksonville, and ask him about this Chevy Impala that you've now seen on the license plate readers. Is that correct?
We spoke about it, yes.
And he wasn't familiar with that particular car, correct?
No.
And when you hit, and at that point, had you developed the Sean Gathright name, or does that come at a different time?
The very first time that I know of the Sean Gathright name is when I ran the the license plate registration to the black Impala and saw that the registered owner was Damali Lyle. And then I did some research into her and saw that she had 2 children that lived at the same address.
And so when you come upon Sean Gathright and you believe he may have maybe a person of interest to you at that point, you asked Detective Drabick about Sean Gathright as well, correct?
There wasn't much at that point. We had not located the vehicle yet, so I did not have the information from grandmother or the video footage of him driving the vehicle to the house after the murder. So there wasn't much discussion prior to the capture of the Impala about Sean Gathright.
Okay, but at some point prior to the traffic stop, ultimately in Jacksonville, you have asked Detective Drabick about Sean Gathright, correct?
I believe we spoke about him, yes.
Okay. And Detective Drabick didn't know who Sean Gathright was.
They didn't have any real history on him at that point.
I mean, he wasn't even familiar with the name, right?
From what I can recall, yeah.
Now, by the time you have connected the Impala and the Gold 4Runner, and you relay that to Jacksonville detectives, I think Detective Drabick, that is on or about June 26th at noon. Does that sound right?
About that, yes.
Okay. And you have said that the ultimate goal was to have that 4Runner stopped and develop PC to search it, correct?
Correct.
I mean, but you agree with me, you've got to have a legal basis, number 1, to stop the car, and number 2, to search the car, right?
As the Supreme Court's ruled, the pretextual traffic stops are perfectly legal. So
Well, sure.
they had to develop their own PC.
Right.
but yes, it's a pretextual stop.
Pretextual stops are legal, but
Yeah.
you got to have cause to stop the car first, right?
I believe they developed their own cause, yes.
Right. And you would agree with me, based on what you had seen to that point, you don't have enough to conduct a traffic stop of this forerunner.
At that point, the decision was made prior to that there wasn't enough probable cause to seize the vehicle itself for this investigation, yes.
And you're aware, even if a traffic stop is made, then you have to have probable cause to search the car for some reason, correct?
Again, we had the information that items were removed from the car and placed into that car. So again, there was some evidence that that car was in play in relation to our murder, but there wasn't a warrant that we were seeking for that at that
And
time.
just to clarify for the record, we're talking about the Forerunner, right?
Yes.
Okay,
And,
thank you.
and to ask again, my question is, for the forerunner, you recognize you're a seasoned detective.
Hey, yo, chat, guess what I just found out? Fox 13 is saying that Sean, Isaiah, and Rashad are tentatively scheduled to stand trial next month. Alicia might get another trial. Davion might be severed. I'm pulling each of their files solo. So as we watch this, I will keep you posted. But we might have the 3 boys going to trial next month. That would be crazy. But I never trust these trial dates because they move. That's going to be tough because we're going to have this and damn Courtney Claney at the same time. So it's going to be interesting. But we could see another one next month. Wow.
If you pull it over for a traffic stop, an alleged traffic infraction, you got to have some probable cause to search the car. You can't just go in and search the car.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
And at that point, even with your suspicions, was not enough to justify seizure and search of the car.
On its own, no.
And you said about noon on the 26th, you're notifying Jacksonville basically that you're hoping to be able to search this car.
I told them that a suspect in this homicide, was likely traveling in this vehicle, and I asked them to look for it, yes.
And then within approximately 2.5 hours of that time, the car has been stopped and searched. Does that sound about right?
It was that same day in the afternoon, yes.
With about 2:30 that afternoon?
I can't recall the exact time that they stopped the vehicle, but it was somewhere in that afternoon.
Approximately 2.5 hours after you contacted them, does that sound about right, that they would have stopped it and searched it by that point?
I can't recall.
Okay. And I think you covered this, but you don't have any part in the stop and search of the car in Jackson.
Correct.
Well, are you in Georgia at that point or in Tampa?
I'm either traveling to Georgia or in Georgia.
Okay. You mentioned the knowledge you had of Jacksonville, then obtaining a search warrant for Mr. Gathwright's house later.
Correct.
But you were aware that they were relying on evidence that was obtained from that traffic stop to get the search warrant for the house in Jacksonville, correct?
Correct.
And you also mentioned that evidence is taken from the house that is being investigated in connection with the case in Jacksonville. But there's also evidence taken from that house that you ultimately rely on in your investigation, correct?
Correct.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Okay, redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, detective, that's it for this motion. So, all right, so it's 12:02. Is the next witness lengthy or
No, Judge.
short? Okay, let's go ahead and call that next witness.
Okay. Detective calls Christopher Draybeck.
And they had another hearing this morning.
This is Sean
What?
Gathwright's motion to suppress evidence obtained following the warrantless search. It's the same one. Yeah, we're not done yet. Okay, welcome back, Detective. You remain under oath. We've moved on to Sean Gathright's motion to suppress evidence obtained from the warrantless search of the defendant's vehicle. You may proceed.
Detective Drabeck, on June 26th of 2024, again, were you contacted by Detective Ramos from Tampa Police Department in reference to a gold Toyota 4Runner?
Yes.
And were you given details as to the make and model and the connection to the black Chevy Impala and Sean Gathright by Detective Ramos?
Yes.
Was there a request from Detective Ramos to conduct surveillance on that vehicle and see whether or not probable cause could be ascertained or developed in order to do a search of that vehicle?
Yes.
Who were the two detectives who were assigned to surveil the vehicle?
I know ultimately Detective Chris Berry and Detective Craig Griffin took on that role.
And was that, and you were aware that that was being done, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you participate in the surveillance of that video, of those vehicles?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, that's all I have for Detective Drabeck.
Okay, Cross.
Good afternoon.
Detective Drabeck, you're in the gang unit in Jacksonville?
Yes.
You're contacted by Detective Ramos at some point back in June of 24 and asked about a Chevy Impala with a certain license plate number, correct? Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
You didn't, that Impala and license plate number was not familiar to you, correct?
It was not.
All right. And then you're asked, I don't know if it was the same time or sometime, within a day of that, maybe, you're asked about a guy named Sean Gathright as well, right?
I don't recall if he specifically asked about Mr. Gathright, but I do recall him inquiring about the vehicle.
Do you recall him telling you that he found the name of a woman, Damali Lyle, that the vehicle was registered to, and she had two children. One of them was Sean Gathright. Does that sound familiar?
Yes, I do remember him mentioning Miss Lyle.
And I guess what I'm ultimately getting at is before the name Sean Gathright is relayed to you from Tampa Police, however it may come, that was not a name you were familiar with at all.
No.
Correct. You're not present when the car is searched, the 4Runner, is that right?
Correct.
But am I correct, you author the search warrant for Mr. Gathright's residence later on?
No.
Okay. Do you have any part in providing any of the information that's going to be relayed in that search warrant affidavit?
No, sir.
And am I correct, you're present when that warrant is executed, but you don't actually go in the house?
I was present at the point of the residence being secured and the search warrant being read to the occupants of the residence. At that point, I left.
Okay. And did you have any communication with Detective Ramos at any point after that regarding the search of the house?
As it relates to Sean Gathright's residence, no, because I was not there.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You're done as far as this motion goes. All right,
you.
is the next witness lengthier?
No.
Let's go ahead and call the
Well,
next.
maybe just a little bit.
That's fine.
Okay. Detective Berry?
And is that the witness that will be done after he testifies?
Yes.
All right, so we're going through all of Sean's motions. So far, it was a warrantless search of the car. Then we went to the iCloud account and then Sean's house. I am in Sean's case file right now. Looks like the next hearing is scheduled for this Friday, but it looks like they're heading to trial, guys. I mean, I could see it. It's on Judge Sisko's calendar. It is looking more towards, she has like the first week of May blocked out. So that's probably why. Yeah, it says jury trial, and it looks like the first day is May 4th. So I said April, but now that I'm in Sean's, I am in Sean's case file. It looks like May 4th is going to be, may the 4th be with you. Y'all remember Karen Reed? It looks like Sean's trial at least is on May 4th. I'm going to go through the other guys if he's going to stay with the other three. But as of right now, it is on Judge Sisko's calendar for March 4th for at least Sean's stuff. He's looking at getting an expert witness, all of that stuff. So we got action, chat. It's going to be a busy spring. It's going to be a busy spring. So let's, this is actually great that I'm jumping into this pretrial stuff right now, because now we can get a sense of how they're putting together their defense. But yeah, he's hiring expert witnesses, digital forensics, all of that. So let's go back on in to see what else he is trying to get excluded for trial.
Let the truth help you guys.
I do.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your full name for the record, spelling your last name for the court reporter.
Christopher Berry, Berry.
How are you employed?
Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
10 years and a couple months.
Were you working on June 26th of 2024?
Yes,
On that date, what unit were you assigned to?
I was assigned to the criminal apprehension unit.
Were you tasked with conducting surveillance on a gold Toyota 4Runner involved in an investigation, a homicide investigation for Tampa?
Yes,
Who were you assigned to do that with?
I was working with the gang unit.
And on that date, June 26th of 2024, were you given some information about
Hold
where
on.
to look?
Mr. Harmon, Ms. Ismer, you all need to whisper. Go ahead.
On that date in conducting surveillance, where did you go? What area of town?
It was the north side by the airport.
Why did you go to that location?
That's where we were told. I come in to work a shift with them, and that's where I was told they were.
And approximately what time did you go to that location?
It was in the afternoon. I don't recall. It wasn't dark, and I know it wasn't early in the morning.
Who were you working with?
The gang unit.
Was Detective Griffin one of the detectives that you were working with that day?
Yes.
And what sort of vehicle were you in?
If I recall in the time, I think I was in an F-150.
At some point, did you observe or see or come into contact with that gold SUV?
I did.
And can you explain where that happened?
It was the 2700 block of New Berlin Road. I can't remember the cross street. It's in between Dunn Creek and Yellow Bluff.
And what were your observations at the time?
It was driving above the posted speed limit, and that had dark window tint, so a traffic stop was conducted.
What sort of area were you in at the time?
It's mostly a residential area.
And do you recall what the speed limit was?
I don't recall off the top of my head. Somewhere between, it'd be 35 or 45.
And you said that there were two reasons.
Same dates for Isaiah Chance, chat. Oh my God, it's getting real. Same dates for a jury trial.
The vehicle was stopped. Is that correct? You
That's
said
that's
the
correct.
tint?
The tent, yep.
And what else? Speeding?
It would have been above the posted speed limit, but I didn't have an actual. Basically, I was just doing off the visual estimation.
Visual estimation.
Yep.
Do you receive training in order to be able to make visual estimates of speeding?
Yes,
Can you tell the court what sort of training you receive in this area?
it's a state accredited class through the state of Florida.
And do you receive a certificate after you complete that course?
Yes,
How long is that course?
40 hours.
40 hours. And can you tell the court what sort of training that certification class, that week-long class entails?
Basically, you go out and do the class as a whole will go out and do traffic enforcement, but it's more or less training as in visual estimation of how fast a car is going, and then you would verify it with a laser or radar.
At the end of that week-long class, are you actually tested to see if your visualization of the speed, estimate of the speed is accurate and tested against an actual radar recorded reflection of the speed?
Yes.
And is there a requirement in order to get that certificate? Is there any sort of requirement as to your accuracy to the actual reflected speed on the radar?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's between 3 and 5.
And were you able to pass, and were you, when you say 3 or 5 what?
Miles per hour. So
3 or
your
5.
estimation has to be when the what was captured on radar laser.
So that's how you're tested and that's how you are certified. You actually give an estimate and it has to be within 3 to 5 miles of the actual reported speed by radar.
That's correct.
And did you pass that, and were you certified with that estimation?
Yes.
And so after you did that, do you still, in the course of being in the gang unit, do you still actively do that on a regular basis?
During patrols, yes, you could.
Approximately how many times would you say you have to do that in any given month?
It just depends. That's not my on-view activity. Is not my normal course of duty.
But it is something that you have done more than once, is that correct?
Oh, absolutely.
And that was something that you were certified and trained to do?
Yes.
And back on June 26th of 2024, you did a estimation as to speed on that Toyota 4Runner, is that correct?
That's correct.
And was that over the speed limit?
Yes.
And do you recall at this time whether or not you can remember how fast he was going over the speed
I
limit?
don't recall exactly. It was, based off of the tent and then that also second violation.
So you had a second reason to stop that vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And how was the Toyota 4Runner violating the tint requirement?
Based on the visual estimation of how much you could see into the car, the tent looked darker than what it was supposed to be. Once the traffic stop was done, a gang detective had a tent meter and they measured the tent, which showed above or below, however you look at it, above or below the allowed amount.
It was in violation, is that correct?
Correct,
Of
yep.
the legal amount of tint that could
That
be
is
on
correct.
the car.
And then I wrote a citation for that.
You actually gave him a ticket, correct?
Yes.
And when you stopped him, was Detective Griffin, was he present as well when the vehicle was stopped?
He was right behind me. Yes,
Did you ask for the defendant's license?
I did.
And at some point after receiving that license, you stepped away from the vehicle, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then there was interaction with Detective Griffin.
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd pass the witness.
Okay, Cross.
How are you?
Doing well. How are you?
Good.
Right. So Detective, you weren't familiar with Sean Gathright before this traffic stop's conducted.
No, sir.
And this is happening about 2 in the afternoon ballpark, is that right?
It would be, if I had referred to the arrest report, then I'd be able to tell you the exact time, but it was in the afternoon.
Okay. And you are a member of the Criminal Apprehension Unit.
That's correct.
So you're not a traffic officer at this time.
That is
right?
correct.
Criminal apprehension, you're trying to apprehend
Criminals.
potential criminals, right?
Yep.
Okay. So you're, in this kind of situation, you're going to be looking for a reason to try to stop a target vehicle. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And that's ultimately what Jacksonville is trying to do at this point, right? Trying to find some reason to stop this 4Runner.
Correct.
And you're primarily working, I think you said, with Detective Griffin, correct?
He was, so I went out to help them during this incident, and it's just kind of with a vehicle moving, traffic, it's just how it ended up. I was the first one in line.
Gotcha. But you, at that point, you and Detective Griffin are more or less in the same area, but I think it's New Berlin and Dunn Creek roads.
Right. We passed that going, I could call it westbound, but past Dunn Creek going west on New Berlin.
Okay. You're in separate vehicles, though.
Yes, sir.
And I think when the 4Runners first spotted, you're basically, you're closer to it than Detective Griffin, correct?
It was at the River City Marketplace. I don't remember our exact route. I remember being at the River City Marketplace, which is farther away from where the traffic stop was conducted. I don't remember the route of how we got there, how we made it to Dunn Creek, or to New Berlin passing Dunn Creek.
At some point, though, before the traffic stop's conducted, you and Detective Griffin received information from other law enforcement that this target Forerunner has left the residence that it was parked at, right?
So I don't know that I was out there if it was at a residence and as it left the residence, they followed it. I remember being out there and becoming a part of this investigation when it was at River City Marketplace.
Okay, all right. Well, ultimately, when you first spot the Forerunner, you're maybe 50 yards away from it at that point. Is that correct?
I don't remember exactly. Maybe a car length or two,
Okay.
from what I recall on Dunn Creek.
Let me ask this. When you first spot the car, where is Detective Griffin in relation to you?
He would have been behind me.
Okay. How far behind?
Well, when you say first spot, when we were traveling on Dunn Creek, I wouldn't call that the first time I spotted it because it was at River City Marketplace and we had already seen it.
Right.
When we were traveling on Dunn Creek, it would have been target vehicle, me, and then Detective Griffin was behind me.
Okay. And before the traffic stop is initiated, because I think it's Detective Griffin who actually initiates the stop, am I correct?
He was behind me. I was the one to initiate the defendant would have saw my lights first. When you work in a shift like this with a larger unit, somebody that gets on the radio and calls out the traffic stop, I don't even know who that was that would have done that. Anybody could do it. So I could do the traffic stop with another officer, like another detective behind me. A third detective could pull up and they say, hey, did y'all call this out? Basically get on the radio and say, hey, traffic stop this place this time, blah, 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 and read it out. That could be, so who's saying that called it on the radio may not be, it could have been, I don't know if Detective Griffin did that or who.
Fair enough. But in any event, when you're observing the traffic infraction and then initiating the stop, you and Detective Griffin are in close proximity.
Absolutely,
right?
yes.
And you pursue the car for about a quarter of a mile before you initiate the traffic stop. Is that right?
It would have, anywhere from the traffic stop was done in between Dunn Creek and Yellow Bluff.
Okay.
That's a 2-lane road. So there's not, usually if I'm conducting a traffic stop, I'm finding a place where I can conduct it and there's a safe place to pull over, which there was because we were at that convenient store.
You didn't prepare a report in connection with the case, correct?
No, I did not.
But you were Detective Griffin did?
I wrote a uniform traffic citation.
The citation, right?
Correct.
Not a separate police report.
That is correct.
Detective Griffin did or
I believe so. So from this incident, I was a part of it. I had to leave and go do something and then I come back. So I wasn't a part of the search of the car or any of that stuff.
And you wouldn't have any reason to think that whatever Detective Griffin documents in his report or what he recalls would be incorrect, right?
I don't think so. No.
If he said that it was followed for about a quarter of a mile, would you have any reason?
I would agree. Yeah. From the River City Marketplace to the time where the traffic stop, no, that's more than a quarter of a mile. But from the time that it was, I guess you could say, decided to do a traffic stop, Dunn Creek to the stop location, that's probably about right.
Okay. And the sole bases for the traffic stop are speeding and window tint.
Correct.
You don't recall what the speed limit was in the area where you pulled him over?
So it's going to be anywhere from 35 to 45. I don't recall off the top of my head. But it's a residential area. It's somewhere in between 35 and 45.
Okay. You didn't issue a citation for speeding, correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't write a report, right?
That's correct.
Shout out to everybody that is popping in. The International Quiet Storm is in here. FFS has popped in. Factor Fiction has come in as well. I am just looking over at this other screen, guys, because it looks like this trial is going to start in a few weeks. They have a hearing on Friday, but I do see a full jury trial scheduled for May. So it's going to be the first week of May, and then we got the OnlyFans girl next month. So the trial calendar is heating up quite a bit. So you're hearing it here first. I have all of the case files up. I just went through Sean's. Sean right now is going through his motions to suppress specific evidence and things of the like. Because it's getting a little late, guys, I am just going to punch it up slightly to 1.25 speed. Again, we do have an active poll up. And what was the date for Alicia? Alicia, I think, has something coming up next Tuesday, and she is fighting to get a new trial. Very, very busy with a lot of movement on the Julio Foolio case, at least for the murder of this Jacksonville rapper. We are going to see these guys either go to trial together, all four of them. I am hearing that they do want to be severed and tried independently, but we will see. Three of them are on. They have the death penalty on the table. Three of them, but definitely not all four. We're going to see what happens, but I am seeing some documents with Sean and the brothers together. So I wonder if Isaiah's going to sever or who wants to sever. But they do talk about the severance in this hearing. So let's keep going.
You didn't document anywhere what the estimated alleged speed was before Murphy was driving.
No, sir.
And you don't remember what you think the speed was.
It's somewhere between 35 and 45. I don't know the exact speed limit on that road.
But I think you testified on direct. You don't remember how fast you thought the Forerunner was going either.
I don't recall, fan. I mean, go ahead. Sorry.
You don't recall how fast the Forerunner was going. I didn't know such.
Not offhand.
So we just have to take your word for it now, a couple years later, that that Forerunner must have been speeding.
I remember it above the speed limit. I don't recall. And I know that we wrote a citation for the 10th violation under Florida statute. And
I'll ask you about that. But as far as the speeding goes, we've got to rely on what you tell us now a couple years later that it must have been speeding.
That's, yes, sir.
Okay. And I don't remember if this was covered on direct, and it's probably clear now, but no one clocked the Forerunner on a radar gun, right?
That's correct.
Let me ask about the window tint.
Yes, sir.
The windows that you believe were in violation were rear windows in the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And the citation you ultimately issue was for the tint being less than 15%?
Yes, sir.
You didn't measure the window tint yourself, correct?
I think it was Detective Bias that did the violation.
And you don't know what the results were of his testing?
On there, it should be possibly on the comment, should be in the comment section of this uniform traffic citation. But offhand right now, I do not remember what he said it was. And it would be reported on body cam as well.
Yeah, that was one thing actually I forgot to ask about. Neither you or Detective Griffin had dash cams when the traffic stop was conducted, right?
No dash cams.
And did you have a body cam? I don't
Did.
recall. You did, but it wasn't activated until after the search begins. Is that right?
Well, I was never part of the search. It should have been from the time I did the traffic stop until I was never part of the search. So real quick, I did the traffic stop, went back to my car to run the license and ultimately write the citation. More detectives showed up. They were a part of the search of the car. I never searched the car, never was a part of any of that.
Yeah, and that was probably, a misleading question to ask. Before the traffic stop is conducted, you don't have the body cam run. Is that right?
It should have been on, from my recall. When I time I do the traffic stop, turn the lights on, I shouldn't have my first interaction with him and then go back to my car to write the citation.
Okay. With the body cam, as you recall, would it capture the visual speed?
I don't know, based on where my camera is on my vest or was at the time, I don't know if it picks up how fast I was traveling.
Okay. Mr. Gathright's cooperative with you. Would you agree?
For me, yes.
And when the traffic stop's conducted, he gives you his driver's license.
That's correct.
You run the license. There are no issues with the license, right?
Not that I recall offhand. I mean, if there was a suspension or something like that, then I would have probably wrote a citation for a suspension. Or if he was on an ID card, he would have got no driver's license, ever had one or something to that effect.
And you also ran the license plate, right? For the Forerunner?
You could go back and pull the records. Probably I did, more than likely. I don't recall. At this moment, I don't remember typing it in, but I know for a fact it was done because when the traffic stop was called out, it would have been ran by dispatch.
Okay. And whether you ran the plate or not, you at least get the license, run the license. And while you're doing that, you have contact with Mr. Gathright, get the license, go back to your car and run it. Detective Griffin stays with Mr. Gathright at the car.
Correct.
And it's not until you come back to the car that Detective Griffin tells you that he has believed to smell a faint odor of marijuana. Is that right?
I don't remember having any, from what I recall from my body camera, I do the traffic stop, go back to my car, and then I never leave my car and go back up for the search or when he was pulled out. I was never up there for that.
All right.
There was other detectives that arrived, but it wasn't just me and Detective Griffin the whole time.
So Detective Griffin doesn't even tell you then that he's detected marijuana.
I don't recall being told that by.
And you never smelled the odor of marijuana either, correct?
I was with him for a couple seconds to get the license and go back to the car.
But at that time, I mean, you're in close proximity, you're right at the driver's side window. Right?
I never smelled it, no sir.
That was my point. But
yeah,
you're right next to the car, right? At some point, like.
I walk up, tell him the reason for the stop, get his license, and go back. I did not stand there for a decent amount of time.
But you're right at the driver's window. You're right there where he can hand you the license without reaching.
That's correct.
Far out, and you don't smell marijuana.
Not that I recall.
No other questions. Thank you.
Okay, redirect.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Detective, you did these visual estimation while you were in your vehicle, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you were able to discern that he indeed was speeding, is that correct?
He appeared to be driving above the posted speed limit.
And that was the basis why you pulled him over, as well
Along
as,
the tent. That is correct. 2 violations.
and even though you're not the one that actually measured, you were there present when another detective from the gang unit came out and measured the actual tint. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And based on that, based on your observations, as well as the confirmation, you issued a citation.
That is correct.
I have nothing further, Judge.
Okay, all right, may this witness be excused? Excused.
Excuse, yes, Judge.
Okay, thank you. You are free to go. All right,
All right, so it looks like they took a lunch break. We went through Davion, we went through half of Sean's, we went through Rashad.
okay, very good. We are ready to continue on with Mr. Gathwright's motion to suppress, search the vehicle. State who's going to be your next witness.
Detective Griffith.
For the record, defendants are all present with counsel, states present.
As he's filing in, I just put some upcoming trial dates in the chat for y'all. Definitely gonna be a busy month.
Do you solemnly swear affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your full name for the record, spelling your last name.
Detective Craig M. Griffin, Griffin.
How are you employed?
Currently with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office,
How long have you been with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
almost 17 years.
What unit are you currently assigned to?
Currently assigned to the Gang Investigative Unit,
How long have you been in the gang investigative unit?
a little over 5 years now.
And were you working on June 26th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
On that day, were you
He testified in Alicia's trial. He looks super familiar.
tasked and assigned with conducting surveillance on a gold Toyota 4Runner?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that a part of investigation that was jointly being done with the Tampa Police Department for a homicide that occurred down here in Tampa?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Who were you working with on that particular day?
Other members of the gang unit,
And what was your assignment?
more or less assigned to the outer perimeter of the neighborhood.
And you were conducting surveillance on that gold Toyota 4Runner, is that correct?
That's correct.
And was the purpose to see whether or not you could see a traffic infraction?
Yes, ma'am.
And where were you, do you remember where you were stationed at when you first saw the Toyota 4Runner?
I was on New Berlin Road.
That located in Jacksonville, Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any information as to where to set up in order to put eyes on that Toyota 4Runner?
No, ma'am, just in the general area.
And did you at some point while you were stationed there see the Toyota 4Runner?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you also have like a tag information as well as the description and make and model?
We had a description, make and model. I don't recall if we had the tag or not, but I believe we did.
And at some point you said that you saw that. Do you remember approximately what time it was when you came into contact and made visual observation of that vehicle?
Roughly around 1400 hours, 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock in the afternoon?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell the court exactly what you observed?
Observed vehicle traveling south on New Berlin Road. Observed it for a little while. Seen that it was traveling at a high rate of speed. Got up closer to guesstimate the estimated speed in which it was traveling. Seen that it was traveling faster than the posted speed. And also observed the dark tinted windows on the vehicle, and then decided to do a traffic stop.
Was there another Detective Barry, that was also working and in a different vehicle?
Yes, ma'am. He was with me.
And you said that you made a visual observation that was speeding over the posted limit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you have any sort of training or certification in being able to visualize and estimate speeds of moving vehicles?
Yes, ma'am. FDLE offers a course in speed and radar measurement, in which is a week-long course that I took and passed in early 2019, 2020.
And do you become certified after you take that class?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the court what that entails, that sort of training that you did?
So that training is in large part of you all going out and observing vehicles traveling. You match their speed with what you estimate they to be, and then you verify it being using either your speedometer, a laser, or radar.
So there's something to measure what your estimation is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at the end of that week-long course, are you then tested to see your accuracy in your ability to be able to estimate the visualization or visualize the actual speed?
Yes, ma'am. There's actually 2 exams. One is strictly based off the estimation of speed. It's approximately 50 cars in which you have to estimate the speed. And then another was an actual written exam at the end.
Okay. And when you are looking at these 50 different cars and estimating speed, is there a score that is considered acceptable for you to be certified in this area?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
You had to be 50. You had to be 100% correct.
you had to guess the speed of all 50 cars 100% correct.
Yes, ma'am, within 5 miles per hour, plus or minus.
And you were able to do that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And you became certified in this area?
Yes, ma'am.
And during the course of your work in the gang unit, is that a skill that you continue to utilize in your work?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Approximately how many times would you say that you'd have to visualize and make those speed estimates?
Once to twice a week.
So that's something that you have regularly kept practice at, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And going back to June 26th of 2024, did you have any sort of radar gun with you or anything other than your ability to visualize the speed?
No, ma'am, just the my speedometer in my car, which is regulated through our city department.
And so you were in a moving vehicle at the time when you are surveilling the Toyota 4Runner involved in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
So you have that visualization as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And was the car going greater than the speed that you were going?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that it was going greater, it was speeding over the speed limit, is that correct?
That's correct.
Was there another basis to pull over the vehicle?
There was
And what was that?
the dark window tint.
And what, did you have emergency lights on your vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you initiate those?
Shortly near New Berlin and Sap Road.
And was your intent to conduct a traffic stop at that time based on your observations?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you and did Detective Barry do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's my who received who received Sean Gathraight's license?
Detective Barry was the first to make contact with him, and then I walked up and made contact as well.
And what did Detective Barry do when he first made contact with the person in the Toyota 4Runner?
He identified who he was and then asked for his driver's license, I believe.
What happened at that point?
Mr. Gathright handed him his Mississippi driver's license, and Detective Barry then went back to his vehicle.
Did you remain at the driver's side door of the vehicle?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Was there one or more occupants in the vehicle?
No, ma'am, just one.
And you said that you guys received a license, and who did that belong to?
Mr. Gathright.
And is Mr. Gathright, is he present in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, sir, can you please point him out and describe what he's wearing?
The light-skinned gentleman in the orange jumpsuit.
We're approximately in the lineup because we have.
Oh, I'm sorry. He has on a red. He'll be the one in the middle from where I'm looking at. I only see three. I can't see the other one.
Okay.
Next to the lady in the pink.
Okay.
To the left of her.
All right, very good. Thank you. The record shall so reflect that he's been identified.
So after Detective Barry received his license, did you remain at the driver's side door with the defendant?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And what happened while you were at the driver's side door?
We engaged in a conversation.
And when you were engaging in a conversation with the defendant, did you make any other observations?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
Detected an odor of marijuana.
Okay. At that time, was the window up or the window down?
The window was down.
And you said, how long had you been with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Going on 17 years.
And during your 17 years with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, have you had occasion to come into contact with cannabis or otherwise known as marijuana?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recognize the smell or odor of marijuana, both burnt or in raw form?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that what you detected back on June 26th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
And besides your on-the-job training, your lengthy experience at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, did you receive any sort of courses or additional training in that area, being able to detect the odor of marijuana and other narcotics?
I've taken courses in the past put on through HIDA in reference to drug recognition.
And how often would you say during the course of your employment with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office that you had occasion to come into contact with cannabis, also known as marijuana?
Several times throughout the month.
After you detected the odor, what did you do?
I asked questions in reference to the odor that was coming from the vehicle.
Can you tell the court what specifically did you ask of the defendant?
I believe I asked Mr. Gathright if he had smoked today or if he was in possession of any marijuana.
And what was his responses to those questions?
He said no.
And after you asked him those questions, what did you do?
I asked him to step out the vehicle.
Why did you do that?
So do a probable cause search of the vehicle in order to locate the marijuana.
And did you then proceed, did you yourself conduct the search?
Yes.
Were there other detectives from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, the gang unit, present during that time?
Yes, ma'am.
But you are the one that searched the vehicle, is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the judge what happened during the search of your vehicle?
Mr. Gathright stepped out, asked him to step to the back of the vehicle. When he did that, I then began the search of the vehicle. Observed a black backpack in the passenger seat. Inside that bag, located I believe a grinder or a mason jar that had marijuana residue. I also located a plastic bag of what appeared to be mushrooms. Continued searching, found a firearm in the center console. And then at that point, we stopped and I told them to detain Mr. Gathright.
So when you are searching the vehicle, are you searching for marijuana during the entire search of the vehicle?
Yes.
And during the course of conducting that search for marijuana, you came across a firearm, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of firearm was it?
It was a Glock handgun
Where was it located?
in the center console.
And you said at that point you stopped the search?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you do that?
Just to have Mr. Gathright detained.
And why did you detain him at that point?
Because at that point I had probable cause to place Mr. Gathright under arrest
For what?
for armed possession of a controlled substance along with drug paraphernalia.
And is there also a violation with the defendant's age and possession of a handgun?
Yes, ma'am. At the time he was 18.
And what age do you have to be to own the handgun?
21.
And there was no one else in the vehicle, is that correct?
No, ma'am, there wasn't.
Did you then have a inventory search done on the vehicle?
Man, these YNs, 18 years old, running around with guns and mushrooms.
We did, yes, ma'am.
And was the
Wow.
vehicle inventory for all of the contents?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
What was located other than you had testified to the drug paraphernalia as well as the drugs, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you do any sort of presumptive tests on the cannabis that was collected?
Other than based off of odor, no, ma'am.
And you said that he was placed under arrest for that, is that correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
As well as for the handgun.
Correct.
And the inventory search of the vehicle, were there additional firearms or parts associated with firearms that was recovered during the inventory search of that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am. If I recall correctly, there were firearm parts and accessories along with shell casings, cell phones, and live ammo, I believe.
All of that was inventoried, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that standard procedure when a person is arrested and a vehicle is taken into custody?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Also, part of the standard procedure and protocol when conducting an inventory search, what happens when there is ammunition and firearms that are recovered in any sort of search?
They go through a process called NIBIN.
And that is done in every single case when there are firearms and ammunition, regardless of it's an inventory search or a search warrant. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
And that is standard procedure?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that he was placed under arrest. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
I want to ask you about, and what were the charges again?
Armed possession of a controlled substance along with drug paraphernalia, and then he received a citation for the dark window tint.
And I want to ask you about the speeding. You did your own independent estimation of the speeding based on your training and qualifications. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Did you cite or give him a traffic ticket for the speeding?
No, he was only issued a warning.
And why not? And
There-
why issued only a warning?
It was convenient at the time to issue a warning. He had already read the citation for the dark window tint.
And after all of the search and surveillance of that vehicle was completed, did you report your results to Detective Drabeck or officers from the Tampa Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
May I have one moment?
Yes.
Are we pass the witness?
Okay, Cross.
Hello, sir.
Detective, you were familiar with Sean Gathright prior to the day you conducted traffic stop, right?
I was not, no, sir.
And when you conduct a traffic stop, there's basically somewhat of a concerted effort amongst Jacksonville gang unit detectives to try to find a reason to stop this forerunner. Is that
Yes.
fair to say? And when you were in the area of, I think it was New Berlin Road and Dunn Creek Road, you had gotten word from another officer sometime around that point that the target forerunner had left the residence.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And was it believed to be heading in the direction where you were positioned?
I don't remember where it was headed to. It was more or less they notified us that the vehicle had left.
Okay. And it's about 5 to 10 minutes later that you actually see this gold forerunner. Is that
Correct.
right?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, you're with Detective Barry as well?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Separate cars, but you guys are kind of in the same general area?
Yes, sir.
And when you first see the forerunner, am I correct? You're about 50 yards away from it approximately?
Yes, sir.
And you don't have a dash cam in your car?
No, sir, I don't.
And I think you're wearing a body cam, but you don't activate that until the traffic stop is actually beginning, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
You follow the forerunner for about a quarter of a mile
Yes, sir.
before you stop it, right?
Mhm.
Okay. And the sole basis for the stop, just so we're clear, is the speeding and the window tint violation.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
If you recall, when we had the deposition, I may recall this, you didn't recall what the speed limit was on that road where he was stopped. Do you know now? Do you remember what it was?
I didn't go and check. It's either 35 or 45.
Okay.
I can't remember.
And you didn't use any kind of, I think it was cover, right? But you didn't use any kind of radar gun, laser, or anything to clock how fast the forerunner is.
No, just my odometer itself.
Well, was it were you pacing it with your odometer, or were you visualizing it as you described?
So the way it works is you visualize and you guesstimate the estimated speed. And then what you do is you get close to the car and you start speed matching. And then at that point, you verify through your speedometer how fast the vehicle was going.
And you did all that in that quarter mile distance that you were following?
Yes, sir.
The class that you told us about on direct that you took that taught you how to estimate speed.
Yes, sir.
That was in 2020?
2019, 2020.
So 4 to 5 years before this took place.
Yes, sir.
Did you have any kind of follow-up class since that time?
No, sir.
You wrote a report in the case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I know you didn't issue a citation for speeding.
No, sir, I did not.
You didn't list in your report what you believe the speed that the forerunner was going might have been.
No, sir, I did not.
The tint, you did not measure the window tint on the truck, correct?
I didn't. Somebody else on scene did.
And just for the record, I'm sure we all know, but a forerunner, by the way, that's a sport utility vehicle, right?
That's correct.
You don't know what the readings were on the tint meter, whoever may have done that. You don't know what the results were.
No, they should be on the citation.
The citation that was issued by a different officer.
Correct. Yes, sir.
All right, when you initiate the traffic stop, Mr. Gathright pulls over at basically the nearest safe location he sees, right?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
He's cooperating with you.
He is. Yes, sir.
He provides his driver's license to Detective Barry.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know, do you or Detective Barry, somebody runs the plate, right? The license plate?
Yes, sir.
And there's no issues with that, right?
None at all.
No issues as far as you know with the driver's license either, right?
None that I know of.
And you're at the side of the car for some period, several minutes, right? While Detective Barry's running the license and all that.
Yes, sir.
You're talking with Mr. Gathright.
That's correct.
You don't see any signs of impairment or anything to suggest he's under the influence, right?
No, sir.
And at some point, you smell this odor of marijuana.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
You're not able to distinguish whether it might be burnt or fresh marijuana.
That's correct.
And you describe it, I think, in your own words, as a faint smell.
Correct.
When you go on to conduct a search, am I correct? The marijuana or suspected marijuana is inside a mason jar.
Mason jar or grinder? I believe it was a mason jar.
All right. And I was going to say, would looking at something help refresh your recollection on whether it was a grinder or a mason jar, specifically your depot transcript?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I want to say mason jar.
Okay. And I think this came up, so maybe this will refresh your recollection. May I approach?
Sure.
This is a portion of the depot isn't a long binder there, but
No, I got you.
that page probably would be right.
Okay.
Just take a look at it and let us know if that refreshes your recollection.
Mason jar with marijuana residue. Yes, sir.
Did that refresh your recollection? So what was that?
Yes, sir.
Am I correct? It was a mason jar.
That's correct.
And the mason jar had a lid on it?
Yes.
And then that mason jar was inside another bag, correct?
It was inside a backpack.
A backpack.
Yes.
And the backpack, it wasn't one of those transparent backpacks that someone like carries into a football.
No, no, sir.
What I'm getting at is you can't see what's inside the backpack until you open it up.
That's correct.
And the marijuana that's inside is what you might describe as residue.
Correct. Yes, sir.
A small amount.
Correct.
In fact, it's such a small amount that you can't even weigh it.
That's correct.
So obviously it's not weighed. Is there a presumptive test done on marijuana?
No, sir. Just the odor based off of after you open the mason jar.
Okay. And to get to the mason jar, you got to unzip the backpack too.
Yes, sir.
As far as everything else that's found in the car, but basically the guns, the firearm parts, the ammunition, they're basically in two separate sealed bags, correct?
Correct.
So really, when you're stepping outside the car, and before you actually start the search, you don't see anything in the car that's suspected contraband.
No, sir. Not off plain view. No, sir.
And the sole basis for the search is the faint smell of the marijuana.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Okay, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Detective, you observed the faint odor of marijuana and your search revealed marijuana, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that there was also mushrooms.
So I stepped away for a second, and when the prosecution was up, they were talking about how they found mushrooms and guns and all types of stuff in Sean's car or his granny's car. I need to stop lending this boy their cars. Now, they also did mention that this was a pretextual stop, and shout out to, I think it's Lee Lucas here, who's saying you need probable cause to make a stop like that. Can't just be what you see in the window, because then you get things like fruit of the poisonous tree, where some of that evidence doesn't become good. So right now in this hearing, you are hearing from almost every single one of these four defendants. We're on the third one, Sean, who's trying to get a lot of this fruit thrown out. So if there is any type of illegal searches or seizures, whenever it comes to criminal defense, that's where you're going to start. Sean is confirmed to be one of the three defendants that are facing the death penalty. And so far, we saw two motions coming from Rashad. We got one from Davion Murphy, right? And now with Sean, I think Sean has 5 motions that he's arguing, and we might be on the third one. It was the warrantless search of the car, the iCloud account, And we might still actually just be on those first two. So we're hanging out for a little bit more, guys. We have Isaiah Chance after this. And for those that missed it, we do have a firm trial date of, it looks like it's going to be March 4th, but some of these defendants do want to be severed. Let's go back in and see what else we can learn from this hearing.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the firearm,
In the center console, yes, ma'am.
all that basis of the arrest, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
As far as having another officer come and actually write up the citation, is that usual practice?
Yes, ma'am. We work as a unit.
Nothing wrong with that?
No, ma'am.
Nothing unusual about having another detective with the unit actually do the measurement of the Toyota 4Runner SUV?
No, ma'am. Not at all.
And just the fact that it's a sport SUV utility vehicle, that does not exempt it from the laws concerning window tints. Is that correct?
No, ma'am.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay, very good. Is this witness done, or does he need to?
He does need to stay.
Okay, very good. You're done for now. Remain on side. Okay, and who's your next witness?
One more witness for this motion, Detective William Parker.
All right, where's he at? Home detective.
The sheriff's office.
What unit are you assigned to?
I'm assigned to the homicide unit.
How long have you been with the homicide unit with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Almost 2 years.
And back in June of 2024, did you become aware of a search that was done on a Toyota 4Runner on June 26th of 2024?
I did.
And was that as a result of a search of that vehicle and some NIBIN results?
Yes.
How did you become aware of those results?
I received a report from our firearms laboratory stating that there was a match to a shell casing that was found in the vehicle to a murder I was investigating.
And is that still an open and pending investigation?
It is.
So no arrests have been made on that case, is that correct?
That's correct.
But you are the lead detective assigned to that particular case?
Yes.
And as part of Jacksonville Sheriff's Office policy, any sort of firearm or ammunition or rifle, any sort of firearm and related type of parts, that would be sent to NIBIN if it was taken in an inventory search or any sort of other search warrant. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you just happened to get those NIBIN results after the search was conducted. Is that correct?
Yes.
Prior to that, had you had any knowledge or had you heard of the name Sean Gathright before?
No, I haven't.
And during the course of your investigation of the unrelated homicide that occurred in Jacksonville within your jurisdiction, after you received those NIBIN results, what did you do?
I drafted a search warrant for Sean Gathright's residence.
So you authored a search warrant for the residence, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was related to your investigation that occurred in Jacksonville?
Yes.
And did you take that search warrant to a judge within your jurisdiction in Duval County?
Yes.
And did that judge approve that search warrant?
Yes.
And was there a search warrant that was as a result of that approval by the judge then conducted on Sean Gathright's house?
Yes.
When did that occur?
On the 27th of June.
And without going into the facts of your case, when talking about the search warrant, what was the scope of the search warrant? What were you looking for based on the probable cause to search that residence?
It was firearms, accessories, cellular devices, and any other evidence that we found relevant to my investigation.
And is that what was done when the search was executed, items located pursuant to that search warrant that you found within the scope of that search warrant?
Yes.
And all of those items were taken and collected as evidence in your case based on probable cause for your investigation, is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, we pass the witness.
Okay, cross.
Good afternoon.
So the case that you're investigating, unrelated homicide, I believe it is called, or separate homicide, Mr. Gathright's name did not surface in that investigation in any way until you hear about the NIBIN hits that ultimately are derived from the evidence found during the search of the 4Runner.
That's correct.
And you rely on that evidence ultimately to obtain the search warrant for Mr. Gathright's house.
Yes.
Correct? When you conduct a search of the house, I mean, obviously you're looking for evidence, I assume, that might be relevant to your homicide. But ultimately, you also find evidence that you learned has since become relevant in the case we're hearing today, correct?
Correct.
That includes, I think, 2 rifles that were found within the house.
Yes, sir.
There were quite a few rifles found within the house, right?
There were several guns.
And they were in, I believe, a locked safe, correct?
That's my recollection.
And that safe was in the master bedroom of the house.
Yes.
There are also, I think, 9mm casings found in the house that ultimately become evidence in the case we're talking about here.
Yes.
I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, redirect.
Just briefly, that was the property, the type of items of evidence that was specifically listed within your search warrant. Is that correct?
Yes, firearms and firearms accessories, ammunition.
Nothing taken except what was authorized by the court. Is that correct?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay, very good. This one is be excused, or do you have to stick around?
Please excuse.
Okay, you're done.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Any additional witnesses on this motion?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And defense, do you have any witnesses you wish to call? Okay, very good. Okay, so
Here she go.
next up, I believe, well, we've got Mr. Gathright's motion to suppress evidence illegally obtained from the defendant's iCloud accounts.
I spoke with Mr. Wise before the Your Honor, just to confirm, it is not based on the content of the motion that was filed by defense, an argument other than anything legal. So there's no objection. If I'm mistaken, please let me know, Mr. Wise, that there's no objection to the actual substantive probable cause. They're just arguing threats, so it'll just be legal argument. We do not need to make that one a priority today.
Is that correct, Mr. Wise?
Well, I'm sorry, I may have misunderstood. It is legal, well, but I think that Detective Ramos would testify. I recognize there was a search warrant for this one, so I might arguably need to call Detective Ramos, but I would like to take some testimony. Detective Ramos, I'm sorry. I'm not suggesting it was not probable cause, but I think his testimony will be relevant to the oath.
Okay. Does somebody want to call a witness for Sean Gathright's motion? I don't care who or what.
Oh, here she
Just
goes.
a witness. So Ms. Ismer, you're gonna, all right, she's gonna call Detective Ramos.
I knew it. She back on her BS chat. These boys are cooked. They better try to get her off too. Our favorite redhead is back up.
I would also ask just now, Your Honor, that the court take judicial notice of the preliminary responses that were given for the predicates for the detectives.
As far as his training experience, yes, that's fine. Okay, Detective Ramos, back again. You remain under oath, and this time you're testifying regarding Sean Gathright's motion to suppress illegally obtained evidence from the defendant's iCloud accounts.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. You remain, go ahead.
Detective Ramos, did you have an opportunity to coordinate with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office regarding the evidence seized from the Forerunner that was searched on June 26th of 2024?
Yes.
Did the evidence include cellular devices?
Yes.
Were those items, to your knowledge and based on your communications with Jacksonville, seized from the possession of or at the time of the contact with Mr. Sean Gathright?
Yes.
And as a result of your information regarding some evidence and cell phones being collected, was a search warrant also conducted on Mr. Gathright's residence the following day, June 27th of 2024?
Yes.
Ultimately, did you also, in this case, prepare a search warrant for a return on an iCloud as it related to both of the devices that were seized from that vehicle stop on June 26th of 2024?
Yes.
And did you, in submitting that search warrant, obtain a signed copy of that warrant that was approved by a judge?
Yes.
What did you do with that warrant once that was approved?
I served it to Apple.
And based on what you served to Apple, how many returns did you expect? How many accounts were there?
It was, I think there was multiple accounts. Yes.
Did one or was one account accurately reflected as redman5x at iCloud.com?
Correct.
And was the secondary account rockoutsean at iCloud.com?
Correct.
Having served those warrants upon Apple, did you actually include in the probable cause section or in the search warrant itself a period of time for reference for Apple to return the information?
Yes.
And why did you elect to include from June 1st of 2024 to July 12th of 2024?
So I was asking Apple for any backups that were done during that period, specifically because that period covered the entirety of the planning phase of the murder and then up to the point where I was drafting it where the suspect was still outstanding.
At the time that you drafted the warrant and included in your probable cause for the warrant, did you have confirmation that the Chevy Impala connected to Mr. Gathright had been identified as having been used in the homicide?
Yes.
Did you include in the warrant or the application the identification or preliminary identification of a Rashad Murphy and Isaiah Chance as potential suspects?
Yes.
Did you have the information that Mr. Gathright's vehicle had been that had been linked in some way to Mr. Chance at that point.
Yes.
And how was that vehicle linked?
I'm sorry, which vehicle?
The black Impala, I apologize.
Yeah, so the information that we had linking Isaiah Chance and Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathright is that Isaiah Chance's person in the vehicle was caught photographed at Sean Gaithright's house. So we knew that they had been at the same house at the same time.
Did you also include the license plate reader information that you had about both vehicles that were leaving from Tampa, driving in tandem in the application?
Yes.
Did you include in the application as well the identified suspect vehicle having been in Tampa at the time of the homicide?
Yes.
Did you include information about your conversations or confirmations of Sean Gathrights' location and subsequent acts after the homicide with his grandmother
Yes.
and with the video evidence subsequently obtained?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity also to confirm the use of the defendant's phone in the video footage that you recovered from the Ring doorbell camera from the Airbnb residence?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to confirm with the Jacksonville detectives over the course of the investigation that there had been an ongoing or longstanding back and forth between some rival gangs in Jacksonville?
Yes.
At the time that you made the application, did you include in your application portions of those conversations leading to relevant information about a planning or a motive to having committed a homicide in the Tampa area?
Yes.
And did you have that information during the course of your investigation in order to determine how far back you would seek the information be produced by Apple?
Yes.
Included in your standard search warrant, what is the language that you previously referred to in your testimony as a backup mean?
An Apple device will back up all of its data, or at least with whatever the customer elects to be backed up into the cloud. So the way Apple stores it is as a complete backup, which would be similar to like a phone extraction, a copy of all the data on that phone.
Did you include in your request information regarding requests to Apple for photos, messages, videos, etc.?
Yeah, the common stuff you would find in a iCloud backup. Yes.
Is that standard procedure for your law enforcement agency?
Yes.
Are you trained as a law enforcement officer to include that information because you don't know where relevant information will be located?
Correct.
Did you receive a return on both of the accounts previously mentioned, Redman5X and RockoutSean at iCloud.com from Apple?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review the content of those extractions?
Yes.
In your review of the content of those extractions, were there images or contents between the dates of 6/1/2024 and 7/12/2024 which related to or referred to your investigation?
Yes.
Were there contents from that same time frame which also connected or in some way or included backups outside of that time frame?
Yes.
Is that to be expected when you request the actual backup from the device?
Yeah. So the time period that I'm requesting, I'm asking for a backup that was done during that time period. They have no way of separating stuff that would have been outside of that time period. That's the backup done at that time period, which could include items from before that time period.
So, for example, when you receive an extraction, if we go off of Cellphone, does each image, for an example, have a created date, modified date, access date?
Correct.
If you subsequently access a photo you took a week ago and text it to a friend, are there multiple dates attached to that photograph?
Yes.
Is that why you are requesting not only a time frame for the backup itself, but also from the content before that?
Yes.
Specifically as it relates to the dates that you requested in this case, you're indicating that you only intended to include those times for the backup.
For backups done during that period.
Is there any way for you to determine without actually contacting Apple or having the information that was provided to you from Apple for the device when a device had actually been previously backed up?
No.
Is there any way for you to know that without having personal knowledge of it?
No.
And is that also a part of the basis for why you request such a time frame?
Correct.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I will pass the witness.
Okay, Mr. Weiss?
Okay. We're getting through it. Almost there, Chad.
All right. Ramos, when you authored the search warrant affidavit for this iCloud, you set a date range for information that you would be searching. Is that correct?
No.
You did not?
It's not a date range for information that I'm searching. It's a date range for backups within that date range. So that's what I was asking for.
So you listed that you were seeking specific technical data and information pertaining to the use of the Apple accounts with the below list of information. You list the Rockout, Sean, Apple ID, and the Redman Apple ID.
Correct.
And then you list for the dates of 6/1/24 through 7/12/24, correct?
Correct.
Where in that is it a limitation to only information that's backed up?
Apple has no way of parsing out or giving you certain context for a date range. For when it comes to iCloud accounts, when you back your phone up, that entire backup is in the cloud. So the date range, is specifying the iCloud backup date. So if the account was backed up within this date range, then the expectation would be that a backup would have some content that might be relevant to the investigation.
Well, when you ultimately get the Apple iCloud, I mean, you're able to sort all the information by date. Even you can sort files by date created, date modified, or date accessed. Would you not agree?
Yes, the viewer that we use, so they give it to you as raw data, and then it gets parsed out in either a viewer called Cellbrite or Axiom. And there's a ton of ways you can search. You can search by keywords, by date ranges, by specific files, JPEGs, videos, messages. So there's a bunch of different ways to sift through the information.
Is your testimony that Apple cannot limit the data that it provides to certain dates?
I'm not aware of what Apple is capable of doing. What I'm testifying to is what the typical procedure is when you request an iCloud backup, that they're not going to separate. They're just going to give you the whole backup, whatever has been backed up to the cloud on that date.
I guess what I'm asking, and what I guess I'm not understanding is, what is the point of even putting this date range in the search warrant? 6/1/24 through 7/12/24.
So that specific search warrant template is an electronic communications, or some of the warrants, depending on what you're looking for, have a pre-fill for date range. That one comes with a pre-fill for date range, and so I mean, in theory, I could just say I'm going to do any iCloud backup that you have for this, but that one required a date range, so I chose that date range.
So you had no intention then of only looking through the iCloud material for the dates of 6/1/24 through 7/12/24.
I'm going to look through whatever they send me in good faith. If they do limit it to that, then that's what it's limited to. But again, I'm asking for an iCloud backup within that date range.
Okay, so if they send you, and for instance, in this case, they did send you data that went back at least as far as May 12th of 2021. That sound right?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. I mean, clearly they sent you years worth of data from the Rockout Sean iCloud, right?
It would be whatever was in the backup, yes.
Okay. Well, do you want to look at it to refresh a recollection as to how far it could have gone back?
No, I'm aware that it went back years.
At least 2021. Right? So you didn't limit. So you looked through all that.
If they send it to me, yes, I would look at it.
Okay. And when you prepared the search warrant affidavit, you also listed categories of specific technical data information requested, right?
Yes.
And that was also, and I assume you drafted the warrant as well.
Yes.
And you parceled out various categories. Would you agree that you're basically asking for everything?
Correct.
Including, you had listed you're requesting device registration info, including name, address, email address, and telephone numbers associated with the account, right?
Yes.
And that you wanted the contents of all emails associated with the above listed account, including stored, preserved copies of emails. Basically, you wanted all emails linked to this account, right?
I wanted all the data they had linked to that account.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'm going to still go through it all, but basically these categories are written in a way to encompass everything that's going to be in the iCloud.
Yeah, because again, the way that you back up your iCloud, okay, you can elect to only back up photos or only back up videos or only back up text messages, or you get, so I don't know what the individual customer has elected to back up. So as a cover, we just ask for all the topics that I know that are optionable to back up.
So then going back to the categories, you requested and was ultimately listed in the search warrant, the contents of all instant messages associated with the above listed account.
Correct.
And FaceTime call invitation logs.
Yes.
Were also requested.
Yes.
All iCloud data associated with any backups of iPhones associated with this account.
Correct.
Correct.
Yes.
Contact data for all contacts, including names, addresses, dates of birth, and email addresses and phone numbers. Correct.
Yes.
And you requested and were given access in the search warrant to log in IP addresses with port IDs.
Yes.
And you were requested access and given permission in the search warrant to search all records and information regarding locations where the account was accessed, including all data stored in connection with location services.
Yes.
And then goes on to state contents of all files, including photographs, videos stored in iCloud or other server or Apple facilitated format, including all iOS device backups.
Yes.
Jumping ahead to one other category, you request and you're granted permission to search records of games, videos, or other remotely accessible data and the associated IP address from which the remote access was made, correct?
Yes.
And again, you request and are granted permission in the search warrant to search all files, keys, or other information necessary to decrypt any data produced in an encrypted form when available to Apple.
Correct.
For the record, I'd like to show you a copy of the search warrant and attach the motion. show you what's marked as a sensitive one. Take a look at that.
Yes, sir.
You recognize that?
Yes, this is the search warrant for Sean Gaithright's iCloud account.
And that's the one that we've just been discussing that you drafted.
Correct.
Was signed. Okay. I'd move this sign on the evidence defense exhibit 1.
Okay, defense exhibit 1 as to Sean Gathright, now be admitted.
Now, as to the information you included in the search warrant affidavit, I mean, you include several pages of information in the affidavit, right?
For the probable cause?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And it spans dates, I believe, of June 22nd, 2024 to about June 28th, 2024. Is that right?
But majority of the activity occurred in those dates, yes.
And I mean, and you do more investigation after, but basically what I'm getting at is the alleged acts that you're saying constitute probable cause, those basically transpired during those dates of 6/22 and 6/28. Does that sound right?
The majority of it, I mean, we had information that there was a planning phase that, or at least the victim started advertising a couple weeks in advance.
Well, that was, you got to my next question.
Yeah.
There's ultimately a flyer posted by Charles Jones, Julio Foolio.
Correct.
That he's going to be having a show in Tampa.
Correct.
Right. And you believe that's where this conspiracy basically begins, right? Because the plot is to go to Tampa and commit these crimes in Tampa while he's there for the show.
Correct.
And that flyer is first posted on June 14th, correct?
Correct.
So before June 14th, these people involved in the case, as far as you know, would have no idea that Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, was going to be in Tampa until June 14th. I
wouldn't testify to that. I don't know if they have insider information.
Sure.
Yeah.
But looking from the outside in, the only evidence you see, or the earliest you see any indication that Charles Jones is announcing the show comes June 14th.
Correct.
You recall in your deposition, we were discussing this, and you testified that you, in the iCloud search, came upon some photos that you believed were depicting Sean Gathright making what you thought might be gang signs. Recall that?
I'm aware of them, yes.
And at the time, you didn't recall which photographs you were talking about, what dates they would have been, or what gang signs you're seeing.
Off the top of my head, I mean, I can't quote specific dates that they were taken or.
Well, I mean, since that, because I asked about it for several questions, right? I mean, have you gone back and looked to see which photos you were talking about?
I have reviewed the photos. I mean, I don't have off the top of my head, I don't have a memory of how many photos we've set aside or what dates they were taken. I'd have to review, the files.
And you agree with me that whatever photos it would have been you're talking about, they would have been created and last accessed sometime prior to June 1st, 2024.
If you're referring to the photo specifically where he's throwing up what we believe to be gang signs, yes, those photos were, the dates on them were prior to June 1st.
I mean, long prior to June 1st.
Yeah.
Like not even in 2024.
I can't recall the exact dates, but yes, it was way before June 1st.
That's of course.
Sure.
Okay, redirect.
You also had information in your investigation that in the month of June, obviously long before that, but certainly in the weeks leading up to Mr. Jones's death, Mr. Jones was on social media or prominently in disagreements or disputes with rival gang members. Is that correct?
Correct.
In the weeks leading up to the offense.
Correct.
And when we talk about the dates encompassed in the backup that you actually received, do you recall specifically a photo that was retrieved from the extraction from Rashad Murphy's device of firearms on the ground?
Yes.
And the information or data attributable to that photograph, that would have been within the time frame of June 1st and July 12th that you retrieved, correct?
Correct.
Now, in the extraction or the data that actually comes from Mr. Gathright's device, that photograph originated or was present on Mr. Gathright's device in advance of that, before that.
Correct.
And that is a way in which the data or the information for when that photograph would first appear on Mr. Murphy's device in one time frame, but backed up on another device before that would make it relevant to have that information as a backup, correct?
Yes.
The timeframes that we're talking about are specifically for information that would have been at least preserved for that user's account at that time, correct?
Correct.
Are you ultimately trained with your agency to only look at times by sorting by date created or date modified?
Under certain circumstances, but no, I mean, are you asking if I get a whole download or?
Well, when you are taught to utilize or trained in utilizing Cellphone and Axiom, do you oftentimes find files that don't have a date created, date modified?
Correct.
Specifically, look to, or let's reference the information that you obtained from the new device that Ms. Andrews had when you investigated her cell phone device. Did all of that backup information include the date by which Apple provided it to you, or were there certain specific dates actually annotated for each item?
They had different dates. It could be a date that the phone is being set up, and those files are going onto that phone, and then there could also be a date of the actual capture date. So they're different dates.
And have you received downloads before where the dates and time for each of the items that you're actually looking at are the same? Meaning it would be impossible that all these pictures were taken at the same time, but the same date and time is reflected.
Yeah, there are times where, especially when you set up a new device, where a file could be 4 years old, and the only date you're going to see in Cellbrite is the date that it was put onto that device, which is not the same date that it was captured, and we would have no way of knowing when that image was captured.
Is that why you cannot strictly rely upon date created, date modified timeframes?
Correct.
Are you, as a part of your just standard operating procedures as a detective within the agency, trained to utilize or to view items of evidence on these extractions, even when they do not have a date or time attached to them?
Correct.
Is it unusual to not have a date or time attached to an item of evidence on a cell phone extraction?
That's not unusual at all.
In fact, if an item has been deleted or removed from a device itself, but you're able to at least recover the quote deleted file, are there oftentimes you have no trace of date, time, created, modified, any of that information?
That is correct.
Is that information, if that item was backed up in some way by Apple or had not been written over, still available to you to at least open or view?
Yes.
Even though the software provides you that it has been deleted from the device?
Correct.
Can you specifically say with any certainty, unless essentially you're a member of a conspiracy itself, where items of potential evidence will be located on these cellular devices?
No.
And is the language that was included of backup of the iPhone or iOS device backups in the search warrant that you provided all standard within your agency as required by Apple for this particular cloud return?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Detective. Any additional witnesses from the state on this motion?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, any additional witnesses? Okay. Are there additional motions that we need to take testimony on?
Judge, not additional motions. We just wanted to make sure that we called the detectives that we listed as gang experts just to, I know that motion's gonna be heard later, but because they're here,
Yep.
we wanted to go ahead and call them. There are 4 of them just to go through their expertise credentials.
Okay, very good. All right, who's going to be first up?
Detective Richard Meader.
Okay, very good.
All right, so we're done with Sean's motions. We are now certifying expert witnesses. I guess. This is a long hearing, a pre-trial. That means after we're done with these 4 detectives, then we go to Isaiah's motion.
Just for the record, Your Honor, because I know that it's kind of incorporated a couple of motions. This is specifically as to what was filed on February 7th as the defendant's second motion in limine for Rashad Murphy with the daughter challenge. What about that?
I do, go ahead and have a seat, Detective. What date were we supposed to hear that?
We are making a record of which we're having under since we're by.
Sure. When was this one supposed to be heard?
This one was filed February 7th of 2026. We've had it on our list for.
Okay.
We have it on our list for the 27th, the AM session.
Okay, and tell me again, the
Number 9 it should be.
Rashad Murphy defendant's first motion in limine, testimony regarding Ghost 187.
My number 9 is second motion in limine and daughter challenge.
Okay. I have it as number 10 on my list. It's okay. Let me find it real quick on my card, and then we'll get going here. Davion experience. So you may proceed.
Sir, would you please reiterate for us the amount of time that you've been with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
I'll be 10 years in September.
And what is your current title?
I'm a detective.
What is your current assignment?
I'm in the gang investigations unit.
How long have you been in the gang investigations unit?
I'll be 4 years this fall.
What are your day-to-day activities in the gang investigations unit?
My day-to-day activities deal with monitoring social media, documenting gangs, gang members, also purging gangs and gang members.
When you indicated that you had some service with the sheriff's office in advance of your time in the gang unit, talk to me a little bit about what your day-to-day duties were then.
So I started off in patrol, and I rode the city's east side. In patrol, you answer calls for service. So anybody who calls a non-emergency or 911, you're the first uniformed officer there to handle that. After that, I moved on to a community problem response unit, which is a citywide task force that deals with assisting other detective units, whether it's serving subpoenas, arrest warrants, locating victims. We also do social media investigations there, where we have done like Instagram live takedowns and things of that nature, like Instagram and social media investigations dealing with firearms and drugs.
And does that somewhat encompass a large part of what you still do today?
Yes, ma'am.
In your time with the sheriff's office in Jacksonville, was the gang rivalry, at least between ATK, 1200, 6 Block, prevalent or known to you and the other officers and detectives?
Yes, it was known to me. Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to investigate gang-related or gang-motivated crimes or offenses that occurred even before you were in the gang unit?
I wouldn't say that I investigated them personally. I was a part of the investigation, but I was never the lead investigator on any of those things until I became into the gang unit.
Well, I mean, in a way that, did you respond to these offenses, whether you took over the investigation for the latent investigation thereafter or not? I'm not asking. I'm just
Okay.
asking whether you responded to the offenses.
Yes, I responded to like the city's east side is a heavy gang territory. I responded to many shootings, homicides, and stuff of that nature in that area. Also, the community crime response unit, I had the opportunity to apprehend multiple victims and suspects and witnesses of the gang shootings and wars and stuff.
Do you have a significant amount of contact with the members of the community that are either witnesses, victims, members, et cetera?
I would say yes.
Now, as it relates to your time specifically in the gang unit itself, how do your day-to-day duties now differ?
My day-to-day duties now is strictly towards gang activity rather than the wide variety of everybody in Jacksonville that's committing crimes.
So on any given work week for you, is your ultimate job or responsibility to follow up, study, or investigate gang crimes?
Yes.
And are you assigned specifically to do those tasks for one specific group?
Yes.
And what is the group that you are assigned to?
I'm assigned to ATK.
What does ATK stand for, if you know, based on the information you've been able to collect in your time with the gang unit in Jacksonville?
What I've been told that it stands for, and it's ACE's Top Killers.
Now, when you talk about investigating these groups, is it only that you respond to crime scenes, or are there other types of investigations that you do behind the scenes, office work almost?
We do all sorts of investigations, not just respond to the scenes.
And what are those all sorts of investigations including?
We've done like shooting investigations, we've done drug investigations, firearms related investigations, fraud investigations.
When you say you monitor social media, what does that include?
I monitor the social media accounts of the members and associates of ATK along with their associated groups, which would be like their ally groups. I monitor those accounts as well, see their posts and their stories and kind of see what's going on in their world.
When you say ally groups, are those also groups that are associated to or associated with ATK?
Yes.
When we talk about allied, is that groups that get along with ATK?
Yes, they would get along.
What, if anything, is their commonality versus 6 Block?
The one thing that all the ATK's allied groups have is a common enemy, and it is like the 6 Block bully gang. We got like the north side of Jacksonville.
And as a part of your role in taking ATK or being the primary detective for that group, are you also investigating and studying and focusing on the associated and allied groups?
I do, but just not as much as my time towards ATK.
Does your role in the gang unit include you responding or providing information about ATK or that you might have about those allied groups to other detectives to further their investigations?
Yes.
And do you work with other detectives in the gang investigations unit?
Yes.
Do you become a part of that unit? Do you have to be a detective before you go there?
Not necessarily.
And do you have any kind of specialized training in gangs or their investigations?
You do once you get there. You attend trainings and conferences and stuff of that nature that teach you how to handle and operate a drug or a gang investigation.
Did you specifically attend those trainings?
I have.
And tell me about the trainings that you have received or attended.
I've received classes through HIDA, which is a federal agency, courses about gangs. I've received training through the Florida Gang Investigations Association. It's a week-long conference where they teach classes about gang investigations, and not just that, but how to dissect cell phone downloads and stuff like that. I've taken a technology conference that has taught how to read towers and do cell phone downloads and what to look for and how to get into the weeds of a cell phone download. I've also taken it's a REOC course on robberies that occur within gangs.
Do the conferences and trainings that you attend help to advance your investigative techniques when you're looking at these cases and investigating them?
It does. It teaches us what other agencies are doing throughout the country and how it may apply to us, to where we can go back and use their techniques to help solve ours, and they may use some of our techniques to help solve their crimes.
Do you share some of the things that you're seeing with your location, area, jurisdictional specific gangs?
Yes.
When you attend these types of conference, are they more generalized for the bigger or more well-known gangs like Bloods versus Crips or things like that when they're giving you examples? They're not focused on Jacksonville gangs, correct?
Generally, they are to what we would call a national gang, which would simply mean that it's everywhere across the nation. Most people know Bloods and Crips and stuff, but that's generally what these conferences are focused on.
And while you're learning the investigative techniques that are used, are you also sharing the new information or ways that crimes are happening in Jacksonville related to your specific gangs
Yes.
with other detectives?
Yes.
And in your role with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, do you not only provide information about ATK or ATK's affiliates to other officers in your agency, but also across the state?
Yes, if they call with questions, all of those questions would come to me.
Specifically as if it's ATK related.
Yes.
Are you also in your role familiar with the other prominent or more prominent gangs or groups in Jacksonville?
Yes, I'm familiar with the other, I would say, stronger groups of Jacksonville, which would be the 6 Block Bully Gang, we got North Side area, as well as like the 1200 Out East area.
While you're investigating offenses that you believe to be related to ATK or in some way linked to ATK, do you work with the detectives for 1200, 6 Block, or whatever the affiliated or related groups are?
Yes.
And do you all share information about those offenses?
Yes, we do.
Do you utilize the information that you have to help other detectives, whether in your jurisdiction or outside of your jurisdiction, to establish motive for cases? So if you have specific information about ATK and their rivals at the time, do you share that?
Yes.
Do you also monitor, in addition to social media accounts, YouTube or music video sharing applications?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Do you monitor music videos? You watch music videos in addition to looking at social media accounts?
Yes.
Included in the social media accounts that you're familiar with, do you monitor or are you familiar with YouTube,
Yes.
with Twitter, or now X?
More familiar with YouTube than X.
What about, well, have you viewed posts on X or Spaces as a part of your job duties?
Yes.
What about Instagram
Yes.
and Facebook? Is that something that's utilized?
By some, but it's not real common.
What, if any, is the methodology or the way that you go about looking into these accounts when a crime is reported? How do you know where to go or what to look for?
Generally, if there's like a shooting, something like that, and your victim is going to be on one side, you would go to the other side, which would be the opposition's. That's a good place to start and figure out who's dissing him and talking about the crime.
Is it common that when you are able to identify a victim at a scene, pretty quickly thereafter, a rival group is taking credit for that?
Yes.
And do you utilize whoever is at least the most vocal about taking credit for those offenses as a part of your investigation and trying to work back from that to ascertain whether there's evidence at all relevant to your case?
Yes.
So if there is a crime and you respond and the victim is present, you work back from the identity of the victim to determine potential suspects by looking at other gangs.
Yes.
And do you know, for example, if you respond to a location and an ATK member is the victim, what rival gangs to start looking at first?
I would start with the North Side groups.
And is that just based on your experience and having investigated these cases?
Yes, that would be you would go to the opposition, would be the first people talking about it, at least.
Were you familiar, although not a member of ATK, with an individual by the name of Charles Jones at the time of his homicide?
Yes.
And was that just as a part of having a peripheral investigation to your work with ATK, or was that something well known in Jacksonville?
I was well known in Jacksonville of who Charles. I would take that back. I wouldn't say well known because Jacksonville is very large, but if you lived in those neighborhoods, you knew who Charles Jones was.
And how long would you say the ongoing rivalry between ATK and 1200 and 6 Block has been going on?
Well, I can only speak for 2017 and on because that's when I officially became a police officer and was on my own on the street, and that was about the time that I realized how dangerous they were.
Back in 2017 and thereafter, were there some shifts in the names that were utilized for some of these groups?
Yes.
When ATK started to become more popular, was that as a result of one of their primary members, Kenyatta or Young Bullard or Young and Ace, becoming more popular with his music career?
Yes.
And 1200 itself, was that a group that you were familiar with, having been growing in size when 187 kind of dissipated in Jacksonville?
I'm not familiar with 187. I think that was before my time as being the police. It's always been 1200 for as long as I've been on.
When you make contact with members from 1200, is it uncommon for you to see markings which indicate 187 or posts which also indicate 187 in them?
Yes, based on my understanding now and what I've learned through my experience in being law enforcement, 187 is more of the older crowd of 1200, and they have rolled into 1200 now. It's not really one. They don't call themselves 187 anymore.
Did you have a similar experience in your role with investigating, or at least your contacts with 6 Block members, and that being the younger generation of what was formerly known as a PCE?
Yeah, PCE would be also a little bit older crowd. PCE got RICO'd in Jacksonville, and they kind of changed their name after that and became 6
Not Rico.
Based on some of the conferences that you go to, based on your experience, or have you noticed a trend in that if a group gets smaller or changes, a new group develops?
Yes, usually happens after like a mass arrest or something. It's kind of, you take down a good bit of them, that somebody else starts it with the same group, and they just kind of change the name.
Does your involvement or your role as a detective with the gang unit include actually documenting gang members?
Yes.
Is that a standard procedure with Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, at least now?
Yes.
And how do you go about documenting a gang member?
Follows Florida State Statute 874.
What does that process actually look like? Are you writing a report? Are you sending that information?
Yes, we do field investigative reports that it lays out all the information on how they meet the state statute. We submit that report. Once it gets approved, we put it into databases, and now it appears on like NCIC and FCIC databases that they're a gang member in Jacksonville, Florida.
Is that for purposes of you utilizing that information to notify other officers or detectives in Jacksonville?
Yeah, and across the nation.
And how often is that report actually updated?
We have to update them every 5 years. So within the time that they're documented, the 5 years, if they're still meeting state statutes, you redocument them with the new ways on how they're meeting the state statute still.
So in your role, you have to be familiar with the state statute.
Yes.
And when you say every 5 years, what happens if you have contact with a documented member or an associate within that time frame?
You just document it in a field investigative report, which can be pulled from the system. And then once you get all those compiled and the 5 years is coming around, you write a big master field investigative report that shows all of the contacts and the criteria that they meet in that field investigative report.
And is that just for information for you or other investigating agencies as it relates to potential gang affiliation or association, documenting whenever you've had contact, et cetera?
Yeah,
I
think it's more it's a Jacksonville Sheriff's Office based database that houses the reports. So I don't think everybody across the nation can access them, but it appears when you run somebody's name that they're a documented gang member in Jacksonville, Florida, and it'll give a case number, and that allows them to reach out to us if they need the documentation.
It is not all-inclusive or all-encompassing of every gang member, is that correct?
What do you mean by that? I'm sorry.
The documentation that you have, it's not all-encompassing of every member of 1200.
I can only speak for ATK. I'm not.
Well, let's talk about ATK.
Each person that is a member of ATK has their own documentation, and then there's a documentation that actually documents the gang.
But what happens if there is a new member that you've not had contact with?
They wouldn't be considered a member until they're documented. So they would just be an associate. And if I haven't had contact with them, they're simply just an associate or somebody that, like a person of interest that we could be looking into to if they reach the documentation status that we would need to document.
And by document, you are talking about the reports that we've discussed, which is actually compile that information into a report and ensure that other agencies are aware of it.
Yes, ma'am.
That being said, if you made a stop tomorrow and made contact with an individual that met several of the factors to be considered under statute, do they qualify as meeting the statutory criteria, whether you completed your report or not?
Yes.
In this particular case, did you provide assistance to the Tampa Police Department by way of interviewing some individuals in this case and providing intel regarding the gang rivalries?
Yes.
Were you, at the time that you received information that Charles Jones had been killed, familiar with several music videos that had been published by Charles Jones and or 6 Block members?
Yes.
Were you also familiar with several music videos that had been posted or published by ATK members?
Yes.
And is that review or familiarity with those music videos a part of the social media review that you previously talked about doing?
Yes.
When you review those videos, what do you actually do when you're watching them?
Everybody does it differently. The way I do it is the first time I usually watch it all the way through with no interruptions. The second time, I usually try to break down the lyrics, see what they're saying, whether it's closed captions or just keep rewinding and listening to it.
So we're going to get the Young and Ace videos and the Julio Foolio videos and evidence. I mean, it came in through Alicia's case, so not surprised there.
And then the third time I watch it through, I notate everybody that I can identify in the music video if there's multiple people, and firearms, any type of evidence or stuff like that. And then if I can't identify who they are, I will take a screenshot of the of the video, and I'll send it to our crime analysis unit, who will then attempt to identify who's in the videos.
And ultimately, do you document that in some way, particularly if gang signs, weapons, or gang-related activity is documented in those videos?
Yes, because that would go towards the documentation on becoming a member. If you're in a music video with a known gang member and you're throwing hand signs and you have a style dress and you have tattoos visible or necklaces or stuff like that, that's part of being associated to that gang. So that goes towards their documentation.
And at the end of essentially the next 5-year period, would that report that you documented those things, for example, be utilized in either reestablishing that person as a documented gang member or changing that status?
Yes, but I wouldn't use that same music video or the same big pictures. So it'd have to be new stuff that happened within those 5 years. So they're continuing that lifestyle, they're continuing their association. I'll document that as the 5 years comes along.
And it's a part of your regular practice to watch these music videos every time they come out?
Yes.
Would you consider or define those music videos as popular?
Well,
let me re-ask the question. In your review of those music videos, is it uncommon to see tens of millions of views as to each of them?
Yeah, they get lots of views.
Did you work with Detectives Griffin and Drabick in this particular case in discussing the rivalry amongst these gangs, as well as Detective McCullough?
Yes.
And the potential motive behind the homicide of Charles Jones or any of the offenses essentially around the time frame that were committed for it?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to specifically review and document a music video titled Who I Smoke?
Yes.
Did you do the same for When I See You?
Yes.
Were those two songs posted or provided by rival groups?
Not Sean with glasses pulling the AV. I'm sorry, y'all. I know it's getting a little boring, but not Sean with the glasses pulling the AV, looking like, oh, are they watching me from home? Yes, Sean, we are watching you. You are going down, my friend. It's not going to be good. It's not going to look good. Your mom screwed you in the last trial. She really did.
Yes.
Who was Who I Smoke created by or published by?
Who I Smoke is going to be ATK and 1200. It's got the rappers and artists of Young and Ace, Fast Money Goon, Wappa with Choppa, and Spin Events.
And When I See You?
When I See You is a song that was posted by Foolio, also known as Charles Jones, who is a member of Six Block.
Is it uncommon to see these music videos from rival groups posted back to back with each other?
Yes.
It's uncommon or it's common?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said it was common. It is common. It is a response video.
Is there a specific name that's utilized when you all talk about these types of music videos?
It's often called drill rap.
And what does that mean?
Drill rap is a form of music that simply disses the opposition or talks about crimes that have occurred, whether it's deceased or stuff like that.
How are you able to decipher the language that's actually being utilized in these music videos?
So there's multiple different ways. A lot of these, some of these rappers and artists have become well announced, and they're on platforms such as Apple Music and Spotify. Apple Music will provide the lyrics to the songs along with who the song was written by. And then there's also closed captions on YouTube. And there's also websites out there that will post the lyrics, like I think it's like lyrics.com or something like that, will take the song and actually post the lyrics that they hear.
When you utilize or see those services being offered, do you then still yourself take an opportunity to review the songs to make sure it's accurate?
Yes, I generally will read it on Apple Music and see if I hear the same things that Apple Music is given.
Separate and apart from the transcripts that are provided for these songs, do you also document any kind of significance for the locations at which the videos are taken?
If we can determine where they were taken at, yes.
So for example, in the When I See You music video, was there any significance to the fact that it was filmed or recorded at what appeared to be a cemetery?
Yes, it was reported at a cemetery, and the song is focused on people who are now deceased. So we notate that, but we are unable to notate which cemetery that is at.
When you investigate these types of cases, the information about maybe significance of where the video is published or the posters or visuals that are used in those videos, is that information that you specifically know is relevant just based on your training and experience with these gangs?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the summary exhibits that were created in this particular case for ATK, 6 Block, and 1200?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to work with Detective Nieder in at least giving your input or insight in some of the members or associates depicted in those images?
Yeah, I hate to correct you. I worked with Detective Drabick.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
You all work together, though, with other members of the gang unit?
Yes, ma'am. I think Drabick was the ultimate compiler of the photographs and information, and then Detective McCullough and Griffin both did it for their respective gangs, and I did it for ATK of saying that's an approved list.
Because that is your assigned group.
Correct.
And can you state whether this summary exhibit is all inclusive of every member of ATK that you have knowledge of?
No, it is not.
Your Honor, can I have one moment?
Yes. I will pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez.
All right, so I think Rashad's
Afternoon, Secretary.
lawyer's up.
So I think you indicated to us that you have been a member of the gang unit for 4 years, and that's inclusive of today, correct?
I'll be coming up on 4 years in a couple months.
And prior to you being in the gang unit, you went through the ranks, you were in a patrol situation, you were in other departments, and then you ended up here sometime close to 4 years ago, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said you responded to crimes that may or may not have been gang-related crimes based on what people told you or witnesses told you as you responded, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you never actually investigated until you became a member of the gang unit, a gang crime.
Yes, sir.
I think Ms. Isber was asking you early on about the origin or the name ATK.
Yes, sir.
And as I wrote down your response, you indicated that I'd been told. And that's correct, right?
Yes, sir.
And so would it be fair to say that the majority of information you get in this realm are from people on the street?
Yes, sir.
And these are either people that you know or have you come across in other investigations, people that other people tell you about, and when you confront them, whether it be during the course of a crime or whether it be in the course of a field interview or whether it be in the course of someone else giving you their name, your source of information is primarily gathered by and through people on the street, correct?
I would say it's probably half of it. The other half would be like social media and cell phone downloads.
Okay, so social media are people talking on their platforms, depending on what that platform is, about doing this, doing that, so-and-so did this, so-and-so is who, so-and-so is somebody, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you have no way of confirming what those people are saying other than what comes out of their mouth, correct?
No, I would say that's correct.
And
Uh-oh.
that would
Turn
essentially
up.
compile the bulk of the percentage of what you would call gang intelligence, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that type of intelligence you do not document. You do not write reports on.
Not all of it, no, sir.
Well, any of it. Do you ever write a report that says, so-and-so told me so-and-so is a gang member?
It depends on the situation.
If I were to ask you how you know Charles Jones was either the face or a very prominent member of 6 Block, what would you say?
I would say you're correct.
No, you would say people told you that?
No, sir.
You
I
would say
I would say Charles Jones himself portrays that.
Portrays it in music videos?
Music and on his own personal, on his Instagram.
And that is because he reps 6 Block,
I think he calls himself Mr. Six.
right? That's where he grew up, right? That's his neighborhood.
To an extent.
That's where his friends are. That's where he congregates. That's where he does a lot of his music. All those correct?
I can't tell you exactly where he makes his videos, but he has made videos there.
Okay. And many of the people he grew up with live there. He lived there, correct?
At the time of his death, he did not live there.
Has Charles Jones ever stated or ever said in a music video that he killed somebody?
I don't think he's ever talked about himself killing anybody.
Has anyone in any rap video you've ever seen said, I killed somebody?
No, I don't think they say those exact words.
Well, they disrespect people that have been killed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. They might even laud or are in the video happy somebody's dead, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you wouldn't have any means to determine, nor has anyone said in a video that you've seen, I or we killed somebody.
Not using those exact words, no.
Okay? Well, when you say not using those exact words, you're talking about describing how somebody died, right?
Well, I'm saying that
Just
I've never
ask them
listened,
if
me
there's an
myself, have never listened
admission.
to a music video where somebody has said, I killed John Doe.
Be really stupid, right? I would assume, and there are stupid people out there, but
Yes.
nonetheless, the videos that you look at will tell you who is disrespecting who.
Yes, sir, in a very cryptic way.
And that would be cryptic way based on maybe the kind of person that person was that was deceased, correct?
Yes, sir.
Or how that person died, correct?
Yes, sir.
And people on the street, everybody knows how a particular person died. No secret, is it?
You just wait for the news.
Wait for the news. Doesn't take long. And in fact, once the news hits, or even before the news hits, people in the street know what happened and how it happened. And they also talk about who they think did it
Yes.
and for what reason.
Say that out.
And also for what reason they did it.
Like the motive behind it?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And you utilize that information to determine whether or not a person or a group committed a crime unless that person was actually arrested and charged with that crime, correct?
We utilize.
You utilize that information in order to make determinations as to who you think committed a crime, even if there's not enough evidence to support an arrest.
We utilize, I think the second half was right. We utilize that information to guide us in the right direction. And then the evidence that we obtain and the facts of the case is what ultimately leads to probable cause for the arrest.
Well, in probably 75% of the incidents that we've talked about that would comprise the historical nature of this gang war, nobody's ever been arrested for hardly any of it. Isn't that fair?
No.
70%?
I don't know the exact percentages, but there's definitely been a significant amount of arrests in this war.
And listen, I don't want you for 1 minute to think that I'm disrespecting your work or suggesting to you that you guys don't get things done. I don't mean that. What I'm suggesting to you is that for you to think something occurred, for you to have somebody on the street say something happened, for somebody to diss somebody or to talk negatively about their death.
I'm just asking if there's a question that be asked.
I think he's getting there. What's the next question?
The question would be, that doesn't mean somebody did it, and that doesn't mean you can arrest them for it.
Based on like
on
the social
them-
medias and stuff.
Based on them saying they were happy about it? Correct?
Yes,
Doesn't
sir.
mean somebody can be arrested.
Yeah, that's right.
Based on them disrespecting that person in general and being happy they're dead, not sufficient for an arrest, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Based on them talking about the graphic nature about how that person died, not sufficient for somebody to be arrested, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you can only presume by this bravado or this disrespect that that person or that group of people might have had something to do with that death, correct?
Yes, sir. Like I said, that kind of leads us into the direction. We take that information and couple it with the evidence, and that leads to probable cause for the arrest. It's not just strictly the social media and the disrespect and stuff. There's evidence and other things that go along with it that lead to the arrest.
As it relates, strike that. You utilize the criteria of the gang statute in order to document someone as a gang member, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in the daily course of your work, you look through social media to see if you can find something that is deemed relevant, correct?
Yes, sir.
You look at open cases to determine whether or not there's sufficient evidence to determine that a particular person or persons committed the crime, correct?
Yes, sir.
You determine and you look to see whether those people might be related with one alleged gang or even more than one alleged gang, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because these are what we call hybrid gangs.
The ones we're speaking about today, yes, sir, they're hybrid.
And that means there's no hierarchy in these gangs, correct?
No, sir, there's not.
There's no rules. There's nobody telling someone else what to do, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, they can do their own thing. They can get mad at somebody, whether it be a regular person or a person that exists in another gang, and they can go kill them, correct?
Yes, sir.
Doesn't have to be related to the gang for them to do that, right?
Right.
They can have their own motivation to kill someone outside of any association that they may have with other people that are alleged to be in a gang, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And nobody has to make a collective decision in any one of these groups to kill someone else. You would agree?
Yes, sir, I would agree with you.
And nobody tells somebody else what to do, when to do it, or what they can or can't do, correct?
Yes, sir. I would agree with you.
And they can come and they can go as they please.
Yes.
And they could associate with a different gang if they want to.
Yeah.
And the information that you would get about these things would come either, as you testified to, from social media monitoring or talking to people in the streets.
Yes, sir. Generally.
Okay,
And
I'm sorry, Mr. Gonzalez, I hate to interrupt you, but I think one of the defendants need to use the restroom. So we're just going to take a quick 10-minute recess.
He was cooking.
So Detective, you are welcome to remain seated, or you can step
was
down. But since you're
cooking.
under cross-examination, you can't talk to anybody.
Sean
including
had
State
to
about
go
anything related to your
potty.
testimony. Okay?
Sean had to go potty, so we took a little bit of a break. But Rashad's lawyer is up there cooking. Like, how do you know it's gang activity? How do you know? Because of what you find on Instagram, we ran into this with the YSL trial. It sounds too familiar for me. Let's skip ahead.
when you become aware of them, et cetera, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the videos that you talked about, who I smoke, when I see you, the third being, I can't remember right this very moment. That would be list of dead ops. So most of these videos are old, correct? They're back from early 2021, 2020, thereabouts, give or take, right?
Yeah, give or take a couple, maybe a year or two around that time.
And there are sometimes large numbers of individuals in these videos, correct?
Yes, sir.
Sometimes there's 4 or 5, sometimes there's 10, sometimes there's 15, 20.
Yes, sir.
Okay? And some of these people you may recognize as people you either have documented or you believe might belong to, be associated with, or documented gang members, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there are also several other people in there that A, you may not know. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And also that you would have no idea if they are in fact gang members.
I would say that just because they're in the video, they're not members, but it definitely meets the criteria of associates.
So if you appear with a gang member in a rap video, that gets you one step closer, criteria-wise, to being documented as a gang member.
Yes, sir.
Fair to say, pursuant to the statute.
Yes, sir.
And when you look at these rap videos, they're not coded. They're not word coded so that when people talk about them, you don't know what they're saying. Are they?
I don't think I understand that.
It's not coded language. I mean, they're talking. You may understand it. You may not understand it, depending on who you are and how often you listen to their work. But they're not coded with special words, are they?
Not the ones that I've heard, but I would agree with you on that if you live it and you are a fan of it, you understand it more than somebody who doesn't.
And when you do it, and the more you listen to it, you are interpreting those lyrics yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
You would agree with me that whatever you say under oath is going to be your interpretation.
Lyrics as evidence again. I'm so tired of it.
Of that song or that word or that line.
Yes, sir.
Talking about training and experience, and I'm almost finished. You talked about HIDA, that's North Florida HIDA, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's a general conference. It has a gang component, but when you go to HIDA, you're learning about a lot of different things, whether it be racketeering, whether it be cell towers, whether it be global, entry of drugs. It's a generalized course that detectives take that has a gang component within it.
The HIDA classes that I've taken were strictly gang 8-hour gang classes. Now they do. HIDA is a drug-based agency, and so they do put on cartel and drug classes and interdiction classes and stuff like that.
So part of it is this is HIDA's gang involvement or gang preparatory course for you.
Yes, sir.
And you've done that at a beginner's level, correct?
I've taken one or two of the 8-hour HIDA classes.
Okay. And I think you also took a class by the Florida Gang Investigators Association, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you also took a class from, and I may be mispronouncing it, ROPIC.
Yeah, something along those lines. It's a combination of word or letters.
Right. And that also gives you a general understanding of a lot of different subjects, including gangs.
Yes, sir. That one is a robbery gang conference.
Detective, you have never been qualified as a gang expert, have you?
I don't I wouldn't know how to answer. I've testified in gang trials before.
Okay, you testified in gang trials. You testified in a lot of trials as it relates to what you did in the investigation, as it relates to how you were involved in an arrest, whether you were involved in a search warrant. What I'm asking you is, has a judge ever qualified you in a trial to testify as an expert in gangs? The answer is no, correct?
I'm not sure.
Same thing in
That's
YSL.
done at the judge level or what. I would
Same
say that
thing in
an expert is
YSL.
somebody who has more knowledge about something that the general public wouldn't. And I would say I have more knowledge about gangs and ATK than general public.
I would tentatively agree with you with regard to what you believe, your knowledge and experience is. But I would also suggest to you that you never recall having anyone in a trial say, Detective Nieder is an expert in gangs, and we're going to take his testimony as an expert. You don't recall that happening with a judge being able to say, yes, we're going to treat Detective Nieder as a gang expert.
I think that happened in the last trial. The state deemed me an expert, and I don't remember any objections to it.
Okay, so you believe you were qualified as a gang expert in the trial that was related to this case?
I'm not sure about the qualifications and how that's done at the court level. I do recall that the state said that I was an expert witness for them, and there was no objections to it.
Okay.
Based on my memory.
Understand your answer. Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Yes, sir.
Okay, redirect.
Your Honor, believe several other attorneys have adopted this, or have them.
Yes, I'm sorry. Any additional cross from counsel for Davion Murphy?
Yes, my name quickly, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Detective. My name is Dick Shinardi. I represent Davion Murphy. Do you recognize Mr. Murphy in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Prior to today, have you had any prior contact with Davion Murphy?
Just the date of his arrest.
That was it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you've indicated that you have been a member of the gang unit of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office since approximately 2021. Is that
22?
22.
Yes, sir. I'll be coming up on 4 years and maybe 4 or 5 months.
All right. In your employment with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office in their gang unit prior to the arrest that you've referenced of Mr. Davion Murphy. I'm going to keep repeating
Yes.
Davion because there were two Murphys.
Yes, sir.
Had you had any direct contact with Davion Murphy?
No, sir, I have not.
All right. So that was the first contact, correct?
First one ever.
And did I understand you correctly when you indicated that your primary focus as a gang detective was the, which gang was that? The
ATK.
ATK.
Yes, sir.
All right. And I'm assuming, and you correct me if I'm wrong, at some points in time, there's an overlap between ATK and possibly 1200 or 6 Block, et cetera.
ATK and 1200 would be like allied together. They post on social media together. They've hung out together. They make music together, but they are two separate gangs in themselves. And 6 Block is a separate gang in itself.
All right. Can you testify specifically what criteria under Florida Statute 874 that qualifies 1200 as a gang?
I do not have 1200. That would be a question for another detective.
So you don't know then individually how it is that 1200 qualifies as a gang as opposed to an association of individuals that live in the same neighborhood.
Got
Yes, sir, that would be
him.
correct. Name would come up due to his family ties.
Got him.
Are you aware or have you checked the prior history of Mr. Davion Murphy?
Like since his arrest or like prior to his arrest? No, sir.
You
Before.
realize that he was incarcerated until 2023?
That I learned that earlier. I knew he was incarcerated, but I don't know the extent of time he spent in prison.
All right. Thank you, Detective.
Yes, sir.
Okay, does counsel for Mr. Gathright have any, are you done?
Yes, I am.
Okay, very good. You have any questions?
All right. Davion might try to separate from the group.
How are you?
Doing well.
Good, thank you.
Detective Sean Gathright, I think we may have covered this actually this morning, but you didn't know his name until it surfaced in connection with the case we're discussing today, right?
That's correct.
You've never documented him as a gang member, correct?
I have not.
Or a gang associate?
Based on this, he's not documented as associate, no, but based on this case and his connection to Isaiah Chance, he would meet one of the criteria that's outlined in 874.
And that's all information that you learned
After.
from Tampa PD, basically.
Yes, sir, after the homicide.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and finally, counsel for Isaiah Chance, do you have questions? Okay.
The first time we're hearing from Isaiah's lawyer.
Hey, how are you?
You testified that you get a lot of information from social media.
Yes, sir.
Another way, do you do with
There he
gang
is.
members?
Yes, sir.
Would you say that they are unwilling to provide you specific information though?
It depends on the circumstances of the interview. If generally, there's some of them that are really cool, that have outgrown that lifestyle that will talk to you just man to man or outside of the walls. There's some that are still in the lifestyle and they'll give you little bits and pieces here and there. And then there's some that face significant charges and they are willing to help themselves that give them information.
If they're not helping themselves a lot of times, or they're not no longer in the gang world anymore, they're giving you more generic information. They're not telling you.
Yeah, it's kind of just basic stuff that everybody will tell you.
And as far as Isaiah Chance, you documented him based on 5 reasons.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember those?
I do not have it right here in front of me. I need to refresh my memory.
If I run through them very briefly, would you be able to tell me if you remember those?
Yes, sir, I would.
One of those was a 23 necklace he wore on 2 occasions.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember how you saw that? If you saw it in person? Or?
Yeah, he posted them on his social media, and one of them was in a music video.
Okay. And then 2 and 4 were one was associated with 1 or more gang members. One was associated with 1 or more gang members 4 or more times.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how you were able to see those? Did you see those in person?
Yeah, that's also on social media. Just he's posting up with ATK gang members. I don't remember exactly all of them, but I can remember a few of them, like Tayshawn Thomas, Antonio Tilley, like those guys, Raymond Lakes, Raheem West.
Okay.
And then another one was it was called like an 8 day in the life of ATK YouTube vlog that Malcolm Worthen posted on YouTube. And in that video, you can see Mr. Chance sitting on the tailgate of a truck with a bunch of ATK gang members.
Okay. So you're getting all that from social media?
Generally, yes, sir.
And then another one was physical evidence that you referred to as an Instagram post?
Yes, sir. So physical evidence is I treat it as like if I can physically hand it to you and stuff like that, that would be physical evidence. So the post I printed out and it's in his case file and it's talking about the ATK.
And the last one was a confidential informant?
Yes, sir.
Now, are you able to talk more about that confidential informant here today? Or is that still someone you are unwilling to release the name of?
I'm not willing to talk about it.
Without asking questions about that, were you able to verify the information this person told you?
Yes, based on the other evidence that I've outlined in the document with all the other criteria.
The one we just talked about?
Yes, sir.
Did this person give you any specific information other than just the simple fact that Mr. Chance was an ATK member?
They gave his nickname as well.
Which is?
He has several. Some people call him Double G. They call him Gutta Man or Gutta Zay or just Gutta.
Do you remember what this confidential informant referred to him as?
Gutta Zay.
There's an informant.
Okay, thank you.
There's
Right,
an
redirect.
informant.
We're asked by Mr. Gonzalez about the statements that are made on social media posts and in music videos not being direct statements of any crimes that have been committed. So you didn't hear any statements of "I killed someone," correct?
Not to my knowledge. I don't remember hearing that.
But there are direct statements or admissions that are frequently posted by gang members. For example, Hakeem Robinson or Queso. Mr. Robinson recently convicted of a crime.
Yes, he was 2 or 3 days ago.
Is he a member of ATK?
Yes, he is.
Was he in the last several months also convicted of another homicide of a Lil Buck?
Yes.
Is Lil Buck actually Charles McCormick and a member of 6 Block?
I don't know about Lil Buck's document, his status, but he was definitely an associate and artist of 6 Block.
Are you familiar with an admission posted by Hakeem Robinson, aka Queso, in the case in which he was convicted? That was a direct admission. I killed an N-word and then I got my toes done.
Yeah, but it wasn't necessarily, that doesn't like imply. It
Doesn't
doesn't
say
say
I
who he
killed
killed.
someone.
Yeah.
Does it?
No, it doesn't.
But that would have been a useful piece of information and ultimately was a useful
He's
piece of information
lying.
utilized in the trial where he was ultimately convicted.
Yeah, I believe so. I didn't have to partake in that trial with the evidence.
So when you're responding about questions of direct statements of admission, your responses were limited to not seeing gang members say, "I killed so-and-so on X, Y, and Z date."
Correct.
But the other statements that you utilize to essentially develop leads on cases lead you in your investigation to potential items of evidentiary value to help solve those crimes.
Yes, they lead us in the right direction, and then we take that with the evidence that we obtain.
The same thing occurs when music videos are posted back to back. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity in 2023 to respond to the murder of 6 Block member Jake Jett?
Jaquan Piggins, yes, I did.
And that's his legal name is Jaquan Piggins.
Yes.
And were there several social media images or postings that took place immediately thereafter from a rival gang taking credit for that?
Yes.
That cannot serve, at least by itself, as evidence.
By itself, no. Yes, you're
But
correct.
after the social media images that you directly observed, did you, within 5 hours, subsequently respond to the attempted murder of Charles Jones, which occurred?
I think you got the timeline mixed up.
I'm sorry, Locobi. It's an
Yeah.
attempted murder for Locobi.
Yeah. So I don't know the exact time of the in between Jake Jet and Lobobi, but it was somewhere around maybe like 10 or 12 hours, I would think.
But you're responding to a homicide scene, just like we previously discussed, and identifying the victim, correct?
For Jake Jet, yes.
And determining what group they're associated with.
Yes, he was a part of the Bully Gang 6 block.
And you ultimately determine who is posting on social media, taking credit for those acts.
ATK.
And is there a shooting of a then ATK member within hours?
The shooting would have been a 1200 Lobobi.
So an affiliate or associate to ATK.
Yes, ma'am.
Same scenario when we're talking about the attempted murder of Charles Jones. Was there an attempted murder or a murder of a rival gang member that occurred hours before that?
Yes, ma'am. That would have been the murder of Antonio Tilly.
And did 6 block members take credit for that on social media?
Yes, by trolling.
And did Charles Jones then become the victim of an attempted murder hours later?
Yes, approximately maybe like 4 or 5 hours later, Charles Jones had an attempt on his life where he was struck in the foot.
So despite not having these direct statements of I killed X, Y, or Z, as you're watching these music videos or watching these social media posts, are the investigations that you're conducted ultimately often confirmed because there is a shooting or another homicide of the individuals who posted those drill rap videos or posts?
Listen, Texas, sometimes she be sounding like ChatGPT. I'm like, if ChatGPT was a person, it would be our redheaded lawyer.
Rival gangs.
Yes, ma'am. We call it retaliation shootings.
As it related to your discussion regarding gang criteria, in addition to the tattoos, as you previously mentioned, or the type of dress that was depicted, are there necklaces that are depicted by ATK members or worn by ATK members?
Yes, they wear the number 23 as he was a victim of this town center homicide, triple homicide in 2018. They also wear a necklace that has an ace of spade and it says ATK.
Without your specific knowledge of the gangs, ATK specifically or generally as it relates to 6 Block and 1200 in Jacksonville, would you know the importance of the nicknames that are being said in these music videos or in these postings?
Yes, I know the most of the members and associates' nicknames.
As a result of your work with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Department?
Yeah, just based on my knowledge and experience of doing this line of work.
You were asked about your familiarity with having met several of the defendants in this case in person. Is it common for you to become familiar with members of the gangs that you're investigating by way of seeing them on social media, even if you've never had personal contact with them?
Yes.
And are you able to identify several members of even just ATK without ever having contact with them based on the observations you make on social media?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
When we're asking about your familiarity with the defendants specifically, we'll ask in your review of social media, have you had an opportunity to see the defendants either live or actively posting in real time on social media?
Of the one sitting in here, two of the 4.
Which 2 of the 4 have you actively seen in real time posting or on live?
Rashad Murphy and Isaiah Chance.
Did you have an opportunity to observe?
Oh, you
Rashad
watched
Murphy,
their lives?
via Instagram or another means?
Instagram.
And how is it that you were able to observe
IG
Mr. Murphy?
Live?
He's utilizing the Instagram Ghost 187.
Ghost.
And was that a live video or an active post?
A live video.
Could you see the defendant, Rashad Murphy's face in the live video?
Briefly.
Do you, when you're reviewing social media just day to day, actually record or preserve those videos when you're just doing general intelligence gathering?
No.
If there's evidence of a crime, do you then document that?
Yes.
Okay, so if it's just day to day activity,
Police
it's not
be
necessarily something you
watching.
make a note of.
That would be correct.
And as it relates to Isaiah Chance, you indicated you also saw activity of Mr. Chance. Where was he active?
On his Instagram.
Oh,
And is that the Gutta Zay Instagram account?
Yes, ma'am.
Gutta
Did you document
Zay.
interactions between the Gutta Zay account and the Ghost 187 account on Instagram?
They would tag each other and post.
Even to this day, there are active posts with tags, correct? I didn't ask you to check today, but within the duration of this case, as it's been ongoing, there's still active posts.
Somebody's had access to their accounts.
And these are posts as well as the stories that kind of disappear after a certain amount of time. Is that correct?
Yes.
When you saw the post from Mr. Chance's accounts, is he posting images or videos of himself?
Like since his arrest?
No, I apologize. During your investigation of the case.
Yes,
were
he
you-
has. He has posted pictures and images of himself.
And your familiarity as it relates to qualifying Mr. Chance based on his clothing and his music video, is that from Mr. Chance's music video of Blood on My Prada's video?
Yes.
And is he depicted
Blood
wearing some
on
type
My
of gang
Prada.
depiction or symbol in that video?
In that video alone, he's wearing the 23 necklace, and he's also with another ATK gang member who is his name is Xavier Harrison. He goes by the name of Fat Zay.
So in 2 places, you would have documented that.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Gutter Zay and Fat Zay.
Okay, quickly.
Hurry up. He
So
talks
Ms.
too
Isbert
much.
asked you about taking credit. Again, taking credit means somebody is on a video talking about a murder that was occurred or somebody who died. That's taking credit, correct?
Yeah, I would think like taking credit when they talk about it in music videos is just kind of like a disrespect thing. They never
Yeah.
necessarily did it, but they're going to disrespect it by saying they did it.
Well, they're not saying they did it. Did anybody say they did it? Didn't you answer Ms. Ismer by saying by trolling? Isn't that what I heard you say?
Trolling, yes.
Yeah, trolling means that you are attempting to get under the skin of somebody else.
I would-
Trolling.
Sean.
And you would also agree that when the state uses over and over the word taking credit for, you mean they're on Instagram Live or they're doing a video or they're communicating and they're disrespecting the person that died. That's what you mean by taking credit, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as it relates to Jaquan Pickens, the case that Ms. Isber brought up, that's an unsolved murder, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when you talk about Jacoby Beals, who was shot the next day, essentially, you believe that was retaliation. You don't have any evidence to show it was retaliation, do you?
It was based on the time frame and the social media post afterwards that was a retaliation for Jake Chitt.
Trolling, right? Discrediting and dissing.
Yes, sir. That would lead us to believe that it was a retaliation shooting.
And essentially, that would be from
Wow.
unconfirmed hearsay
Yep.
of other people talking on video
Yep.
and from sources that you can't tell me who they
Let him
are.
cook.
Correct.
And one last thing, when it relates to Mr. Murphy, I know you talked to about Mr. Murphy. When did you see Mr. Murphy on Instagram?
I
When was it?
don't recall the exact time.
Okay, and who else was on there, you said, other than Mr. Chance? Anybody else on that feed? Did you take down other people's handles or other people that were involved in that conversation?
What do you mean by feed? Like as far
Well,
as
you
tag?
said you saw them live, right?
Mr. Murphy, I've seen live.
Okay, and when you say when you saw him live, can you tell me when that happened?
No, sir, I cannot.
Can you tell me who Mr. Murphy was speaking with?
No, sir.
Can you tell me what was being said?
No, sir.
Okay.
That was good. That
Right,
was
okay,
like
this
the
was an
best moment of the day.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I have a quick question. Is that for good or
I
go
think
away
you're,
outside?
is he done?
All
You're
right.
done.
Is he done? Yeah, he's done. He just discredited himself as a gang expert. Let's see how the rest of the coppers do on the stand. But I think that's what they have for the end of this hearing. I think there's like 3 more cops that are going to be on the stand, and that exact thing is going to happen. This is what happened in YSL. When you have one witness up there and you got 4 defendant and all 4 defense attorneys are going to want to crack at them. This is why it's important to do it pre-trial, because if they all go to trial together, the big issue that we would have is a gigantic waste of time. Like I said, it's not going to be like YSL. It's not going to take months. It's not a RICO, but the judge has put out 2 weeks on the calendar. That's just about the same amount of time that Alicia had in her first trial. I mean, we'll see if she gets a second one, but this is the first detective. All of them are going to be up there, and they are now going to be scrutinized to see if they are gang experts. We got about an hour left, chat. Let's go.
Judge, are you ready for us to call the witness?
I am.
Okay, we can call Craig Griffin or my apologies for the delay.
Okay, and is this still in relation to the defendant Rashad Murphy's second motion in limine, or is this? Okay,
Yes, Your Honor.
okay, very good.
All right, so now we're bouncing back to something else Rashad was looking at. This could be I think it's to qualify all of them as experts. All right, we got some TiVo time.
With the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Going on 17 years.
And what were your prior assignments before the gang unit with the Sheriff's Office?
Prior assignments, I worked in patrol on the north side of Jacksonville. I was assigned to the narcotics unit. I also worked in internal affairs. I worked in sex offender registration and also assignments inside the jail.
In addition to those assignments, did you play some role in community-based outreach as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does that involve?
It involves reaching out to prospective gang members, trying to get those out of that type of life to give them an opportunity, job, schooling with pastors and local community leaders.
You also have the opportunity as in the community outreach to make contact with active gang members or associates.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have an opportunity in that role to also develop relationships or at least some semblance of a trusting relationship with those individuals?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that through that outreach itself?
A little bit, yes, ma'am.
What are some of the day-to-day activities that you engage in as a gang detective?
We monitor social media. We monitor reports that we receive from officers that make contact with individuals through patrol. We actually go and do in-field interviews. We do nightly deployments. We do the community outreach as well. We document gang members. We undocument them as well once they reach the 5-year period if they don't meet the qualifications anymore.
And is that by utilizing the gang statute to ensure that they either meet or do not meet those qualifications?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the same operating procedure that would have been used by the other gang unit detectives in evaluating at the end of that 5-year period whether they still meet the criteria?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's applied uniformly, whether it be yourself, Detective Nieder, et cetera?
Yes, ma'am.
You all employ the same day-to-day activities as well, maybe different for your specific gang, but same day-to-day outreach, investigations, et cetera?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm not going to dig too deep into that with you, but I want to ask you whether you also attend the gang conferences
Yes, ma'am.
and do any kind of follow-up work as it relates to staying educated on your particular gang.
Yes, ma'am.
What gang are you assigned to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Out East 1200.
And how long have you had that assignment?
Almost a little over 2 years now. I was working in conjunction with the prior detective as well.
Explain to me the difference between or the relationship between Out East and 1200.
So 1200 is a subset of the overall gang Out East. Out East is the main area. 1200 is a group in which follows up under Out East.
And is that a location or an area of Jacksonville as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it typical for members of those gangs to have resided at some time in that area?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you at least starting to see now members of each of these gangs that don't necessarily still live in those areas but are still members?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity in attending the gang conferences to also learn about the mechanisms utilized on a national level with the gang investigations and updated techniques with investigating gang activity?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Have you shared your knowledge or expertise about Out East, 1200, or Jacksonville gangs locally or statewide or nationally with other gang detectives?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you had an opportunity to review, research, and look at the chart that was created, in this case as a demonstrative, for the group 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the chart accurately reflect at least a portion or some of the individuals affiliated to the group 1200?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
Before you reached a 5-year, or before a 5-year mark was reached, I know you did not have Isaiah Chance assigned to you, but you said every 5 years that determination as to what gang you're affiliated with and whether you meet that criteria is reassessed.
Yes, ma'am.
Had you had an opportunity to come to that time frame with defendant Isaiah Chance in this case?
I have not, no, ma'am.
Was there some information or evidence that at some point Mr. Chance was transitioning from ATK to 1200?
Yes, ma'am, there was talks.
And was that also supported by Mr. Chance's social media posts about switching to 1200 as well?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
In your review of the social media posts that you have, are you able to monitor live videos with gang members associated to those accounts as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you always documenting your day-to-day observations, or do you document what you would deem could be useful information in the future?
We document what we deem to be useful in the future.
As a part of the criteria that you mentioned that's statutory, did you have an opportunity to, in looking at the demonstrative aid, confirm each of the individuals depicted met or meets that criteria?
Yes, ma'am.
As it refers to the met that criteria, are some of the individuals depicted no longer living? Were they victims of the back and forth rivalry?
They were victims of gang violence, yes, ma'am.
Did you learn of their relationship to the motive for these deaths as in your role as a detective in the gang unit?
Yes, ma'am.
How about information that you had or information that you knew about the gang rivalries in Jacksonville before you were officially assigned to the unit?
I knew a little bit of having worked in the north side of Jacksonville. You knew certain names that jumped out at you. But once I was assigned to the gang unit, I've gained way more knowledge in reference to the murders.
As it relates to the surviving members of 1200, at least to this point, were there individuals that also rep or previously repped a group 187?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the relationship between 1200 and 187?
So it was like a transformation. 187 would also be considered a subset of Out East. Once 187 was almost like a record label group. Once that kind of went away, they all fell up under 1200.
And so is it unusual for you to see when you're reviewing, for example, one of the criteria of tattoos, an individual that claims 1200 with a tattoo that says 187 or vice versa?
Correct.
And in your time investigating these types of cases and even attending the gang conference, were you able to determine what the reference 187 meant or was intended to reference?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What is that?
So 187 is the California Penal Code for murder or homicide.
Do you also develop this information by way of either confidential or consensual proffers with gang members or former gang members?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
And does that also occur as a part of your duties in the gang unit?
Yes, ma'am.
In addition to your role in Jacksonville, did you provide information about this specific gang rivalry and your observations from social media to the detectives in your gang unit and the detectives in Tampa?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Were you specifically able to identify Davion Murphy and Rashad Murphy as members of 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you had an opportunity to review the tattoo images that were collected of defendant Davion Murphy
Yes, ma'am.
from this case?
Yes.
Were there depictions included on those tattoos which you documented or made note of for future documentation, which would have related back to either 187 or 1200 activities, including the individuals who were killed in that rivalry?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Does that include Avery McKnight or Shub?
Yes.
How about Corbin Johnson or Corbin?
Yes, ma'am.
And Joe Rod Adams or Spaz?
Yes, ma'am.
Were those all in some way depicted and included on those tattoos?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
Is there some familial relationship between Rashad Murphy and Davion Murphy that you were able to ascertain?
I believe they're cousins.
And is there some familial relationship, either also a cousin or younger brother in some way, to deceased individual Joe Rod Adams, aka Spaz?
Correct.
Is that cousin or brother or something along those lines?
I believe they're brothers.
And is that information something that you're actually able to confirm, or is that just kind of intel that you have heard?
Just intel we received over the years.
Whose brother is Joe Rod Adams?
Be Davion.
But this is just intel from, outside witnesses of some kind.
That's correct. Yes,
There
ma'am.
has not been, at least, or is there required for you when you're creating documentation to obtain birth certificates or like solidify familial relationships between the individuals
No, ma'am. Short of having both of them in a room and asking them.
and believing whatever the answer is?
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And so that's part of the intel that you're kind of utilizing in some way over the years as you respond to these calls for service. You learn that there is a familial relationship of some kind between Joe Rod Adams, Davion Murphy, and Rashad Murphy.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Were you in charge of 1200 when Joe Rod Adams was killed?
No, ma'am.
And were you subsequently made aware of who had been convicted in that death?
Not till afterwards.
So subsequent to the homicide, of course.
Correct.
And was that Robert Howard?
That's correct.
When law enforcement in the Jacksonville area has a question, a concern, an interest in a 1200 gang member, are you the individual for whom they make contact with?
Yes, ma'am.
If there's an outside agency who needs information about 1200 or out east generally, so they're affiliates, I understand that there are several subsets to out east, do they contact you or
Yes,
attempt to
ma'am.
contact you for that information?
That's correct.
Are you the individual with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Department that's considered to hold the specialized knowledge about the out east gangs or 1200 specifically?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that to include the members of the gangs and their associates?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll pass the list, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez? On behalf of Rashad Murphy?
Ted, you became assigned or started to become more intimately familiar with 1200 in the early part of 2024, correct?
Roughly, yes, sir.
And so that would have been just a number of months prior to Charles Jones' shooting in June of 24, correct?
Yes, sir.
And before that, you assisted in some of that particular gang activity, right?
Yes, sir.
And utilizing the intelligence or the day-to-day work that the state was asking you about, you monitor reports, meaning you monitor field interrogation reports, correct?
Yes, sir.
You monitor social media for what you can hear and what you can see and what you can develop, correct?
Correct.
And you also talk to people in the street.
That's correct.
And you would agree with me that the majority of the intelligence you get is either from monitoring social media or talking to people in the street, correct?
Well, the FIRs or field investigative reports are pretty important as well.
And when you do this documentation process, each detective utilizes their own means to do that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Granted, there's a statute that broadly tells you what you can document somebody by, correct?
That's correct.
But each detective decides when to document somebody, when they fulfill that that requirement, and when that happens.
Yes.
And you talked about 1200 being a subset of Out East.
Yes, sir.
Who are the prominent members of Out East?
So you got Spinner Benz, Whopper with the Chopper. You have Green Light.
Those are not members of 1200?
Those members 1200. Yes.
Okay. So are you referring to 1200 and Out East being the same?
Yes.
You
They
said
all
one's
fall,
a subset of another.
correct. But they all fall up under Out East 1200. That's the way it's labeled.
And you said that you have either come in contact or you've had information with regard to Rashad Murphy, correct?
Correct.
And this would have happened during your time frame with the gang unit after you became strictly associated with 1200,
Correct.
which would have been in 2024, correct?
Correct. And not until till the murder happened.
And the criteria within which you documented Rashad Murphy came as a result of 2 contacts that you had in.
Hold on. I hope this is not the thing. Y'all can still hear it? I don't hear it. Put a one in the.
They're asked, hey, listen,
Okay, here
you're
we
gang
go.
members.
Here we go.
Fair
Yes.
statement?
Yes, sir.
And you give them a list of people and they say, yeah, he's a gang member. No, he's not a gang member. He's a gang member. That's what happened in these 2 incidents, correct?
More or less.
Okay. So somebody in a car somewhere that has a misdemeanor amount of marijuana is asked whether or not Rashad Murphy is a gang member, and that meets the criteria for him being a gang member under the statute.
Meets one of the criteria.
Right. And the other criteria would be that he was in the association of an individual on at least 2 occasions by the name of Noah Williams, correct?
Correct.
And Noah Williams is a gang member, correct?
Correct.
And he's been documented as a gang member because other people have said he's a gang member, or he's been in the company of gang members. That's how he became a gang member.
And also his social media.
Okay. His social media doesn't tell you he's a gang member, does it?
It's certain stuff that they put on social media that we kind of use as information as well.
Okay. And you're aware that Noah Williams grew up with Rashad Murphy since they were babies. Did
Yes,
you know
sir.
that in intelligence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would that be a significant and reasonable enough circumstance for him to be around Noah Williams at least 2 times when you guys saw them?
Yes, sir.
That is the criteria that made Rashad Murphy a documented gang member, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it relates to 187. 187 was formed in order to promote rap music, correct?
That's correct.
And at one point in time, those people or those guys that were promoting that rap music or that were part of 187, it ended up dissipating or dissolving, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you're saying that some of those members became 1200.
Correct.
Okay. And they became 1200 from 187 because somebody told you that they did, right?
That along with field interviews, Instagram posts, social media posts.
Okay. You won't have any of those field interviews, would you? That have people's names on them and phone numbers and Twitter handles and Instagram handles?
No,
you
sir.
wouldn't have those for me to look at, would you?
No, sir.
You wouldn't be able to tell me when it occurred, would you?
I can tell you roughly around what year.
Okay. And it would have certainly had to occur after you came on board in 2024, correct?
What do you mean?
The field interviews that documented Mr. Murphy.
For Murphy or for the 187?
No, Murphy.
For Murphy?
We're talking about Mr. Murphy.
For Murphy, not till after I came on, yes.
Okay. And so you don't know what members of 187 that were promoting music and rap music turned into members of 1200, correct?
Well, we knew 2 of them for sure.
Okay. Who are the for sure's?
For, Noah Williams
Yeah.
and Whopper with the Chopper, which would be Reginald Williams.
And that's because they continued making music, right?
Correct.
And the music they made dissed other people
Correct.
and talked badly about people being murdered, correct?
Correct.
And gave intimate details of those murders, correct?
Correct.
Which you knew the details of those murders as well, right? As
Correct.
a law enforcement officer? Did you find out about the intimate details of those murders by people on the street?
What do you mean?
Well, did you find out about intimate details of particular murders by talking to people who said they knew about those murders?
Not necessarily, just through the homicide investigations themselves.
Okay. And so other people, lots of people, thousands of people knew about these murders and how they were committed.
If you're going off based off the music, yes.
Okay. And additionally, you can't eliminate that there weren't thousands of other people talking the same way about those murders on social media as the ones you were monitoring.
What do you mean? I don't quite understand your question.
Can you preclude that because lots of people knew about these murders, didn't they, when they happened?
I wouldn't say lots of people. What are you saying? Just like based off of the amount of people that viewed the YouTube video?
No, I guess I'm just saying when somebody gets murdered out in the street, people know about it real fast, don't
Yes,
they?
yes.
And they actually know how it happened real fast.
I mean, short of somebody being shot in the middle of the street, that's kind of all they know.
Okay. And then people immediately start talking about it, rapping about it, having social media posts about it, and it goes crazy viral, right?
Yes,
And you guys are monitoring just certain ones that are doing that, correct?
correct.
And there may be 50 other similar videos, similar posts, similar conversations on social media that you're not monitoring that are saying the same thing.
That's correct.
When you talk about 187, and you talked about the statute, the murder statute, isn't it a fact that you are making an assumption, which you have every right to do? Don't disagree. I don't disagree with it. You're making an assumption that there could be a connection between 187 in Jacksonville, Florida, and the murder penal statute in California, right?
Yes.
Nobody told you that.
Field interviews.
Okay, so people out in the street, you wouldn't be able to tell me who told you that, right?
No.
Okay, but you're assuming that there's some connection without having an evidentiary foundation that there is, correct?
Correct.
So Detective Griffin, you've gone to HIDA conferences that include components of gang-related work, correct?
Correct.
And they include other types of law enforcement training and education as well.
Correct.
All right. And you've done that since you've been a member of the gang unit.
Yes, sir.
Okay? So that would put you at 4 years or so.
Yes, sir.
In addition to HIDA, was there any other conference that you attended?
What HIDA is just they offer courses. I believe what you're referring to is FGIA, which is
Okay.
the Florida Gang
Okay,
Conference.
I got it. So HIDA, you've had courses in social media, cell phone investigation, correct?
Correct.
And those can be applied in any area of law enforcement, right?
Yes, sir.
They just make cops better cops, detectives better detectives.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Detective Griffin, you have never been qualified as a gang expert, correct?
No, sir, I haven't.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sonardi, on behalf of Davion Murphy.
Thank you.
He's old, but he's quick. This one is a lot quicker.
Good afternoon, Detective. My name is Nick Sonardi. I'm an attorney. I represent Davion Murphy. Do you see Mr. Murphy present in the courtroom?
I do. Yes, sir.
Could you identify him, where he's sitting?
He's sitting between the gentleman with the blue jacket and the lady with the glasses on. He has an
All right,
orange jumpsuit
Let
on.
the record reflect he has identified Mr. Murphy. So that I'm clear, when was it that you actually became a member of the gang unit of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
February of 21.
So at the time of the homicide involving Mr. Jones, you were then a member approximately 3 years. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I believe you've indicated that you were one of the ones during that period of time that assisted in documenting gang members. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And I think we've gone over the method that you utilize in order to identify gang members. And a lot of that was interviews with people in the street, maybe looking at social media. What else?
Yes, sir. Interviews in the street, social media, jail phone calls, jail tablets, meetings just in general with the prospective gang members.
When, if ever, did the name Davion Murphy ever appear on your radar?
Not until this incident.
All right, which would have been in 2024, correct?
Correct.
So prior to between 2021 until 2024, the name Davion Murphy meant absolutely nothing to you, correct?
Correct.
You did not associate him with either Out East, 187, 1200, or any of the other gangs, correct?
It's my understanding he was in prison.
That is correct, until 2023.
Correct.
So the answer to the question is he was never associated with any gangs during that period of time.
Correct.
All right. Have you designated, or are you aware of any designation as we speak today that Mr. Davion Murphy is a member of a gang?
He meets the requirements to be documented as a gang member, but currently, as of today, he is not a documented gang member by myself.
Well, of anyone that you're aware of with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office that has documented Mr. Davion Murphy as either a gang associate or a gang member?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So as he sits there today, to your knowledge, as a member of the gang unit of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, Mr. Davion Murphy is not, nor has he been since the commission of this offense, a member of any gang, correct?
Not with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, but with the
Ooh.
Florida Department of Corrections might be.
Get
a
it
little bit
and
different.
get out.
Are you talking about Florida State Prison?
Correct.
All right. And are you aware of any designation by the Florida State Prison that Davion Murphy is a gang associate of any gang?
I believe they have him listed as a STG in there.
You have to help me. What is STG?
Security Threat Group. That's how they document gang members in the DOC.
That's your belief. Have you ever confirmed that?
With Davion, no, but that is how they do it in DOC. That's what it's referred to.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. As to Davion Murphy, have you ever documented whether or not he qualifies? I believe you're using it at STG. Is that correct?
I haven't reviewed DOC's record.
All right. So as we speak, you don't know if he was even documented by Florida State Prison as a gang member.
Correct, sir.
All right. Now let's see if I can clarify out east. What was out east?
What do you mean?
Is that is that a what is out east?
Out east is a portion of Jacksonville. It's an area town in Jacksonville.
Is that a designation for any kind of gang or assembly of individuals?
Where a lot of known out east gang members are born and raised. They reside at. A lot of violent crimes have occurred: robberies, murders, thefts, firearms.
Well, my
drug
question
sales.
is it a designation that is as is 1200 or 187? Is it the same type of designation, or is it simply a geographic area?
Geographic area up under that.
All right, so it's
title.
not a gang designation.
I don't think I understand what you're saying. That
Well, I'm
gang
trying to
designation.
determine, you've identified out east as being
Area of town.
an area of town.
Yes.
All right, and my question is, out east also a designation for any type of gang?
Yes.
It is.
Yes.
All right, that was my question. Now, did out east at some point in time involved into 1200 or 187?
1200, 187 are subsets of out east.
Well, that's what I'm
So
asking.
they represent out east.
Okay. And is 1200 a part of out east, the geographical area of Jacksonville?
Yes.
All right, and what about, you identified 187 as allegedly a penal code designation from California for murder, I guess.
Correct. It would be an area of town.
Okay. Since your time as a member of the gang unit of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, are you aware of Davion Murphy being a member of 1200?
No, but currently he does meet the requirements to be documented as a gang member.
All right. Prior to the homicide of Mr. Jones in 2024, were you aware that if Davion Murphy was a member of 1200?
No, sir.
All right. Subsequent to the homicide of Mr. Jones in 2024, are you aware whether or not Mr. Davion Murphy was a member of 1200?
No, sir.
Now, you indicated part of your criteria or methodology to determine whether or not an individual is a gang member is reviewing social media, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I guess we're talking about Instagram, X, YouTube. What other ones are there?
Facebook, Twitter.
All right. In your review of that social media, have you ever seen Davion Murphy?
No, sir.
What about the rap videos that you've described or talked about? Have you ever heard or identified Davion Murphy as either one, the individual doing the rap video, or being a part of the rap video?
No, sir.
Now, I believe there was some mention to tattoos of Mr. Murphy, Davion Murphy. I hate to keep repeating Davion, but we have two Murphys.
I got you.
So were you personally familiar with any tattoos on Davion Murphy?
Not till after the photos.
You saw the photos?
Correct.
Okay. And what are those photos? And they're in evidence. We can show them to you. What are those photos that you believe identify Davion Murphy as a member of 1200?
Correct. One of them. It says 1200 block.
1200 block. And that's, I believe, the big tattoo on the back of his neck and his back, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that what we're referring to?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you know when that tattoo was applied?
No, sir, I don't.
Do you know whether or not it was applied in prison or not?
No, sir, I don't.
And is it fair to say that a gang member designation expires after 5 years?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
All right. And do you know whether or not Mr. Murphy, Davion Murphy, if he did in fact have a gang membership, whether or not it expired after 5 years in light of the fact that he was incarcerated?
Expired.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's not a license. That was a bad question.
Thank you. I have any further questions?
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Wise, on behalf of, okay, very good. Mr. Petratus, on behalf of Isaiah Chance.
I'm going to go quickly, and then Mr. Weiss, with the court's permission, can cover for me. I have to pick up my son, and no one else can do it. And I don't want to stop this from going because I know we have people from out of town.
Yes. How many more witnesses do you have? All right, very good.
Okay. Just a couple questions. Detective, what was the talk surrounding Mr. Chance moving from ATK to 1200 that you heard?
I believe it was an Instagram post. He was upset about one of his friends that died by way of gang violence and them not getting no retribution for it.
Now, so did you got that from Instagram post, or you were told that by somebody else?
I was told that by somebody else.
Did you ever see the Instagram post?
No, sir.
Who told you that?
It was another detective within the unit.
So would it have been Detective Nader?
It possibly could have been.
Did you hear anything from anyone on the street about this supposed move?
No, sir.
Okay. So all you know is from Detective Nader.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have.
Okay, very good. All right, Mr. Weiss?
Hello. I know we covered this earlier. You didn't know Sean Gathright until the traffic stop that we talked about earlier.
That's correct.
You've never documented him as a gang member, correct?
No, sir.
You never documented him as a gang associate either.
No, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, rebuttal, excuse me, redirect?
Almost done with
Whether
Griffin.
you have documented Sean Gathright or Davion Murphy or Rashad Murphy, whether you did it or did not, is that what's necessary to determine whether the defendants each meet the criteria for documenting them under Florida statutes or meet the criteria for being a gang member or gang associate under the statutes?
No, ma'am.
Is the documentation?
Also, ChatGPT has returned to the screen. I love her, but she talks way too fast. All right, so listen, he's about to wrap up. We have 3 more detectives that are going to be talked about as far as their expertise in gangs. Okay, so it's going to be pretty quick. And it sounds like one of those attorneys has to leave. So I think we have less than an hour to go. So it should just be a few more minutes chat, and then we'll go from there. I just want to watch this because if the trial is starting, this is a very good indication on what's going to happen next. Now, note, Judge Sisko has not ruled on any of these motions yet, even as of today, March 3rd. I checked the docket earlier, and she hasn't put any motions forward. The only update I have for you guys is on Alicia Andrews. There was an order filed by the other judge stating that the state can receive some of the guns and shell casings that were in evidence in her first trial. So it looks like she might be getting a second trial. So if the state has received that, that's big, big, big news. The 4 gentlemen in the room do have a tentative trial date starting on May 4th. But that's why all of these arguments are so important right now. And Judge Sisko is trying to get all of this done because there's 4 of them. If they're tried together, she wants it to go as quickly as possible. Let's go back to ChatGPT.
You keep being asked about whether they're documented gang members or documented associates. The reports that are utilized by your agency or across jurisdictions to discuss or share information about gang members.
No, ma'am.
When you are talking about certified gang members or gang members that are listed by your agency, that is whatever report you all are utilizing and uploading.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Does that have any correlation other than having used the statute to make those lists to the fact that in looking at the statute, the defendants still meet the criteria on that list?
Correct.
When you were asked specifically about Rashad Murphy, you indicated you had intel on the street, but also there were music videos, correct?
Correct.
Which depicted Mr. Murphy possessing firearms, correct?
Correct.
With that association member that he says is a brother, or that you were asked about being a close relative to him, Noah Williams.
Correct.
And in those videos, with a reference to F. Foolio attached to all of them, Mr. Murphy is depicted. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Murphy?
Rashad Murphy is depicted. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Rashad Murphy is possessing firearms along with other gang members in those videos, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You were able to identify specifically documented gang members in those videos and reviewing them.
Yes, ma'am.
Even though you were not assigned to 1200, when you actually got the 1200 assignment, basically, you had already been in the gang unit.
Yes, ma'am.
And you had to essentially learn the history of 1200 and catch up.
Yes, ma'am.
Because these music videos that you were referencing with Rashad Murphy, some of them date back to 2020. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And in reference to those videos as well, are there several individuals to include Mr. Rashad Murphy utilizing gang signs as well?
Yes, ma'am.
How about clothing indicative of their membership?
That's correct.
And clothing directly related oftentimes to Charles Jones or the victim, Julio.
Yes, ma'am.
When the videos are reviewed by you or preserved by you, you educate yourself on the history of the gang despite only having been assigned to 1200 for half a year or so.
That's correct.
And did you have some knowledge at least of the inner workings of Out East and 1200 when you actually were transferred to that group?
Yes, ma'am.
When you discussed Mr. Davion Murphy, you don't recall which gang he was affiliated with in the Department of Corrections custody?
No, ma'am.
So that would have been another member of your agency that would have reviewed that information.
Correct. When it comes to DOC paperwork.
And you also were asked about whether you were aware whether Davion Murphy met or was a member of 1200 at the time of the homicide.
when you obtain information, even if it is after the offenses that you arrive to investigate, are you still checking to see if at the time the crime was committed, each of the defendants meet the statutory criteria required to be considered a gang member or gang associate?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you are free to go.
Thank you.
All right, who's the next witness?
Detective Trey McCullough.
All right, we're going to the next detective. This one looks a little funny. He's the second to last one. So we're almost done. The judge is still presiding over this case, which is a huge shocker. She has been nice in this hearing so far. I haven't seen any problems. So the fact that she got removed from Alicia's case, I think now she knows all eyes are on her. And I mean, they use y'all's YouTube comments from Law and Crime in the motion. So far, so good, but she hasn't ruled on anything yet. And that's probably why she's waiting. She's letting them present their arguments. She's going to rule off the bench.
Very good, you may proceed.
Please state your full name for the record and spell your last name for the court reporter.
It's Detective Trey McCullough, and it's MCCULLOUGH.
How are you employed?
I am employed at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Roughly 10 and a half years.
Prior to becoming an officer with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
I do.
What is that?
I started my career out in Bradford County, which is in Stark, Florida, I did a year and a half there. And then from there, I went to a different agency, Baker County Sheriff's Office, and I did 3.5 there. So roughly total of about 15, including JSO.
And before coming to Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, what sort of assignments did you have at those other two law enforcement agencies?
Well, I started out in patrol, and then from there, I went to like an investigation / like major crimes unit, narcotics unit.
And you, oh, did I interrupt you?
No, that's it.
Okay. You said you're a detective with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, is that correct?
That's correct.
What unit are you currently assigned to?
I'm currently assigned to the gang investigations unit.
How long have you been in the gang investigation unit?
Coming up on 4.5 years.
4.5 years. Prior to coming to the gang unit, were you familiar in your position as a Jacksonville Sheriff's deputy with gang activity in Jacksonville before coming to the gang unit?
I was, yes.
And prior to coming to the gang unit, how long had you been familiar with the gang activity, specifically the rival gang war between ATK, 1200, and 6 Block, and some of the other groups that they were subsets of?
I started my career at JSO in it was 2016. So shortly after that, whenever I got released to patrol.
As a patrol officer, would there be more than a few occasions where you would become aware of those two groups and some sort of incident that occurred?
Yes.
And when you went specifically to the gang unit, did you have any specialized training in order to become a detective in that unit?
I had previously worked in the narcotics division at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. I did like a citywide task force type deal, and then obviously the gang unit.
And as a member of the gang unit, do you receive training that is specifically geared towards gang activity?
I do.
What sort of training did you receive?
So the very first training I received once I became or once I was officially in the gang investigations unit was it was a 16-hour course. I believe it was labeled the beginner course, and then from there I did the intermediate training, which was like a year and a half, 2 years later, and that was a week-long course, like a 40-hour course. And then in between that, there's been numerous classes that I've attended, taken, like maybe they're like a one-day course here in Jacksonville, or depending on if it's a local training or something we can go to, and not travel out of state or out of city.
And when you reference the beginner and intermediate courses and training that you have done, are those courses specifically focused on gang activity?
That's correct, yes.
Is there any sort of certification from going to those two courses?
You receive a certification with your name and the total number of hours of the course and the actual name of the course.
And you said that you had been in the gang unit for 4 years, is that correct?
Coming up on 4.5 years.
Coming up on 4.5. And as a member, as a detective in the gang unit, what are your daily activities that you do on a daily basis?
Just to monitor the gang activity in Duval County, which includes like assisting other units such as homicide, our RVCU unit, which is they investigate all shootings that don't result into a murder. We we assist other units if they have questions about the gang activity and the current, trends or beefs that, who's going on and who's going back and forth, whatnot.
How many members are in your unit, the gang unit in Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
There are currently 12 detectives and 2 supervisors.
And as part of the makeup of that specific unit, are there members within your unit that are assigned to specific gangs?
Yes,
Are you assigned to a specific gang or subset?
I am.
Who are you assigned to? What
I-
gang?
I'm currently assigned 6 block along with Bully Gang.
And I want to ask you about that. You said 6 block along with Bully Gang. Are they a related, or is one a subset of the other?
Bully Gang is a subset of 6 block.
And can you explain what you mean by that, that it's a subset of 6 block?
So essentially, 6 block was a documented criminal gang prior to me coming to the gang unit. As the older, or I should say the younger guys were coming up, they kind of created this thing. It was, Bully Gang, but it was the same group of individuals that were associated with 6 block, just a younger version, similar to how PCE was, the older version of 6 block, and then 6 block formed and so forth.
And is that kind of evolution in the gang in Jacksonville, is that something kind of unique to Jacksonville in particular, where you have older members involved in a specific gang, and then younger generations or newer members then become that are subset of that group?
Yes, ma'am, I would say that's accurate.
And that is based on your knowledge and training in this specific area in Jacksonville, is that correct?
That's correct, with all the historical data and the same group of individuals, just maybe a different term or different name.
And you said specifically, you mentioned PCE, that was a much older group, and as a result of that, 6 block became a subset of that, is that correct?
6 block essentially formed after PCE was dismantled in a RICO.
Was it a RICO, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when 6 block took over, was there a member that was a predominant member who was known for 6 block?
Yes.
And who was that?
Charles Jones.
And was Charles Jones a documented member of 6 block?
Yes, he was.
Was he the most predominant or well-known member of 6 block?
I would say that's an accurate statement.
And when we go back to PCE, there would have been documentation. I know that you said you were just there for 4 years. When there is a gang that is evolving or becoming active in Jacksonville, is there a requirement that be documented in a field incident report?
That's correct.
And that would have occurred prior to you being taken over, is that correct?
That's correct.
Both for PCE and for 6 block.
That's correct.
But as the current detective in 6 block, would part of your job and duties of becoming the gang detective specifically covering 6 block, would you go over and take a look at those certifications and that document and that history?
Yes.
And would members of the other members of the gang unit who are responsible for the other gangs, would they be responsible as well for taking a look at that prior documentation?
Looking at the prior documentation for 6 block or their
For their assigned gang?
Yes.
I apologize. So going back to some of the daily responsibilities, now that you are the current person tasked with 6 block, do you now document gang members and undocument them if necessary?
I do.
Counsel, can you all approach the bench real quick,
Yes.
attorneys?
The first sidebar. Wow, she granted a sidebar. Look at that. Okay, so again, we're going through all the detectives and we're going through their level of expertise. It looks like each one of them was assigned to a gang. We have 6 block, right? We have some 1200. We have some of the other things. But each of these detectives is speaking towards that. Remember, this judge knows she's under hot water. So she has this big group of attorneys in front of her with the microphones off. We can't hear what's happening. Mainly because of what happened in Alicia's case. So she's being very careful from what I could see in this hearing. Again, this is a 6.5 hour hearing. We probably I have it sped up. We probably have like 20 minutes to go. The last guy is going to be very quick. So let me skip through this sidebar and we'll get this moving along. You see the entire prosecution team, even the guy is back. The redhead woman is back. The original prosecutor that did the closing argument is here as well. And you have each of the 4 defense teams. Let's keep going.
Yes, you can proceed.
Looks freaked out. Yeah, I don't know what happened up there, but the prosecution team looks freaked out. Look at redheaded girl.
May I proceed?
Yes, you can proceed.
Detective McCullough, I was asking you about your daily duties as a gang unit detective specifically assigned to 6 Block. And I believe I was asking you about your documentation. That is something you currently do, is that correct?
That's correct.
So you are responsible for that documentation.
That's correct.
How is a gang member undocumented?
Depending on their activity, after 5 years, we revisit their, what kind of investigate what they're currently doing. And if they have no like specific gang ties or any activity or still, claiming or, repping the gang that they were associated or familiar with, then, there's a report written that basically, kind of eliminates them.
And that is required based by the Florida gang statute. Is that correct? 874, that documentation be kept. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you said that you also monitor social media. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And are you familiar with the term drill rap videos?
I am.
And what does that mean to you in respect to the Jacksonville gang, rival gang war that's going on?
The drill rap in Jacksonville really took off quite a few years ago. And it's essentially music made by up and coming artists that's extremely vulgar, and they, diss or talk bad about, the opposing rival gang. If someone gets, shot or they're injured or murdered, they get on social media, they talk about it, they make specific details about their murder just to kind of throw a shot, if you say, or if you want to call it that, just basically throw shade at the other side, kind of just like diss the deceased of the, their rival gang.
Why do you monitor and track those drill rap videos?
Because from my training and experience, that usually draws a response, from
retaliation?
Correct.
And I want to also ask you about your training and experience specifically with the drill rap videos. In these drill rap videos, are there nicknames that are utilized by the singers, the rappers who are making these drill rap videos?
Yes.
And based on your knowledge and training in the gang unit, do you recognize the nicknames that are being utilized in these drill rap videos?
I do.
And based on your knowledge and training as a gang detective, do you receive briefings and alerts when members of these gang members, 6 Block, as well as the rival gang members, when there is a shooting that occurs?
Yes.
And as a gang member detective, do you sometimes respond to those locations to assist in the investigation?
I do.
And does that include homicide cases,
Yes.
shootings that occur at high schools,
Yes.
shootings where people survive their injuries?
Yes.
And based on your specialized knowledge and training, the timing of those music videos, can that have a significance to an investigation?
Yes, absolutely.
And that is all based on your specific knowledge and training in the gang unit, in this gang unit in Jacksonville. Is that correct?
That's correct from the history that they have shown in the past. Yes.
And I know that we have shown you this chart for 6 Block. Is that correct?
Yes.
You did not make this chart. Is that correct?
I did not.
That was a chart that was put together by other gang detectives in your unit. Is that correct?
Yes.
I believe Detectives Draybeck and Detective Neater.
Yes.
But you yourself, since you were assigned to 6 Block, did you look at the people that are listed, the members and associates that have been put on this chart?
I have.
And could you confirm that these are members and associates of 6 Block?
Yes.
And you know that based on your time and experience as a gang detective. Is that correct?
That's correct. Along with some of them I have, had interactions with.
So I want to specifically ask Charles Jones, he's on here. What was his nickname?
His Instagram handle was Julio Foolio, but people in Duval County just referred to him as Foolio or Low Six.
And you said that you have, not only have you had interviews with people on the street, but you yourself, during your work in this specific unit, you have had contact with members. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's live and in person?
That's correct.
And can you give us an example of some of the members of 6 Block that you have encountered and have met and have seen out in person when you are working in the field?
From that list or just in general?
In general.
It's kind of a long list, but obviously Charles Jones, Felix Poussey, Loreno Span, Therese Poe, Gary Davis, Alex Bass, Keon Newkirk. There's numerous. I don't.
Numerous. You've been in the gang unit for a very long time. Is that correct?
That's correct. 4.5 years, yeah.
And you said that just on the list, there are other documented members of 6 Block and associates that are not on this list. Is that correct?
That's correct.
This chart in particular was put together based on some relevance to this case. Are you familiar with Adrian Gaynor Bibby?
I am.
And is he a documented member of 6 Block?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with Bibby?
He was murdered in Hilltop back in 2019, I believe.
And when you say Hilltop, what area of Jacksonville are you referring to?
It's on the northwest side of Jacksonville, Duval County. It's an apartment complex, Hilltop Village Apartments. It's right there on West 45th Street,
And what gang is associated with Hilltop, that area?
6 block.
6 blocks. So Charles Jones and Adrian Gaynor, that's kind of their area, is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you know the relationship between Charles Jones and Adrian Gaynor?
Other than they were super close, very close friends.
And are you familiar with a rap video, Who I Smoke?
I am.
And in that rap video, and that is put on by the rival gang, 1200 and ATK, is that correct?
That's correct.
There are several refrains in that, or several lines in there, Who I Smoke, and then there is a specific name or a nickname that is given after Who I Smoke, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is one of those nicknames that is mentioned by ATK and 1200 in that song, Bibby?
Yes,
Were there other nicknames that were mentioned in that song after that sentence, Who I Smoke?
there were.
And are some of those other members that were specifically mentioned, those nicknames of gang members belonging to 6 Block or the subset Bully Gang, are they actually dead and deceased from that song?
Yes, every name mentioned in that song, Who I Smoke, is deceased.
And were nicknames utilized specifically in that video?
That's correct.
You're also familiar with a drill rap video that was created by Charles Jones that was called When I See You, is that correct?
That's correct.
And were there specific individuals that Charles Jones referenced in that drill rap video that referred to people who were killed in the rival gangs?
That's correct.
Who was that?
I don't remember their actual, I want to say Jacoby Groover. He was 4. That's what he went by. And then 2 times, which was Kenyatta Buller's brother. And then 23, which was, I can't think of his legal name, but it was.
You know the nicknames, correct?
Correct, yeah.
And as a gang member in Jacksonville, part of that unit, even though you're just assigned to 6 Block, do you also have familiarity and share information with the other gang detectives who are responsible for the rival gang?
That's correct. We share information. I'm extremely familiar with, the gang that I'm, specifically assigned to, as well as the other ones. I don't know like pertinent details to the other rival gangs as like I do at 6 Block.
But you were familiar enough with the nicknames, is that correct?
Correct.
And you said Kenyatta Bullard. Is that the person known as Young and Ace?
That's correct.
He was shot several times in that same shooting but survived, is that correct?
That's correct.
As a detective specifically assigned to 6 Block, are you familiar with the criteria that some gangs have hand signs or hand signals?
Rashad sleep. He's sleeping with his eyes open.
Yes.
Is there a hand sign or a signal that is particular to the gang 6 Block?
There is.
And what is it?
There are several actually. There's one for 6 Block, one for Bully Gang, and then there's another hand sign that they flashed that we have determined to be as a hand sign associated to 6 Block.
And I'm going to show you just what's been marked for identification 6 Block. I want to take you, some of these photographs are from social media. Is it common for members of the gangs in Jacksonville to post photographs, videos to social media, to various social medias?
Yes.
And in those photographs, can you recognize the hand signs that are specific to 6 Block and specific to Bully Gang, as you have just described? And I know that some of them have more than one.
Yes.
And looking at that chart, are the photographs that are specifically utilized in this chart, do some of the photographs contain members that are flashing those hand signs?
Yes.
And can you kind of just describe, and I know it's sometimes hard to describe, what are some of the hand signs that are typical for 6 Block?
So you want me to demonstrate them?
Yes.
So
Yes, sir.
So this would be the 6 Block hand sign, and then this would be the Bully Gang hand sign, and then they'll flash the K for Kendra.
And they will post themselves doing this, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that can be sometimes part of the documentation of the certification, correct?
That's correct.
And you know that because you have specialized training for these specific groups, this gang and its subsets.
That's correct.
And the chart you just showed him, is that marked as an exhibit?
Judge, we're going to argue it later, but I just had him look at it marked for identification.
Okay.
And just for the record, it was a chart that was entitled 6 Block Members and Associates. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Now, not only do you assist other gang detectives in your unit, do you also assist other law enforcement agencies if there is any sort of intel or information that is needed regarding your specific gang 6 Block?
Yes.
And that would include Tampa Police Department for this investigation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And along with the hand signs that you are familiar that are unique to 6 Block and bully gang? Are you also familiar with dress style and or any specific jewelry that might be unique to those groups,
Yes,
to that gang?
I am, yes.
And can you describe what sort of dress style or jewelry that may be specifically worn by members of that gang?
So oftentimes when a gang member is murdered or, deceased, they will, print out shirts with their face, or it's like a group picture. Like they'll do shirts, they'll do lanyards, they'll do little wristbands, and then obviously the jewelry.
Lanyards? Did he say lanyards? I think he said lanyards. It reminds me of lanyard Lewin.
And pendants and stuff like that with a picture of them, on them, hanging from the jewelry.
Worn in memory of their deceased member, is that correct, or friend?
That's correct.
And you said the certification for 6 Block as a gang, that was done prior to you, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that would be kept in a field incident report, which would document how that gang qualified for the criteria per the statute, is that correct?
That's correct.
And there is a field incident report for 6 Block in this particular case, is that correct?
That's correct.
And are there any tattoos that are common to 6 Block that you are aware of?
Yes, there are several tattoos.
And what are those?
There's anything from a 8-ball, which is you referencing a deceased member. There's a 3-5, the number 3-5, which is referencing a deceased member. There's the name Bibby. There's a Kendra one. There's quite a few.
And we've talked about the drill rap videos and sometimes the timing of that. Is that why you monitor their social media?
Yes.
What other information do you get off social media? We've also saw photographs with gang signs, but can you tell us why it is so important to be monitoring this on a daily basis?
To monitor it on a daily basis, it assists me with, and I'm sure the other detectives as well, to keep up with the current trends. The new, they might start flashing a new hand sign and we've never seen it. And then we start investigating that. Like, why do they keep doing this or why do they keep doing that? So social media is a tool that we just utilize for, the criminal gangs in Jacksonville.
And we've already talked about the intel that you receive when there is a shooting where there is a member of a gang who has been shot, and the timing of viewing social media. When that is done, does that also kind of tip you off to start looking at social media when an event like that happens?
Yes, as soon as a violent crime happens involving a gang member, most of the time we're monitoring social media.
Even if the homicide occurs at 4 a.m. in the morning, is that correct?
That's correct.
And can the timing and posting of certain pictures be relevant when it is occurring immediately after a shooting before law enforcement officers have even responded or identified a victim?
I think that's an accurate statement, given that like some people might not even know who the victim is, just as you described.
But somebody with your training and your experience, you would know where to look, what accounts, and what otherwise might not have significance. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. Do you want to have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, we pass the witness.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez?
Thank God. Hopefully this guy is quick.
Afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Detective, in talking about your training and experience, just briefly, I know you talked about having done a beginner's course for 16 hours and then the intermediate course for 40 hours, and that would have been in 2022, correct?
The 16-hour course would have been in 2022. There was the intermediate was 23, a year of 23, I believe.
Okay. And when you talked about a certification, correct me if I'm wrong, what you're talking about is a certificate of completion.
That's correct.
Okay, we're not talking about somebody as a result of you having that class certifying you as something.
That's correct.
Okay. And you talked about the evolution of gangs. And I think you told Ms. Doherty that you believe that the evolution of gangs is unique to Duval County.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And that's based on what?
Well, the reason I believe it's unique, you have your traditional gangs throughout this entire country, such as your Bloods, your Crips, your GDs, your Latin Kings, so forth. here in Duval County, they adopt a lot of the same styles that we have seen, but they're more of like a neighborhood hybrid gang. Like you're not going to hear of 6 Block in, let's just say California, in my opinion, because it's not a national, it's more of a like strictly like neighborhood specific group in Duval County.
And essentially, I understand they're the Crips and the Bloods, and they, they have their nationwide appeal. But you're aware of Hillsborough County, there are hybrid gangs that are associated with neighborhoods all over the city, right?
You asked if I'm familiar with Hillsborough County
Yeah,
gangs, and I don't know anything about Hillsborough County gangs.
Then how would you tell me it's unique to Duval?
It's unique in a sense that it's different than your traditional gangs, such as your Bloods and your Crips. I don't know how the gang activity works down here.
I understand. So what you're saying is it's not a Bloods, Crips, Latin King situation. It's a hybrid situation, and those are unique to each other.
Yes, usually in those traditional gangs, the national gangs, you have like some type of like hierarchy, structure, order. What we have seen, and again, I don't know, I can't speak for Hillsborough County. What we have seen in Duval County, there is no structure, per se, or hierarchy.
Understood. And what I must have misunderstood you. You don't mean it's unique to Duval. You're just because you don't know how gangs are structured in other communities, in other cities, in other counties, in other states.
Sure. And maybe I didn't explain that well, and I apologize.
No, that's okay.
We have the national gangs in Duval County. It's just the ones that we primarily investigate that with all the violent crime is usually stems from these neighborhood gangs.
And you talked about in listening to these rap videos and individuals' names being mentioned in them, whether it be their street names, whether it be their real names. There's a large cross-section of the community that would also know these people's names, correct? They don't have to be stated in this video in order for people to know that's their name or that's their street name. Agreed?
I guess it would depend on the audience who's reviewing it.
And it's a large audience that is reviewing it, sometimes millions and millions of people, correct?
I mean, that's fair to say, yeah.
Okay. And all of those people who see those videos being produced over and over again, they're going to get to know those names, and they're going to know those names. People on the street are going to know those names. They're going to tell other people who those names are, correct?
I can't speak for them, but I would assume.
The intelligence that you get is just that. It's intelligence, correct? Meaning, in talking to people on the street, in monitoring social media accounts, you would agree that a large percentage of it turns out to be hearsay in most circumstances. It's somebody saying something about somebody else, or somebody hearing something that somebody else did and telling somebody else, and that person telling you.
I mean, here you're referring to like intelligence from the documentation and stuff, or I'm confused. I'm sorry.
Intelligence in whatever information you get in furtherance of the activities that you do on a daily basis.
No, I would disagree. As far as the documentation and intelligence that we gather and we document, like as Ms. Doherty was saying on the FRs, that is information that we have verified.
And maybe I misled you. I didn't mean as it relates to the documentation of a particular person as a gang member. I mean the information you gave in general as it relates to gang activity comes more often than not in a hearsay capacity. Somebody that you're not going to be able to write down a name. You don't know when it happened. You don't know who told who about it. It gets to you and you bank it.
I wouldn't say bank it. No, I mean, we oftentimes hear like very crazy, wild, outlandish stuff, on the internet when something happens, but no, like we don't bank it.
And the internet's alive when these things happen. I mean, it's plastered all over social media. It's getting millions of views. You are seeing it on different platforms, different people posting it, different people talking about it. And therefore, what you are looking at is a particular person or a particular group talking about it. You would agree with me?
Whatever the individual or the actual investigation it is that I'm investigating, I'm trying to determine facts and, that can assist and, whatever the lead detective is on that specific investigation and kind of, like cipher through the stuff that's not relevant or that, just some random person on social media saying that they heard this or this. Okay.
And in talking about Bibby Gaynor's death, for example, are you aware that there are members of the gang unit that believe that Bibby's death was a crime of opportunity and not a crime of retaliation and not a crime of revenge? Have you heard that?
I have not heard that. No.
Okay. And when Bibby died, there was a significant volume of music produced about it, whether it be people dissing him or people praising him, correct?
That's correct.
And that went over a large social media space.
Yes.
Not limited to simply ATK and 6 Block. It wasn't the social media coverage, the dissing, the praising, the memorials, the talking about wasn't just limited to these 2 gangs, allegedly, correct?
I mean, as far as social media of the individuals that were involved, and yes, it was directed back towards ATK.
But not limited to.
No, I mean anyone can have can go on social media and say what they want. I don't know if I'm answering your question correctly.
Okay. I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Okay, Mr.
Oh, I do
Sonardi.
have one more thing.
Oh,
Detective, have you ever been qualified by a judge as a gang expert?
Oh my
I
God.
have never.
That should have been your
I've had a
first
state attorney
question.
back in Duval County list me as an expert witness, but I've never been qualified or by a judge saying that I'm an expert witness.
Yeah, never testified as such. You've testified a lot in a lot of different cases, a lot of investigation with what you did, with what you learned. But you would agree with me that a judge has never qualified you to a jury to say this person who's talking is an expert in gangs.
That's correct.
Thank you.
We don't do that anymore, Mr. Gonzalez. We used to. Okay. Mr. Sonardi.
Yeah, very briefly, Judge, let me hate here. Good afternoon, Detective. My name is Dick Sonardi. I represent Mr. Davion Murphy, sitting here to my left. Prior to June of 2024, did you ever have any contact directly with Davion Murphy?
No, I did not.
Was it after the homicide involving Mr. Jones that his name became aware to you?
Yes.
Did you have any involvement whatsoever in attempting to qualify Mr. Davion Murphy as a gang associate or a gang member?
No, I did not.
And as he sits here today, do you in fact know whether or not he is a gang member or a gang associate?
I do not know that.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay.
I like
Mr. Wise, on
quick.
behalf of Mr. Gathright and Mr. Chance.
Good afternoon.
As to Sean Gathright, you didn't know him or even know of his name prior to the investigation that we've been discussing here today, correct?
That's correct.
And you've never documented him as a gang member
I have not.
or gang associate?
I have not.
Do you know anything about whether he would qualify as a gang member or
I
associate?
do not.
Isaiah Chance, you've never had any contact with him either, is that correct?
I have not.
You never documented him as a gang member or associate?
No.
Thank you, sir.
Quick.
Okay, very good. Redirect.
Yes, just briefly. Detective, you have been listed by the state in cases where you have testified as an expert in gang activity in Jacksonville. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Approximately how many times in Duval County have you been listed as an expert witness?
I couldn't tell you. I don't know. There's been numerous, I would say.
That you know that you were listed?
That I was listed, yes.
And in those cases where you were listed, did you come to court and testify in this area of gang activity?
There were a few times, yes.
And specifically, I think that you were asked about Adrian Gaynor Bibby and all of the internet activity that came forward. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Was there an arrest actually made for the death, the murder of Adrian Gaynor, known as Bibby?
There was.
Who was arrested and what was his gang affiliation?
His name was Hakeem Robinson, went by Queso, and he was a member of ATK.
And has he recently pled guilty to that murder of killing the person who was a member of 6 Block, Adrian Bibby?
He did.
And he was a member, you said, of ATK?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Judge.
Okay, very good. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you for you.
Thank you.
All right, who's your final witness for this evening?
Here we go.
Okay.
Last one, chat. Last one. Last detective, and we're going to talk about what he knows about gang activity. And we should wrap it up. I'll give you guys a recap. We'll go from there. Judge is being very careful in this hearing.
Detective, how are you employed?
Jacksonville Sheriff's Office
And how long have you been with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
since May of 2017.
And again, I guess I didn't get you to state your name for the record. Can you do that for me?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Christopher Drabeck.
And how, you said that you've been with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office since 2017, is that correct?
Correct.
And what unit are you currently assigned to?
I am assigned to the Gang Investigations Unit
How long have you been with the Gang Investigations Unit at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
since May of 2024.
And what specific gang are you assigned to as a member of that unit?
21st Street, Rack Chasing Family, Yo-Yo Entertainment.
And none of those gangs are involved in this particular case, is that correct?
Correct.
But as a member of the gang unit, you would assist other agencies with any sort of information or intel that was necessary for a Jacksonville gang unit, is that correct?
Yes.
And as a member of that unit, although you're assigned to another gang, you do have familiarity with 6 Block, ATK, and 1200, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you share information with the detectives that are responsible and assigned to those particular gangs, is that correct?
Yes.
And based on the investigation that occurred in Tampa, were you assigned as a person responsible to assist Tampa Police Department with the investigation, the gang component involving 6 Block, ATK, and 1200?
Yes.
What are your duties as a gang unit detective, your daily duties and responsibilities? What do you do?
I'm required to monitor members, associates, persons of interest relative to the gangs and groups that I'm assigned. I also assist other major case investigative units with intelligence sharing as it pertains to their investigations and as that relates to the gangs and groups that I monitor.
And as part of your duties and responsibilities, do you ever respond to investigations or shootings involving your particular gangs?
Yes.
What about other gangs involved in Jacksonville, specifically ATK, 1200, or 6 Block?
Yes.
Is it how many members are in the gang unit?
I believe there's 12.
And do you work as a unit and assist each other with investigations, even if it may be a gang not particular to your specific assigned gang?
Yes.
What sort of training did you receive in order to be a gang unit detective?
There's no preliminary required training leading up to the assignment of the gang investigations unit. However, the sheriff's office does fund for us to attend conferences, more specifically the FGIA, which stands for the Florida Gang Investigators Association, which is an annual training seminar that puts on basic, intermediate, and expert level training as it relates to gang investigations in the state of Florida.
And which ones did you go to?
I've so far completed the beginner.
And as part of your duties, and you said you monitor daily activities of gang members, how do you do that? How do you go about conducting your monitoring?
Jail calls, jail tablet calls, social media, device downloads, interviews, field investigative reports, and other various investigations.
There were some gang charts that were put together for this specific case, gang charts involving ATK, 1200, and 6 Block. Are you familiar with those?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you and Detective Nieder put those together with assistance of the other gang detectives in your unit?
Yes.
And as part of your duties as a gang detective, do you familiarize yourselves with the various different nicknames that the members of the gangs go by?
Yes.
Are you also monitoring and taking a look at social media of various members of different gang groups?
Yes.
And what about drill rap videos?
Yes.
What is the significance of drill rap videos to the rival gang war between ATK and 1200 versus 6 Block?
Can you ask that again?
Yes. Is there, what role does the drill rap videos play in the gang war between allied groups, ATK and 1200 against 6 Block?
We see it as an opportunity for the gangs and groups and the members that are within them to essentially disrespect the people that they're referencing in their music.
And with regards to the gangs in Jacksonville and general gang knowledge, do these different groups, do they have unique, whether it be tattoos or jewelry or style of dress, do the different various gangs in Jacksonville, do they have different modes of, different modes of dress that may be particular to a specific gang?
Yes.
And is that something that you learn as part of your training and experiencing monitoring these different gangs in Jacksonville?
Yes.
And the same question as to tattoos. Are there tattoos that are specific to a particular group and subset of a gang?
There can be, yes.
And what about hand signs and hand signals?
Yes.
Or may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time we pass the witness.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez.
Afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
So quickly, you became a member of the gang squad in 2024, correct?
Yes.
And that would have been approximately a month before the Charles Jones murder.
Yes.
And you didn't have any specific involvement in that particular murder. You have your own things that you handle.
Correct.
And when you talk to us about the drill rap videos. These are rap videos that get millions and millions of views across the country, across the world, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they are songs that are produced, not always, but many times by artists that are signed to record labels that produce music in studios and sell their work commercially, correct?
Yep.
And those videos, I think you describe them as being disrespect.
They can be.
For the most part, is a drill rap video, a video where one group or one person disrespects another group or another person.
They can be, yes.
And we have used, strike that. And as I understand it, unless something's happened in the meantime, you have not testified as an expert in any legal proceeding, correct? And let me
Was that a
rephrase
no?
it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, let me rephrase it. I know you have testified in your cases.
You should
I
know
know you have
that.
testified in cases that are gang related or that you were part of in some form or respect. What I would like to know is, have you ever testified as an expert?
Aside from this case, no.
on.
Aside from the state listing you as an expert in this case?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sonardi?
All right.
Detective Nick Sonardi, I represent Mr. Davion Murphy. You recognize him?
I do.
How do you recognize Mr. Murphy?
I've met him personally.
Was that during an interview?
Yes.
Prior to that interview, had you had any prior contact with Davion Murphy?
No.
And as I understand it, as Mr. Gonzalez has indicated, you were actually became a member of the gang unit a month or so prior to the homicide of Mr. Jones, correct?
Correct.
And did you have any involvement whatsoever either with the prosecuting authorities in Jacksonville or the prosecuting authorities in Hillsborough County designating Devion Murphy as an associate of a gang out of Jacksonville?
I have not, no.
Do you have any direct knowledge that Davion Murphy is in fact a member of any gang out of Hillsborough County?
Not independently from the groups I'm assigned, no.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sonardi. All right, Mr. Wise, on behalf of Mr. Gathright, Mr. Chance.
Let's move along. Oh, he's doing
Good
both.
afternoon.
I think we covered this earlier today, but Sean Gathright, you didn't know him until you began working this investigation in connection with Tampa PD.
Correct.
How about Isaiah Chance? Is it the same situation for him?
No.
Okay. You learned of him from like searching the internet at some point? Is that right?
Separate investigations pertaining to my other cases.
Okay. Prior to your work on the case we're talking about here?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let me talk about Mr. Gathright first. You ever documented him as a member of a gang
No.
or an associate?
Nope.
Okay. Do you have any information to suggest he's a member of a gang?
Not from any of my investigations, no.
How about Isaiah Chance? Have you ever documented him as a gang
I have not documented him.
or a gang associate?
I have not documented him as a gang associate.
Do you have any information to suggest he's either one?
I would, yes.
What would that be?
It pertains to ongoing investigations that are major case.
So it sounds like something that's unrelated to this case.
It is.
It sounds like something you're not prepared to discuss.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have.
Laura, can I ask one more question?
Sure.
Oh, Jesus.
Jacob, what is your understanding, if you have one, about what you'll be testifying to in this trial as an expert?
I would suggest it's predominantly, as it relates to an expert, my groups and gangs aren't involved in this investigation. So in my opinion, I believe the best way to describe it, my role in this investigation was facilitating investigative portions that occurred in Jacksonville and assisting Detective Ramos with various things.
Would it require expert testimony to discuss what you did in assistance to Detective Ramos?
I don't know.
Answer is no.
Just asking.
I know. Just cutting to the chase. The answer is no.
yeah.
Who's a fact witness?
He back on her bullshit.
Okay, redirect.
Just with Your Honor. Detective, you know, the
Back
defense
on her
counsel asked you if you
bullshit.
personally documented Isaiah Chance as a gang member. Is that correct?
Yes,
That's not part of your responsibility because you are assigned to another gang. Is that correct?
that's true.
And so there may be gang documentation, but that would have been done by somebody else in your unit. Is that correct?
That's true.
And as far as the documentation for Davion Murphy, any documentation that existed prior to you becoming a gang detective, you would not have done that documentation, obviously. Is that correct?
Correct.
And since you are not assigned to that particular gang to 1200, you would not be aware of that documentation. Is that correct?
Correct.
That doesn't mean that that doesn't exist. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Or that neither one of those are not gang members?
Correct.
I have nothing further, Judge.
Okay. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, you are free to go.
Thank you.
Okay, that's it for the witnesses today, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so we're going to reconvene Tuesday. I'd like to start at 9 a.m. Okay. Again, I asked you all to meet tomorrow since we don't have court, at least penalty phase counsel, to go over all of the penalty phase motions to see if there's any agreement as to any of them. Also, then when we reconvene on Tuesday, I would like to, I know that we have penalty phase scheduled that day, but I would like to hear argument on the motions to suppress first, just because I've reviewed all the case law and I would prefer to hear those arguments when the case law is fresh in my mind. So I'd like to start off with that. And then the later morning or afternoon will be devoted to penalty phase motions. So, okay. Also, we discussed the Richardson Hayes cases out of Jacksonville. And I did note that those cases were tried together, but before two separate juries. Do either of you know why there were two separate juries? Did they have a Bruton problem?
Judge, I want to go back and look, but I do believe there was reference to statements, and I don't want to make a representation that it was specifically Bruton without further taking a look at it. But
Well,
I did notice there was mention of statements.
Okay, so I did review the cases and it wasn't clear to me why there were two separate juries. So if you all could find out definitively, that would be helpful.
And by the way, Judge, I did misspeak yesterday because I believe I said they were separate. And I didn't mean to say they were separate.
Right. No, no.
Two juries. I did try to look at some of the pleadings, and I'll get with Ms. Doherty. Maybe we can collaborate on that. And give the
Yeah, I'm just curious why there were two separate. Yeah, that'd be good. I just would like to know because the reported opinions are not clear as to why there were from my reading as far as why there were two separate juries. Okay, thank you all. We'll
Judge,
see.
I also want to tell the court for the record, Mr. Hernandez apparently will not be available tomorrow, so I suspect he will get with the state on Monday with regard to his penalty phase motions.
Yes, he needs to meet, confer before Tuesday. Okay, very good. Thank you all.
So if I may, there were two Ks, so we decided, I discussed it with the state, to make the second 2K that was identified by Mr. Vega. No. But one of
Right.
2K1 and 2K2.
That's fine.
2L, 2L.
That's fine. And did you give the clerk your defense exhibit 1, the zip drive or the flash drive? Okay, all right. Okay, is that it? Okay, very good. See you all Tuesday morning, 9 a.m.
That Tuesday was today. So interesting stuff. Thank you guys for all hanging in there with us. Lots that has happened today. So if you're watching this in the future, you guys know that I chapter everything out for you whenever we have long days like this. So you can quickly go through all the different parts. What's the recap? We went through some of the different defense motions because we have definitively confirmed that these boys are going to trial right now, scheduled for May 4th. Y'all know that cases change all the time. Court dates change. Some of these defendants want to be severed. We don't know which ones. I looked at all 4 of their files this morning, and it does show that they are all scheduled to go to court for a jury trial on May 4th. Okay, so that's going to be the start of this trial. And as of right now, unless she rules on anything, they're all scheduled to go together. Now, this was a hearing from last Thursday. They actually had court time today. Again, I looked at the dockets, and whatever she heard today, she hasn't ruled on anything yet. Okay, so Judge Sisko heard this 6-hour hearing on Thursday, and then they heard the remainder of some of those motions this morning at 9 a.m. I suspect by the end of the week, we are going to hear more. They also have some more time on the 6th, which is this Friday. So if we don't get anything this week, we will have something on Friday. Also next week, you have Alicia Andrews going in for a motion to get a new trial. It's likely that she might get it because, number one, Judge Sisko is not presiding over her case anymore. But I did check her court file this morning, and there was movement as of yesterday. New judge ordered that the guns and some of these shell casings and things that were collected, evidence that was collected and used in her first trial, be given over from the courts to the prosecution team for review. So it is likely that they're also preparing to try Alicia again. We won't know until next week when that's going to happen. I think that they might prioritize putting the boys, having their trial go first. I mean, it would be really tight, but we'll see if Judge Hernandez decides to preside over that one herself. So you could see Alicia Andrews 2.0, and then you have the boys going all together. Let me read some super chats. And then, and after we saw all those motions, like these are all pre-trial motions, things you have to argue through, because it's gonna be more logistically heavier than Alicia's case, because Alicia's case was only 7 days, 7 business days, right? This is heavier, and there's more to do because you got 4 people going all together. It's like the YSL case. We had six co-defendants. So, when all those people go to court, you got 6 defendant tables, right? You got 6 defense attorneys questioning 1 witness. Those days were very long, right? So they're trying to get through some of this logistical stuff right now. Things like, having somebody speak up as an expert witness. We just saw them go through 4 detectives to see if they can be qualified as expert witnesses or not. She's likely going to let it slide and say that they are experts. But from what we just saw from that last hearing and what took place today, Judge Sisko has not made any rulings yet. These are key rulings because they're motions to suppress. Do certain things come out? Does one of them get severed? All of those questions are so important as these boys head into trial, or arguably, I think would be a bigger trial for the murder of Jacksonville rapper Julio Foolio. Does Young and Ace get involved somehow? It's going to be wild, okay? Let me read some super chats real quick, answer some of y'all's questions, and then I'll give you an update on some of the other cases that we are covering on the channel. So again, as far as an upcoming court dates for this case, you have the boys coming back this Friday for their final pretrial motions. Alicia in court next week to see what's going on with her new trial. All right, I think I left off somewhere around here. D dropped this hours ago, has been with me for 23 months, said they should plead this out because they're guilty AF. That is correct. We know it. I mean, it's on camera. A lot of this stuff is on camera. 3 death penalties. And I wonder if one of the brothers is not up for a death penalty. But they have put that on the table for Sean for sure. So I saw that when I was going through his case file this morning. D hits me with another 2, says the Cisco kid by war comes to mind. Yeah, Judge Cisco, she back. She back. We did not expect to see that. Where are you guys on the poll? I polled you this morning. Should Judge Cisco preside over these boys' trials or trial? 49% of you said hell nah, AV. 21% of you said she should. She was fair. That's interesting. 30% of you said not sure yet. Let me drop those results in the chat. Lucretia, good to see you. You've been with me for 19 months. Said, hey, AV, listening from work today. Yeah, I hope I got you guys through your Tuesday in a good way, right? Because we haven't been going live like that. But I'm just trying to preserve the energy. You'll learn why in a second. But thank you so much, Lucretia. Shout out to D with the 5, says drill rap, deleting and disrespecting each other to make people rich by the use of 365 contracts, insurance, and prison labor. It's really messed up. It really is. Thanks, D. Lucretia hit me with a super sticker. Thank you, sis. Always great to see you. I hope you had a wonderful Tuesday. E. Capone been with me for 2 years as well. Says, damn, has it really been 2 years? Some of y'all have been rocking with me for a really long time. And I so appreciate you for all of the time that you've been watching the channel, supporting the channel. The channel is growing. I think this month is one of the best months we've had on the channel view-wise with shorter videos. So I'll tell you guys all about that in a second. But thank you, E. Capone, for your time with me. Cases and Cams has been with me for 10 months, says, why was Alicia even there? She really didn't help. Well, see, that's the thing. There's a lot of tea with Alicia's case behind the scenes. Like, I think I told you guys she actually had an original criminal defense attorney before Jeremy got on, and I actually had an opportunity to talk to her and get some background on Alicia's case and the plan that they had. I'm going to reach back out. Julio's mom has also has been open to an interview too. We were going to wait until Alicia's sentencing, but that all those plans got blown up. So I will stay in touch with them and bring the intel back when I get it. But thank you, Cam. Shout out to Ashley. Thank you again. Ashley sent me a $10 Venmo earlier. She's been with me for 9 months as AV girl. Chat, what is up? I've been missing all the shenanigans. Who's Ginger? Do we like her? I got to catch back up. There's a lot going on. But yes, Chad, we have taken the time to, and it was a long day, but we really just need to be prepared because once these boys go to trial, y'all know what it's like. It's like full days, you know? So I got to keep you guys up to date, up to speed, and have all the accurate information. But thank you, Ash. It's good to see you, girl. Paralegal Chris, another one of my faves. She became a member, but she ain't new. She's been around. It's good to see you, sis. Firm with the 5 sends me a super sticker. I appreciate that. It was very nice of you. Carmen became a new member. Welcome, Carmen. Good to see you over here. And then Gloria, look at that tenure. Been with me for 17 months. Says, hey, AV, good to see you. Finally caught you live again. Yes. I'll talk. Actually, let me just tell you guys right now. I am keeping my schedule open. If you have noticed, we've been covering the Fonnie Willis, Nathan Wade stuff. Now, Nathan he was supposed to testify in front of the Fulton County Election Board 2 weeks ago. He ain't show up. So right now they are in the process of rescheduling him. He wants to go on the 13th, which ironically, he was supposed to do the 13th last month, which is Friday the 13th. Are we going to have another Friday the 13th in March? In fact, we are. So he wants to testify next Friday. I'm trying to keep my schedule open because the Georgia legislative body says no. They actually want to get him earlier. So chat, it could be any day now. That's why I'm just trying to remain open because that is probably one of the biggest cases I've covered on this channel. So if they do have Nathan speak, that's likely going to be 4 or 5 hours. I'm just trying to keep it open in case we get called. And, you know, I have reporter friends all throughout Atlanta. Once I hear that he is going to be in front of the Georgia Senate Committee, that's going to be a dumpster fire and we need to watch. So I'm keeping my schedule open for that. But that's why I haven't been going live as much as we used to. But good to see you, Gloria. Shout out to Carl the Truth with the 10. Thank you. Says, what was the reason Alicia Andrews went separately? So the reason why she went separately is a few things. One, Alicia was pregnant, right? Her original lawyer waived the right to speedy, meaning the other guys wanted to go together, but we all have a right to a speedy trial, right? So they wanted to go through her stuff quicker. And I do think that that original attorney's strategy was much different from Jeremy's strategy. I mean, you guys can see she did have a verdict. A jury reached a verdict rather quickly, but it went up on appeal and Judge Cisco was removed from the case. I didn't even see that coming. I didn't see that coming at all. But it's kind of good that her stuff was separate from the jump because of that. You know, 3 of these guys have the death penalty hanging on over them. Whereas with her, it was manslaughter is what they came down to. But at the same time, you know, it was actually really good that she had her stuff separate. The reason why I think it was because of the pregnancy. And remember, she has a child with Isaiah Chance. So if both parents are in jail and maybe one of them gets out, that's better for the family and things of the like. So as they were planning that, you can imagine how they were looking at the calendar and just seeing, okay, like let's have her trial go first. Okay. The other issue is she ended up, you know, she hired Jeremy and team. And I don't know if that was a family call or whatever the case may be, because I have not spoken to Jeremy and team, and I have no idea what their strategy is. All I could tell you is what we all see together on Law and Crime, right? But yeah, so that is the reason. I hope that answers the question for Jules. Okay, great. Well, so it looks like everybody's like, oh, we should do the Dirk case. Dirk is delayed until August. That is a summer case, but it's federal and also not televised. This is what I was going to do, though. That was thank you, Laura, because that is going to bring me into the schedule. We got the boys. I'm going to refer to them as the Foolio boys, all right? The boys are going to court. That trial's coming. Right now, it's scheduled for May. Alicia, next week, we have an update. I don't know when her new trial is going to be yet. Nathan, I'm keeping March open for Nathan. That's the next big thing as far as live streaming on the channel. Courtney Clenny, girl. The OnlyFans girl that threw the knife at her boyfriend, her trial is definitively scheduled for the end of April. So in April, we're likely going to get a lot of hearings like this for her case. And they're going to talk about evidence that's going to either be suppressed, removed, not come in, things of the like, all types of stuff. So I anticipate that April is going to be a Courtney Clenny month. The issue is if she starts on the 27th, April 27th, and then the boys go to trial on the 4th, those two cases are going to overlap. So I'm going to start doing shorter little videos for y'all whenever updates happen. You know, people tend to really like the Fonnie Willis and Nathan Wade stuff. If I could just give it to you in 10 minutes and tell you what happened, we will do that when there's not any big things happening as well. So, that is your update on all things trial strategy, on all the trials that are coming. For those that didn't stick with us for the full 6 hours, I am going to wait until Friday to see what happens with the boys on Friday. And if Judge Sisko actually makes some rulings, because I will do a weekend video that just brings you up to speed in 10 minutes. Like we're now going to start doing trials explained in 10 minutes. All right, my friends, I'm going to run up out of here and go make some chicken for dinner and shovel because it is March 3rd. Damn, Boston, it's still snowing. It's still snowing. It's snowing right now. I'm so tired of snow. Like I cannot wait to go back to the South. I'm not doing this. I am not doing this anymore. Like this is like the worst winter up here. So, let me go warm up and make some chicken, all of that good stuff. Nene, so good to see you. So many of you guys came through today showing the love. The community is still alive. We're working on it. But yeah, it's still snowing. I don't know what I'm going to do with this dog. She's just like, it's too cold. She hates going outside when it snows. So anyway, for those that are waiting for chapters, give me like 30 minutes after this and they'll be up. But if y'all have any ideas for videos, things like that, let me know what you think about this whole Alicia Andrews thing, the boys going to court finally. Let me know what you think in the comment section below. All right, y'all, I'm going to get out of here. Stay safe out there. Thanks so much for watching. See you in the next one. Bye.